and ScubaPro is extremely excited to be a part of this two-day event. Stay tuned to see the latest manufacturers present their newest products here at Dive Right In Scuba. ScubaPro has completely redesigned the S-Tek line. We currently call it S-Tek. So we really started with, about 5 years ago, David Ray, who is our Florida rep, and Reese, who is our South African distributor and design award-winning product manager from South Africa, started with a clean sheet of paper to redesign wings and plates. So we really had no preconceived ideas, but we wanted to launch a completely new idea on wings and plates. Reese had already designed the Hydros Pro BC, the Seawing Nova fins, and a number of other products for us at ScubaPro. The S-Tek line is a modular system so that you have different plates and different wings to go with different air cells to it. We're going to start with a short video from Reese from South Africa as he talks about the new S-Tek line from ScubaPro. Stay tuned afterwards. We'll kind of do a quick review and then we'll have a prize drawing for a new regulator. So get signed up to be a part of the award of the drawing for the new Mark 19 G260 carbon fiber regulator valued at $1,400. And Tim, if you're ready, start the video.
There's a stop. I'm going to move that camera. I know it works. That part over there. It's called a webbing lock. And what it does is as you tighten that waist strap, it hits the backplate and it prevents you from over tightening the waist to the point that it shifts the backplate up on your torso, which we don't want. So we've basically got a minimum setting that every time you grab the waist strap and you pull it in, it'll go to the same shoulder strap length every time. So extender works really well. We do know though that there are some guys, for example David Ray, who would prefer not to have that. They just want the simplicity of the fixed system, and every pure harness comes with the components. It comes with the additional tri-glide that you can just put a tri-glide behind the backplate and it will prevent that, or disable that extender mode. So you basically get both options in one go. Okay, so that's the PureTech. All right, in the past, in the previous X-Tek range, we had two other harnesses. We had the Pro and we had the Form on from the global offering point of view. What we've done now is the Pro will replace our old Form and our old Pro. And the idea is to have a harness that is adjustable for easy on, easy off, different exposure suit thicknesses, for multiple users, possibly even in a, let's say, a rental environment, but is something that could still be used for heavy duty use. And one of the important things for us there is to avoid the use of plastic buckles. So what we've done is we have a new metal buckle that's called a Tech Lock. It's basically a two-part stainless steel buckle that allows you to adjust that shoulder strap, and as you can see, you just pull to tighten and pull to release. So that's the main idea of this. It's an adjustable harness, and then in addition to that, it's almost like we left an S-Tek and a Hydros alone in a room together for a bit too long, and what came out is the S-Tek Pro harness. It has a Monpreen back pad, and it has Monpreen shoulder pads and waist pads. And it can be ordered either with the stainless steel backplate or the aluminium one, and it makes a really, really nice, super heavy duty, comfortable harness for serious divers, cold water divers, mild technical divers, or technical divers who just need that extra adjustability, and a really, really nice option on that side. Feature-wise, it's got everything that the PureTech had. It's got the silicon bands instead of the inner tubes. It's got the quad glides on the shoulders. It's got the prevent D-rings. The one difference, it has a D-ring on the right waist as well, and not only on the left waist. But otherwise, the same backplate and a lot of the common features. Okay, moving on to wings. We used to have a lot of wings in the range, like I mentioned, horseshoes, donuts, doubles, single, bungee, no bungee. we've narrowed it down to donut only in 3 sizes, 30, 40, and 60. 30 obviously is single tank use only. 60 pound is for twin tank use only. The 40 pound is a universal wing that can be used for either singles or doubles, providing you're using it with our new single tank adapter, which we will get to next. There's not that much we could innovate on a wing, but so we really spend all of our energy there on quality and nice detailing. To begin with, the profile on all of them, but including the 40 and the 60, we didn't want square shoulders at the top. We wanted a nice rounded profile to make sure we didn't get air trapping, and air could easily move to that elbow to be deflated. Number 2, we went for the best materials we could find. It's Cordura construction, so genuine Cordura fabric, 1000 denier on the shell. Then something a little bit unusual, we used 500 denier Cordura for the inner bladder, which is quite unusual, and maybe it's overkill, but the quality is certainly there. Embroidered logos, very high quality airway components, which we'll talk a bit more about in a second. YKK zippers, just really the stitching method that we used. Everything is top notch, rounded stainless steel eyelets, and as I say, we really put a lot of effort into the finishing and detailing on that. It's also the fabric that we use, and I won't spend too much time on it, but it's the fabric is dyed or colored using what we call dope dyeing. And basically what it means is the actual fabric is woven out of black thread or black yarn, rather than being woven in a natural whitish color and then dyed afterwards. And that dope dyeing process, which we're using on some of our wetsuits these days also, it's a much more environmentally friendly process. It also helps to prevent fading. And we've had one of these that's been standing in the sun for almost 2 years and dipped in a chlorine pool daily, and there's virtually no color change. So it definitely is robust from a color fastness point of view. Okay, the airway is really important, and I'm going to start with the headline item is our new K-style tech inflator. And what's quite interesting, we find that a lot of, most tech gear manufacturers don't make their own inflators or their own valves. They buy them off the shelf, and you'll find the same components on a top-end technical system that you would find on an entry-level kind of generic brand buoyancy compensator. Obviously, that's not the ScubaPro way, and so we've got ScubaPro valves, ScubaPro elbow, low-profile elbow, and the all-new K-style inflator, which really, really works nicely. K-style we went for because there are some tech divers and some military divers that really want that familiarity of the K-style inflator. So for those of you who get to test or have already tested that, possibly it really works nicely. Standard spare parts, so we're super happy with that. Very heavy duty elliptical EPDM corrugated hose. And another small, very small feature is it's got a little saddle in the middle with a branded silicone epaulet to retain the hose. And then the main epaulet on the wing that routes the corrugated hose, instead of it being on the back of the wing, we've located that on the top, and it's a bit hard to tell on the video, I'm sure, but it gives us a more secure routing of that corrugated hose. Okay, moving on to the single tank adapter. That's our all new STA. It's a little bit different to what you've seen in the past, which is generally just a U channel made of stainless steel. This one is marine grade aluminium anodized. Big change is it's a bit wider, and that extra width, the additional width, is one of the things that allows us to have a 40-pound wing that we can use for either single or double tank diving. So that's why I say that is important. Some other changes that are really nice, it's single tank strap, which is important because it allows you a lot more freedom in terms of where you place the cylinder on that single tank adapter. With a double tank strap, you can only put the cylinder so low before the top strap is falling off the shoulder at the top of the tank. Rubber grips, laser etched logo, obviously our familiar stainless steel super cinch buckle. We've got, the tank height adjustment strap, very similar to on Hydros, also with a quick release. And then something else that we've done a bit different, the stainless steel bolts that go through the STA, they're held in place by some small little plastic washers. And first of all, they can't rotate. The bolts have a square shoulder on that, and it's a square hole in the single tank adapter. So you don't need to hold the back with anything. But the other thing that's nice is typically when you're installing an STA, if you turn it upside down, the bolts fall out, which on ours they don't. So it makes assembling it much easier. You can put the STA down, then put the wing down, then put the backplate on, do the wing nuts up, and you only need 1 or 2 hands to do it, not 3 or 4 hands. So that really does work well. So that's the STA. And another question we've had come up is, what about color? People are starting to want color on their technical dive gear. So we've had great success over the years on the Sea-Wing colors as well as the Hydros colors. We've sold a lot of those Hydros color kits. And so we are offering color kits for S-Tek for the back pads, shoulder pads, and waist pads in all of the familiar colors. And I mean, they really look good. Once we've got a rigged up harness with the color pads, it really does look pretty cool. And the other thing that the pad doubles as for those serious tech divers, you can actually, sorry, I'm trying to find the camera there. You can use the back pad as an MC storage pack. So for putting an emergency surface marker buoy underneath the pad, if you do have that need. The back pads are sold separately, and then the waists and shoulders are sold as a kit. So even if you have a pure tech harness and you want the simple Hogarthian harness, you can very easily put a nice color pad on just to bring a bit of excitement to your tech system. Okay, a couple of other options on the backplate. Trim weight pocket kit, and I won't spend too much time on this. Suffice to say, as you can see from the picture, these trim pockets can be fitted onto the back of the backplate, the stainless or the aluminium. You can fit up to 4 pockets, and they each take about 2.5 pounds. You can even fit 3 pounds. But it is important to clarify, this is designed for single tank diving and not for twin tank diving. There isn't space for these between the backplate and a set of twins, but there is space between the single tank adapter and the backplate. So a nice option there, especially if you have the aluminium backplate and you travel and want to put a couple of kilograms or pounds once you get in there. Also made of Cordura and nice high quality little stainless steel drain plug and surface mount buckles. Just good attention to detail. If the trim pockets aren't enough and you need a full integrated weight system, we've again raided the Hydros parts bin, and we have a fluid form integrated weight system which will look very familiar to you. It's the Hydros waist pad and weight holster. It's got the familiar buckle weight system and integrated weight pocket that you know very well. And what's quite nice about this is if you add this onto, say, the Pro harness, you can have a really beautiful looking, very heavy duty harness for, and as I say, for serious diving, cold water diving, anything like that. Because we're using the Hydros parts, you can also fit the knife mount kits, the mini D-rings, the ninja pockets, the color kits, anything that goes on a Hydros will also go on this. So it's a really nice way to accessorize an S-Tek harness. Okay, next, if you don't like that kind of pocket, we've had a lot of success in the Hydros range with that thigh pocket, the cargo thigh pocket. So we've done an S-Tek version. It's the same concept, but the dimensions are a bit bigger. It's heavier duty construction. It's 1000 denier Cordura. It's got a stainless steel bolt snap instead of the plastic metal clip. It has an inverted design on the lid, which means the female buckle sits on the pouch, the male buckle sits on the lid, and this is thanks to Ed, opened my eyes to this, Ed Raz. And the nice thing with this is it's very easy to close that pocket with one hand. So one hand open and one hand close. Nice idea over there. And dimensionally, it's really easy. You can fit in a good size backup light and surface marker buoy and still have plenty of space. And it's got a bungee loop inside here instead of the plastic D-ring that the Hydros version has. So yeah, embroidered logo, and again, just a nice pocket for those who want to add a bit of cargo space. Stage kits I'm not going to talk about too much. Dave's going to spend some time with us on stage kits, so I'll just scoot past there. Primary reel, it's something we haven't offered before. So we are now offering primary reel custom made from scratch. It's a new project. The look of it, you can see, is reminiscent of an old G250 regulator with the windows around there. It's a machined aluminium handle, nice and ergonomically shaped, and it feels really nice in the hand. It's an acetal, which is, everyone talks about Delrin. Delrin's actually a brand of material, not a type of material. And the type of material it is acetal, which is the same as we've used over here. And just a super high quality, nice and ergonomic reel. We've done a few things different. For example, the lockdown screw doesn't sit at the end where the line comes out. It sits at the opposite end, and it's shaped, as you'll notice, from like a ScubaPro Venturi knob, so it works pretty well over there. We have a few small details like a line capacity gauge, which just tells you in percentage terms how much line is left on the reel, and nice molded ergonomic winding knob. We've got two options at the top for securing the loose end of the line. Everyone comes standard with the stainless steel lock. It's called a Torben lock, and it's named after the Philippines ScubaPro distributor, who had a really great idea that he shared with us. So when you need the Torben lock to secure the loose end of the line, it's over there. But what we wanted to do was have a very streamlined way of securing that loose end. So we put what we call a stealth cleat in the back. So the line can go in there. And once you're securing there, you don't need that Torben lock. It's removable. You take an Allen key, take the bolt out, take the Torben lock off, put the same bolt back in the same hole, and you have a very nice flush mount reel. So you can choose whichever you prefer to use, the stealth cleat or the Torben lock, and both work very well. And the Expedition reel is available in two sizes. One is 330 feet of line and one is 660 feet. And obviously, sorry, just one small detail in terms of where the bolt snap attaches. It's a very kind of traditional mounting point that cannot be accidentally released on that bolt snap. Okay, next one. This is quite a fun little product. We've called it a spinner spool, and I've watched many people trying to deploy SMBs from depth with the traditional spool. And quite often, as that spool is spinning, as the surface marker buoy is shooting to the surface, they lose their grip with their finger and thumb on the spool, drop it, and off it goes down. And the more they pull in on the line, trying to get it, the faster it disappears into the depth. So a few years ago, there was a craze with kids with those fidget spinners. And our kids had them, and it gave us the idea to do a spinner spool, which is basically like an adult fidget spinner, and it's got a disc on either side that is on a stainless steel axle and can rotate. And what it means is when you're deploying a surface marker buoy, you have fingers on one, thumb on the other, and it spools off super, super easily without trying to move in your hands. And it really, really works nicely, especially if you have gloved hands. Winding up obviously is the same as any traditional spool. And then we have the windows so you can secure with a bolt snap as on any other spool. Those come in 3 different sizes. It's basically 50 foot of line, 100 foot and 150 foot. And we also are offering color kits. So if you really are into color coordinating your equipment, you can get these little discs and you can change your spinner spool into a nicely color accessorized one. Okay, other smalls I won't spend a lot of time on, but just as I said, we really are trying to fill in all the peripherals that we were missing. So we've got the Cookie Monster, which is a pack of 10 line cookies. The Arrow Monster is a pack of 10 line arrows on a bungee cord tether with a small bolt snap, so it's very easy to attach to your harness, but then also to put arrows on, take them off. And once you're done with the cookies or the arrows that you have, you can also just cut that bolt snap off and have a nice small bolt snap. So that's quite a nice way of doing it. It's a lot. We think it's a better way to sell them in a store than having a plastic jar full of line arrows and the guys grab one and it's $1 each, and the price is pretty reasonable considering it comes with the bungee cord and the bolt snap. Speaking of bolt snaps, full range, everything we believe would be necessary for a tech diver to kit themselves up, and they come nicely eco packaged, and each one's got a ScubaPro logo laser etched onto it. So just nice quality, nice range, and very presentable in a store. Obviously smalls like D-rings and tri-glides, and there's the quad glide on the bottom that obviously would all be available. So that is pretty much the new S-Tek line. And what I'd like to do now is hand over to David Ray, our resident hardcore expedition.
Not yet. We're waiting on 10. Oh, you unmuted us. Okay, come on, put us back.
Thank you, Reese and David Ray, for creating a tremendous new line for ScubaPro called the S-Tek line. That was a great presentation on what we're doing. As a quick review, just wanted to kind of go through and maybe go a little closer up. Again, there are two plate choices available, either the stainless steel plate or the aluminum. It's called aluminium. The two plate choices available to the S-Tek line. Plate's extremely well thought out. Things like the angle of the shoulder straps comes down properly across your shoulder. It's not a straight cut. Every edge has got a radius cut to it, so there are no sharp edges to any of the edges of the plate. The plate takes your standard wing nut, typically to attach a double tank system or the single tank adapter. You have a bolt that goes through that. You take the wing nut from that bolt and you put it in what we call an ergo nut. So the top of this ergo nut lifts off. You put your standard wing nut inside, and then it screws onto the plate through the bolt that's attached to the STA or your double tank system. It's a nice flush mount system to it. The plate is designed around the radius of your back, so it's extremely comfortable. It has a place, as Reese said, for either trim weights located in the back of the plate or the ever popular Hydros weight system to the front waistband. As Reese said, you can add all kinds of attachment features and colors to either system, either to the plate, the shoulder straps, the waistband, as well as the weight system to it. So that's kind of a brief overview of the plates. Again, stainless steel or aluminum plates offering. There are two harness choices. As Reese said, the pure plate, or the pure harness is just that. It's just the pure one-piece webbing that weaves all the way through the harness called the pure model. It's a pure webbing to it. A lot of attention has been looked at for the proper weight of the material. So the nylon material, it is the proper gauge or the proper thickness for that. The second harness system is called the Pro system, not to be confused with the pure. So the Pro system has some adjustability to it so that you can make that arm opening bigger to don or to get in and out of your diving system. So two harness choices. Again, we can add all the color combinations to it. The bladder or the wing system, as Reese said, it's a 30, 40, or 60-pound air cell to it. It's 1,000 weight denier fabric. It has an inner bag to it. As we said, it's kind of overbuilt. It's a 500 thread count, or called the denier of the fabric, so that it's a 500 inner bag to it. No edges to it, a nice round cut to it. One thing that we're extremely proud of is our K-style inflator. Many people use a generic inflator, which didn't pass any part of ScubaPro quality control. So we wanted to do our own K-style inflator, and a big project of this S-Tek was designing the K-style inflator. It is a balanced inflator, meaning the more you touch it, the more it inflates. It has a swivelable mouthpiece, so you can get a nice lip seal to do oral inflations to it. And it is available separately. I know we had some questions this morning on that. It is available separately to go onto any diving system that has a corrugated hose to it. The single tank adapter in the back, extremely popular, our STA or single tank adapter. Again, as Reese said, it's a very wide system. It's an aluminum. It has our super cinch tank band to it, another handle system to it, or a tank locator at the top of it. And with the single band system to it, it's easier to get proper tank placement or proper tank height placement in relation to the bladder or the wings and plate with the single tank super cinch tank band to it. So that's just kind of a quick review of the S-Tek system, as Reese talked about this morning, just moments ago. What else? The reels, many of these products are now available at Dive Right in Scuba. There has certainly been some supply chain issues, but we're catching up quickly to get the S-Tek into Dive Right in Scuba stores. Remember that we'll have the drawing for the Mark 19 G260 carbon fiber regulator, I guess at the conclusion of this event this morning. There'll be many presentations over the next 2 days. Most of the major manufacturers are showing the newest, latest, and greatest, so stay tuned over the next 2 days to get the latest information on major manufacturers and what we're doing for the 2022 product line. ScubaPro, again, a very proud manufacturer of diving equipment. We're part of the Johnson Outdoor Group, a very proud sporting group organization. Several other brands in the Johnson Outdoor Group are Old Town Canoes, Ocean Kayaking, Eureka Tents, Minn Kota Trolling Motors, and Hummingbird Fish Locators. And ScubaPro being then the proud manufacturer of diving equipment, part of the Johnson Outdoor Group. Johnson Outdoor, based just up the road in Racine, Wisconsin. ScubaPro ships out of San Diego or in the El Cajon area of Southern California. Been making diving equipment for over 60 years, and I'm extremely proud to be working with ScubaPro and what we're doing for the diver through ScubaPro products. Questions? At the end of the presentation, we'll have a breakout session. So when you have specific questions, I'll address those in a Zoom meeting at the conclusion of this presentation in just a few minutes. What else? A couple minutes. One more new product that we're very excited about is called the Supernova. So the Supernova is going to complement our Sea-Wing Nova family. Sea-Wing Nova has been out for a number of years, and now it's time to do a new edition. So the new edition is still the paddle fin technology, the critical angle of attack for to displace water, to create lift or thrust with your fin, the marine grade bungee. One thing unique about the Supernova is it's going to be a very modular fin. And by that I mean you'll be able to add different foot pockets. There's a hinge pin in the side that is removable. So for packing purposes, your fins become very streamlined for packing for the traveling diver. Or for the traveling diver, when you go to a warm water destination, you can easily add a full foot fin pocket. A full foot fin pocket that goes into the blade. So once you have the blade, there are several options. One of them being the full foot version. There's a hinge pin that holds that in place. It is the Monprene material that ScubaPro pioneered. And I said that's in our S-Tek line. You could add am I getting that? Getting ready?
Yeah, so great presentation. Just as a reminder, guys, if you have more questions on the ScubaPro line or any of the items that you saw today or anything else, we're going to be posting a breakout link in the chat here. So you can go ahead and follow that and join into a separate Zoom meeting and watch that. But for right now, I say we give away that awesome regulator. What do you think?
I'm ready. Go, Tim.
All right. Thanks for everybody that's been watching this morning. Let's see who's walking away with an awesome regulator. All right, Mel Briscoe. Congratulations. All right, so Mel, we'll get in touch with you here and we'll get this new regulator heading your way. Eric, thanks so much. Great presentation, and thank you, Reese, as well, for telling us all about the new S-Tek line. We'll see you in the breakout room in here in just a minute, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. So next up on our list for today, we've got Matt Mulryan, and Matt's coming up here in just a second. Matt, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, Tim. How about you today?
Excellent. All right. So we have a whole bunch of folks that are ready to learn all about Henderson Wetsuits and different neoprene products. Let's go ahead and have you take it away, okay?
All right. Well, welcome everybody. As Tim said, Matt from Henderson here. Looking forward to showing you some great new products. There are great products that Henderson has in line, As we're starting to get the world back into normalcy, the new normal, people are starting to travel, people are starting to dive local, and you're going to need thermal protection with a lot of these places. Henderson has been making suits for years and years. All we do is thermal protection. We do it very, very well. Some of the items we're going to be looking at this year are going to be unique to the scuba industry. And the first one is going to be what we call our Aqualung quick dry suit. And this is going to be a 250% stretch suit, so it's very stretchy, very comfortable. With Henderson also, what we do when you're making a wetsuit, we put panels together. You can either do what's called a flat lock stitch, where you come in from the top and poke a billion little holes in the suit as you sew it together. That allows water to come into the suit. And so what Henderson does is we'll put two panels together, we'll put glue in between, and then we'll do what's called a blind stitch. And we'll literally come in from the side and stitch the two panels together, but we never penetrate the neoprene, so it makes for a drier suit. In addition to that, on the Aqualung quick dry, I don't know if you can see this very well with this or not, but we do put a bead of liquid tape over all of the seams. That's going to help to reduce any type of water flow from a gap in the glue or anything else, but it's also going to help to protect the stitching. So it's going to be a very, very dry, very warm, comfortable suit. The neoprene is only restricted in the stretch by the amount of this liquid tape. So it's not as stretchy as some of our other suits due to that, but it's going to be extremely warm and comfortable for you. Now this is going to be available in a 3, a 5, and a 7 mil suit. We do have men's and women's sizes. We go from extra small up to a triple extra large. Quite a few of the sizes do have shorts and talls with them also, so it can pretty well tailor most of the suits to fit your individual sizes as well. Now, one of the real keys to this suit is our pink inside lining. And everybody says, what the heck is going on with this? Well, this is actually a quick dry lining. This suit can be completely saturated. Let's take a quick poll here. Who enjoys getting into a cool, clammy wetsuit at the end of your surface interval for your second dive, or waking up in the morning and finding out your suit hasn't completely dried? Who enjoys getting into that suit? No, you do not. What we can do with this suit is it can be completely saturated, turn the suit inside out. Because of this quick dry yarn, it's going to be completely dry within 15 minutes. Really nice feature to have on this as well. So we do have complete lining all the way through the suits. Everywhere that the skin is in contact with the suit has quick dry lining to it. Now, one of the features we have with the 5 and 7 mils also is at the ankles and at the cuffs. I'm going to turn this inside out. We do have a neoprene chimney seal on top of here. Again, the inside is lined with the quick dry yarn, as is the inside of the sleeve. But what this is going to allow us to do is to put our glove over the top of this and then put the seal over the top of the glove, thereby restricting water flow coming into the suit. Even the water would have to come up, back down, and back up before it starts to penetrate the suit. So it's going to be an extremely warm, extremely comfortable suit. This material just feels so good on the skin. It's very soft, very supple as well. Now, because of these suits also, the whole aspect of it, the uniqueness to the industry, we have generated gloves also that are completely lined with the quick dry yarn, as well as that. So the palms have got nice texture to them. A lot of gloves also, if you go to put them on, they've got a seam that runs right through the palm, and that makes it very difficult to grip things. There is no seam in here, so you've got a real nice soft and supple glove also for you. So this is a part of the entire system that's just going to make your diving experience warmer and even more comfortable. With that in mind, we also have either a 5.3 or a 7.5 bibbed glove or bibbed hood, completely lined with the quick dry yarn. We also have liquid tape on the side of it, so when you put this on and then put your over the top of the bib, that's going to help to restrict water flow coming into the suit as well. So a really nice system on here. One thing to note is the gloves and the boots with the quick dry yarn. Since we can't turn these inside out, you may not get the same drying effect as you do the suits. do have the quick dry yarn in all of the boots as well. This does have a nice gusset to it for people who have a little bit thicker ankles, and a nice zipper, YKK zipper to it, and a Velcro tab to come over to keep everything in place once you get the boot set with it. The boot is a heavy duty sole, very soft, very durable sole. All of the boots from Henderson are going to have almost a 1/16 of an inch of a plastic puncture resistant lining put in it as well. So you're able to walk over rough coral, stones on the beach, anything else, and nothing's going to penetrate the soles of the boots. So that's going to be standard in all of the boots that Henderson does sell. So this is the Aqualung quick dry line. Very, very comfortable, very soft, available through Dive Right in Scuba. They do a nice job for us. Recently picked up the line and they're doing extremely well with it. So great suit, awesome to have. So if you're looking for a nice, dry, comfortable suit, check out Aqualung Quick Dry. One of the other suits we're looking at is going to be what's called our Talon line. And the Talon suits are replicas, or not replicas, but they're made to military specifications. Henderson does a lot of suits for the military. And the military came to us and said, we want the warmest, most comfortable, softest suit you can come up with. And we developed the DoD defense specification line, but we've made it available to the consuming public now also, called the Talon line. This is a example of the Talon line. You put this suit on, you're going to look just like that guy. These are going to be available in 3, 5s, and 7s. Biggest thing about these is that there is no inventory on these suits. What you're going to do is you would go, for instance, into Dive Right in Scuba, say, I would like a 7mm Talon suit. You would pay for the suit at the store, go online, Dive Right in Scuba would order it for you. The people out in New Jersey would hand make this suit in the United States, one of the very few suits made out in America. Depending on the backlog of how many suits and how much product is being put through the system, in as little as 2 weeks, we can have a made-to-order suit back in your hands. One of the really nice things about this also is that we can do full custom suits. We do have men's and women's sizes available in standard sizes, but we can also do full custom suits in case you fall through the gap and you don't have a specific suit in your size. Inside the suit, we do have not quick dry, but we do have what we call our fire fleece line. And this is extremely soft, very durable. The way a wetsuit primarily works is the water will get trapped in the lining. If it's the wrong size or the wrong type of product in here, the water's just going to flush through the suit and your body's going to have to reheat cold water all the time. You get cold. So the water's going to get trapped in this fire fleece. It stays against your body and it just warms you. It keeps you extremely, extremely warm. The suit itself, being a 300% stretch suit, has got crazy stretch and durability to it. We are finding that this is a very long-lasting material too. You don't have a lot of thermal compression. If you do repetitive dives, deep dives, stuff like that, we're not noticing much in the way of thermal compression with it to try and keep you warm with the suits also. With this standee, let's see if we can do this here. Somebody put somebody inside of a 3mm suit for 30 minutes in 55-degree water. And what this is showing, this is the person in the suit, but then we ran a thermal scan of it. And all of the torso, the main trunk of the body where you need most of the heat, and you start getting extremely cold if you don't have this, you would see red coming through here. Like this is the person without the suit on. There's no red coming through here. So the suit is trapping all of the heat inside the body. You're not getting cold, so you're not seeing any red spots on here of water or of heat leaking through here. Some of our unnamed competitive products, if you look at this, you do see a lot of thermal bleeding coming through the suits in a different suit. So not trying to badmouth any other manufacturer out on the line, but this is some of the warmest product, most comfortable product you're going to find out on the market. We recently fit a 6'4", 440-pound individual custom-made suit. Came in, fit him like a glove the first time out. It was absolutely amazing. Some really good stuff. Okay. Has anybody ever thought a wetsuit could help you save the planet? Not many people have. Most neoprene is made out of either petroleum or a limestone base. And when you're trying to do that, by the time you bring the oil out of the ground and refine it into a neoprene product and all of the steps that go into it, it's called a tremendous carbon footprint. You use a tremendous amount of natural resources to develop that into a wetsuit. Same with limestone. By the time you mine it, you mill it, you refine it, you send it out and turn it into it, it does take a huge amount of natural resources and energy to produce those that are non-renewable resources. So for over the last 5 years, Henderson's been trying to figure some way to come up with something a little bit different, and they came up with something that's a lot different. And this is actually called the Greenprene line. Greenprene is the world's first non-neoprene wetsuit. It is actually an insulating foam. It's made out of deproteinized natural rubber, and so it's a renewable source. It's using post-consumed oyster shells, vegetable roots, and all natural ingredients. The USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, has actually given us a 50% bio-preferred rating on this suit as a organic material, an organic opportunity to make a new wetsuit. The reason we don't have a higher rating on those is that the outer lining is 88% recycled water bottles. If you ever hear about the Great Pacific Garbage out there that's about 4 times the size of Texas, we're going to be able to mine that thing for recycled water bottles for years and years and never even make a dent in it, unfortunately. So the inside of the suit is going to be a special lining also that is going to be a fleece-like material. Kind of tough to see black on black here. But this is 88% recycled water bottle and nylon. So you've got 88% recycled water bottle and spandex on the outside, and then we've got 88% recycled water bottle and nylon on the inside. It's extremely soft, extremely comfortable. If you go to stretch this suit, again, just crazy amounts of stretch. So it's going to bounce back into shape. Being a natural material also, it's quite a bit lighter, physically lighter. If you go to lift a traditional neoprene suit and a greenprene suit, you're going to feel a tremendous weight difference. And if you smell it also, and I know people like the smell of neoprene when you walk into a dive shop, this doesn't smell like neoprene either. So it's some pretty cool stuff. We have 2 different color treatments up on the shoulders for men's. We have blue and silver and blue and green. And on the women's suits, we do have blue and green suits as well. So these will go up to a size 3X. Just really super nice product. Can't tell you enough. Just come in and get this in your hand and feel what it feels like to really get the full effect of what the material is going to be using as well. I'm seeing a couple comments on here. Love my greenprene, very comfortable wetsuit. Yeah, if anybody has any other comments like that, just let us know, because these things really have to be tried on and tested just to believe that it is a true comfortable wetsuit. Some people have asked what's going to happen if you have any type of a shellfish allergy, since we do shells in here. I've checked with several different doctors at different times. They say unless you're ingesting it, you're probably not going to have an allergic reaction to it. But what we can do is we can make a swatch of the product available for you. That way you can take it into your doctor and in a controlled environment, put it against your skin and see if there is any type of a reaction. My oldest little grandson has an allergy to eggs, and he can just hold an egg and start to have welts appear on his face and on his neck and everything else. So it's a very, very quick quick reaction to it as well. So hopefully that would eliminate any concerns you may have about that. This also might be a opportunity for people who have neoprene allergies as well. So being natural material, if you're allergic to petroleum or limestone based, this may be an opportunity for you too. Very soft, very comfortable, help you save the planet. The first non-neoprene wetsuit on the market. Insulating foam, phenomenal products. You got to check it out. Yes, the neoprene, greenprene will hold up to abrasion. Are you thinking like a Velcro tablet Jared or or a tab with Velcro, or what are you looking at? It is a Velcro resistant material. The inside of it, really, there's no way to protect fleece materials, but this is Velcro against the outside of the suit. It doesn't snag, doesn't pull, doesn't peel. Really a nice product. So. Green preen available in 3, 5s, and 7s. These will go from an extra small up to a triple extra large, from a size 4 up to a 16 in women's sizes as well. So check it out next time you're in the shop. We also have 2 different lines. One of them is called the thermoprene line. And thermoprene is our standard workhorse. This is going to be great for dive shops to have rental, or if you're an instructor that is doing a lot of repetitive dives and everything else. It's 180% stretch suit. When I first started diving, we had beaver tail suits, and you didn't have shorts and talls. If you were an extra large short and you didn't fit into an extra large, you went to a double extra large and either had water flowing through, or you went to an extra large and couldn't move. But now we've got so many different sizes and stretch and everything else with it. Quite often you can fit into a suit a size too small for you because of the amount of stretch we have coming in. The thermoprene line is 180% stretch, so it's much stretchier than what we had at the beginning when you had the beaver tails and 2-piece suits. We are now taking that to a new level with what we're calling the Thermoprene Pro line. And Pro is, again, going to be the 250% stretch, so it's going to be tremendously stretchy. It does have a micro fleece lining to it, different than what we've seen in other lines. So each one of these lines is completely unique and different, and offers specific features to meet your individual needs. So very soft, very supple. It's just like putting on a lycra skin. It is so soft and comfortable. But again, you're going to get the tremendous amount of stretch to it. We have nice geometric patterns up on top. Again, sorry, black on black is kind of tough to show through the systems here. This material is almost a rubber tape also, and so it's going to help for any abrasion from your BC strap coming over your shoulders, which is a nice feature as well. So in addition to everything we've just gone over, one of the big selling points for the Henderson line is that we will offer a 10-year warranty on suits purchased by consumers. This doesn't apply to commercial or rental or instructors who are using the suits all the time. But when you buy a suit, you go into our website, www.hendersonusa.com/warranty, and register your suit. The minute that's put in there, we give you 1 year head to toe warranty. Anything goes wrong with that suit for workmanship issues, that's not coloration from chlorine or sun or visible abuse or anything like that, the suit will be repaired or replaced, no questions asked. For 5 years, anything that goes wrong with the material of the suits, as long as it's a workmanship issue and not chlorine, not sun, not fading, not being stolen, anything else, we will cover that for you as well. Henderson suits will also cover the zipper for a total of 10 years. Anything goes wrong with the zipper during that 10-year period, send it back in. Henderson repairs or replaces it for you. All of the work will be done at our facility out in Millville, New Jersey. It's like a 2-day shipping thing. We do request if you ship the suits in, please make sure they're clean and dry. Any suits that are come in and haven't been cleaned or damp or anything like that will be shipped back out to you. But just make sure your suits are sent back into us in a good situation. I noticed a little bit of Eric's promotion for ScubaPro the last time, just a few minutes ago. We're working very, very hard, guys. We know the supply chain is just upside down right now, and you're trying to get in the water. You're trying to get cold water boots. You're trying to get suits. We are doing everything possible to try and get suits back into you. We just had a container land yesterday. We've got 2 more containers that are due in the next couple weeks. We've got about 50 more containers placed on order throughout the rest of the year. So we're doing everything we can to try and get the supply chain straightened out here. And, please bear with us. It's not just us. It's the entire industry. It's the entire world. So we're doing everything we can to try and make everything fall into place for you so you can get back out, start having some fun and go diving. So That's kind of the Reader's Digest version of Henderson right now. We will be giving away a 3 mil green preen suit. So if there's any questions anybody would like to ask, or anything else I can help you with, I'm here for you. Just let me know. Tim, are you there?
I'm here, partner. All right, so we can go through some of the questions that that came up a little bit earlier. So let's get them pulled up here. So how does the green preen compare to the Thermax?
Thermax suits are going to be the same percentage stretch. Be a different lining. Thermax is going to use the same fire Allen line. Same stretchiness, the same seals, everything else with it. Really, it's environmental aspect of it that's going to be the biggest part. The lightweight, the lack of odor to it. The durability is going to be the same after repetitive dives. I don't think you're going to see any performance improvements at all. Anybody who's interested in saving the planet, though, needs to take a look at Green Preen. It's a phenomenal line, and we're very proud to be part of helping save Mother Earth. It's the only one we've got.
Absolutely. All right, so there was another one here about green preen from Max. How does the green preen buoyancy characteristics compare to a traditional suit?
You know, in all honesty, I wouldn't change my buoyancy. I would get in the water first off and just try and find out how it does perform. I don't think you're going to see a amount of savings one way or the other, or adding any more weight to it. You know, a lot of the neoprene and insulating foam is made by how big the bubbles and how many and how big the bubbles are. So I would just start with the standard 5% of your weight, add a pound for each millimeter on, and a pound for your tank, and there. I don't think you're going to see huge amounts of differences in buoyancy.
All right, excellent. And so right kind of in line with that, Michael is asking, does the warranty cover compression?
Really, it's kind of tough to say how much the suit is actually compressing. You know, so if you're starting to get colder with the suit, it may just be an aspect of deep and repetitive, but I don't think you're going to see a lot of thermal loss suits.
Okay, excellent. And then let's see. Does the green preen come in short? So I know I get this one all the time. You know, with fit in a wetsuit, it can be so difficult. What of your which lines of your suits can we get into shorts, and some of maybe even the bigger sizes that can fit some of the folks out there?
Yeah, usually we start on our shorts from about size 6 shorts and talls to about a 14. After that, we kind of stop talls because they're start getting to 16, 20, 24s. We may not have a lot of for them, and our minimum order quantities may be so high that we may sell 2 or 3 size 24 shorts in the course of the year. We have 6-8 years worth of supply left over. So we cut off the.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Anybody else have any other questions on Henderson wetsuits? Let's see. So one of the questions from Art here, green preen didn't mention warmth and drying factors. So what kind of features are we going to see specifically with the green preen line with warmth compared to a traditional neoprene? And is it drying any quicker?
No, it's not really good at drying quicker. If you want quick dry, you'd have to go into the Aqualung quick dry. Always turn your suits inside out to get them to dry a little bit quicker. But you're still going to have the same drying capabilities or restrictions you'll have with the regular suit. Again, thermal protection is going to be about the same. A 7 mil is still going to be 7 mil, even though the material is a little bit different. It's still going to be very nice, very soft, very supple, and still provide you with the warming capability as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Art, for the question. We got a few minutes left here. Any other questions on anything Henderson? So here we go. How fast does the tail end dry? From Jennifer.
It's about the standard suit. The Aqualung Quick Dry is going to be the quickest just because of the design of the Quick Dry yarn. Talon is going to have the same fire fleece lining to it. So there is going to be water stored in the suit. So it is going to dry about the same as the standard suit. But the warmth for that suit when you're in the water is just absolutely amazing. So.
Awesome. So one of the neat things that I love about Henderson, and I don't know if everybody knows it, but is custom sizing. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Matt?
That is true. I forgot to mention we have the two different lines that can be made into full custom suits. We have the Talon suits that we did discuss. We can also do the thermoprene line, and the thermoprene is the 180% stretch suit. Quite often we can modify suits also if you need length taken off the arms or the legs, or tucked in a little bit or something like that. We can do modifications to the suits. Otherwise, with thermoprene, we can do a complete custom suit. I've got a that's got 24 different measurements from the back of your neck to the bottom of your belt line, to the back of your knees to your ankle bone. Very, very detailed, but we can perform a full custom suit for you at our facilities out in. And so just ask you to be sitting down when you get the price tag for it. It is a pricey option, but for those of you who need suits, we can do it for you. We can do it with Talon line, and we can do it with thermal.
All right, we got a question from ZJ. Do any of your suits have a waterproof zipper like some of the other semi-dries?
In our Thermoprene Pro line, we do have an 8/7 semi-dry front zip, a zippered wetsuit. Comes with an attached hood that will have a, trying to remember if it's a completely dry zipper or just a semi-dry. But it does have a flap underneath it, so it does go across the top. I'll have to get back. I don't remember if it's completely dry or a semi-dry zipper. But yes, we do have zipper, restrictive zippers, I guess would be a safe.
And I mean, you guys are doing something unique with the Aqualung series, where you can go ahead and, with your sleeves and your legs and the neck, basically put on these 3 different products, or 4 different products rather, that help keep you even drier too and warmer, making it more of a semi-dry. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, I would almost venture, even though it sounds like an oxymoron, the Aqualung could be a semi-dry wetsuit. Just with the sealing aspects and everything else with it. Quite often with the different sealing in the 5 and the 3, or the 5 and the 7, with the chimney seals, ankle seals, it's going to be a while before that water starts penetrating the suit. So the fleece is going to be, yarn is going to keep you warm. Any water that gets in there is just going to increase the warmth.
All right, Matt. So we appreciate the presentation today. You want to give away a wetsuit?
Let's do it.
All right, sounds good. Let's get it queued up here. All right, thanks for everybody entering in the raffle and watching today. We got a bunch more presentations going on. All right, Rob, congratulations. We'll be reaching out to you via email here, and we will get your size, and we'll be sending you off a new wetsuit. Thanks to Henderson and Matt.
Congratulations, Rob. Hope you enjoy your. Get in the water soon with it. Let us know what you think.
Excellent. Well, Matt, thank you so much. We're going to be seeing a little bit more of you here shortly, and we appreciate the presentation. I'm sure everybody loved learning about Henderson. If you're not familiar with it, I'll tell you, stretchiest wetsuit on the market, and that new Aqualung and the Talon are just great components and items available too.
Right. The questions.
All right, guys. Sorry, I cut you off there, Matt. No, you were all set, buddy. I'm going to get you in the staging area here. We're going to get ready for the next one. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you, everybody. Safe diving.
All right, guys. If you're just tuning in, thanks for watching. This is the Time to Dive show. We're going to have a new presentation every half hour with a vendor showing you their new kit for 2022. Raffles are going to be popping up in the link here. We're also going to do a $1,000 giveaway at the end of the day. tomorrow, after tomorrow's full day of shows, we're giving away a trip to St. Croix. So stay tuned, watch about some new gear. It's going to be awesome here. So our next presenter is, hang on just a second, we got Steve Heaton. He's going to be telling us all about PADI. So let's get Steve going here. All right, Steve, we can't see you, buddy. Let's hang out a moment here. All right. No live show goes without a little bit of technical difficulties from moment to moment, so bear with us here. Steve, if you'd like to go ahead and head out of the live stream here and then pop back in and give it another shot. All right. All right, guys, he is just coming back in now. All right, guys, so we're just hanging on here for our next presenter. We've got Steve Heaton. He's going to be showing off PADI, talking about their GoPro in different continuing education courses that they have, and a little bit of different stuff going on with what PADI's got offering this year. So just stay tuned here. All right, Steve's trying to come back in. Steve, we still can't see you, buddy. All right, let's try one more thing here.
Can you hear me?
All right, Steve, how we doing?
Oh, good. Finally.
No
All right.
worries.
Like, good grief, man.
Yeah, that's what going live and tech is all about, right? You know, there's always going to be a few hiccups along the way, but thank you for joining us. Steve, I don't want to use up any of your time here, but go ahead and take us away, buddy.
Well, good morning or good afternoon, depending on where your location is. As Tim announced, I'm Steve Heaton. I'm the regional manager in most of the landlocked states in the U.S. And today we're going to talk about becoming a PADI Pro and hopefully answer some questions and maybe give you a perspective on changing a career path or taking a look at something else to do with your time. So with that, I've got a little presentation and I'll get started. So first of all, let's go here. Give me a moment. All right. Does it say becoming a PADI Pro up there? So with that, once again, I want to start off by thanking all of you for being here. I know your time is valuable, so I'll move along here. I'm going to host you for about 30 minutes. We'll be looking at some of the career choices you can make and hopefully answer some questions and take you down a path. So also, I want to thank Mike Peterson and Dive Right In. What a great opportunity it is to reach out to you guys. So you'll see on the screen is the underwater world calling you. You're probably here because you're interested in finding out what it takes or what it takes to become a PADI Pro. You know, people are looking at a variety of things in their lives. You know, the day-to-day jobs, you know, non-traditional career paths. Maybe you've raised your family and you've been busy at a job and you're thinking, yeah, you'd really like to do something different. Maybe you're getting toward the end of a career, and you're thinking, hey, I'd like something to do with my time, maybe something part-time. So there's some opportunities out there in the dive industry that would be good for you. So we'll take you down that path and see what your interests are. This is kind of fun. This was actually a dive my wife and I did back in 2019 after Christmas. We were down in Bon Air, and it was a bait ball that was, as you can see, it's pretty shallow water. I think it might have been 8 feet deep. But through that, I think a lot of us, whether you're just beginning diving or you've been at it a while and have some experiences to share, but I think at the end of the day, we all have these stories to tell. And with that, then there's the career path options. So for me, I started diving over 35 years ago. And if you told me that I would have had a job in the industry 35 years ago, I had another career. Life happened. I had a family, got married and had a family, and proceeded. But I became a scuba instructor. And through that, it's led me down a path where I've got to introduce people from everything from taking their first breath on scuba to, as you see in this picture, these people became instructors just last September. So it's a pretty cool pathway, and it's provided a lot of enjoyment, a lot of enrichment in my life, and I've gotten to share that with a lot of other people. So it's a pretty cool experience. What we're going to cover really is transforming your lifestyle, and that's a pretty broad statement, but that's a big part of this. Why teach PADI? PADI is the largest training organization in the world, and there's some really cool aspects to it. We'll talk about the benefits of becoming a PADI Pro. We'll head down your career path and talk about options there. Obviously, there's some opportunities, not just locally, but around the world. When you talk to people and they say, hey, we're living the dream, what does that mean exactly? So, and then at the end, we'll have a breakout room where we can ask some questions. We're also going to give away a few things today. So there's a few classes. We'll give away some enriched air classes. And at the end, a Dive Master crew pack. So there's some cool things. So stick around. At the end of the day, you go to work every day, you come home, what do you like to do? Well, I think a lot of us, traveling is cool, especially with COVID loosening up. Travel's becoming more available. And I think people are out there, looking for opportunities to see what's going on globally. We also want to make a difference, save the ocean. We just announced, it came out on the Dive Newswire yesterday, that PADI is partnered with an agency called, with Sea Legacy. That's it. We partnered with Sea Legacy, and we've made a commitment to protect 30% of the oceans by 2030. A pretty lofty goal, but that's part of what we do. We're out there trying to protect the environment that we enjoy so much. Also, a good opportunity to stay fit and healthy. Opportunities for career progression. And I'd say I'm a dive master. I'm an instructor. I'm a course director. I can take people all the way from leading a dive, and as I said earlier, experience those first breaths underwater, all the way through making a career choice. Another aspect of it is working outside in nature. Obviously, our environment involves that. Flexible working hours. For those of you that shun away from the 9 to 5, you can teach scuba virtually any hour of the day. At the end of it, we always look at how we change people's lives. And I think most of you have had that experience and seen that. Also, one of the big benefits is you dive like a pro. It's good to look good doing what you do, right? We talk about living the dream, and then why teach PADI? From the standpoint of a career development, as with any career, there's professional development. And that's what's the pathway to success. PADI provides an in-depth instructor development system and prepares you to reach higher levels and shape the next generation. You can choose how to build that path and how to share your passion. As a PADI professional, you can live a life in which others only dream of. Whether you work in a local dive shop, whether you decide to go to work in a resort, a livable dive boat, a liveaboard dive boat. And I mean, it could be a resort, it could be the Maldives, it could be Mexico. There's so many places in the world that are open to you. And on the pathway to becoming a PADI professional, you'll train with experienced and dedicated dive educators and discover a career that allows you to transform lives and share incredible underwater adventures. Many people simply want to become dive masters. That's the entry professional level. And even at that level, it gives you an opportunity to improve your skills and work among professionals in the industry. So that's a pretty cool opportunity. You'll be the best. PADI professionals are the most sought after around the world because they're held to the highest standards of training in the dive industry. We're proud of that. And as a global leader, we want to uphold that. The cool part is you can live anywhere. More than 6,600 PADI dive shops issuing more than 1 million certifications each year. You'll find opportunities in every corner of the globe. Love your job anywhere you've ever dreamed of living. I just had a note come across my desk a couple days ago. They're looking for a manager for a shop in Kauai. So dive professionals, actually right now there's all over the country, but all over the world, they're looking for dive professionals. So a great opportunity and great time to be looking at a career path here. What are your next steps? I'll go through this quickly. I'm not sure what everybody's level is, but you start off obviously as an open water diver. So you've got, you learn the foundational skills, you get a perspective of what is in the marine environment. You learn that look but don't touch attitude. You become part of the community. So you get to learn a lot about it. And then, of course, you get that whole falling in love with the waterways things. So I think most of us experience that early on. Your next step is to become that advanced open water diver. So as an open water diver, that card entitles you to dive anywhere on the globe. However, you may find you go on a night dive somewhere. They're going to ask you for night experience or certification. So if you have that, they'll let you go on the dive. If you're going on a deep dive, we'll say go to Key Largo, dive the Spiegel Grove. They're going to want to know if you've got deep experience and a little more experience. An advanced open water card will allow that, and as well as deep experience. So you become more confident. You get to go on new adventures. Actually discover some of the things maybe you'll become interested in later. Maybe a wreck dive, maybe search and recovery, maybe night diving. And at that point, you advance your dive skills and knowledge. Then the next step is probably the most rewarding class you can take, and that's the rescue diver course. We use the line serious fun, but you learn to manage dive incidents and anticipate emergencies before they happen, as well as respond if something does come up. You also become a better dive buddy, and we always tell open water divers they want to go at least as far as rescue, because at that point they become good dive buddies. It also challenges you because there's skills involved. There's thinking, strategy involved. It's making use of your resources. It's thinking out of the box. It's learning that there's more than one way to accomplish a task. So there's some cool things there. There's also the self-rescue aspect of it. It's recognizing and managing stress in other divers, emergency management and equipment, rescuing panic divers, and rescuing unresponsive divers. So there's a variety of scenarios, and you'll practice some of them in a confined water, so it's a more pristine environment, and then you'll take them to your local environment, your local open water environment, to do them as well. The next step. It's the first professional level. You gain all kinds of knowledge. You'll gain knowledge of dive theory. You'll also develop supervision abilities. And what it takes to become a role model. You'll develop role model skills and performance to become a leader. And you'll also understand some of the benefits and some of the aspects of being a good mentor and leader. I think probably most of us will say at the end of it, it was the first opportunity we had to work on our skills and develop them and become a little better acclimated with our dive skills. So that was probably the most beneficial aspect of it. At the end of the day, you can choose to go down a career path that takes you as a professional. So you can actually work as a dive master. You could work locally at the store and work with teaching classes and work with classes, help with problem solving in the pool, and also in the open water environment. So there's some cool aspects of it. I think the best part of it, and I think most of us will agree, the best part of it is getting to work with other divers and getting to know people. So lots of peripheral advantages. When you're all done with becoming a dive master, you may choose to go on and become an assistant instructor or open water scuba instructor. At that point, that's a big step. It's a comprehensive program. Cool part at Dive Right In is they not only teach, they can teach you to become an assistant instructor or open water scuba instructor, but the avenues to get in there are very good. If you're a veteran, Dive Right In is VA approved, so you can use your VA benefits to become an instructor through Dive Right In, and they do a full, not just open water scuba instructor, but they'll actually do some career development for you so that after you leave Dive Right In, you'll be on a career path that if you want to work locally, that's great, but you can virtually go anywhere in the world and you'll be recognized, and it'll give you a leg up on an average candidate. So it's a two-part program to become an open water scuba instructor. You start out as you take the assistant instructor course, which typically takes about 3 to 4 days. And then you take the OWSI or Open Water Scuba Instructor program. Throughout the course of that, you'll learn, if you're not already a public speaker, you'll develop some of those skills. You'll learn the theory behind teaching and how we do it, how we mentor. It's all about positive reinforcement, and the old military style of teaching scuba has been gone for years. So we're very positive and very uplifting in how we teach. Obviously, getting people in the water is the first step to becoming a scuba instructor. So that's a cool thing. But then you want to become a specialty instructor so you can teach night diving or wreck diving. I say wreck diving, I'm thinking of Chris Lowe at Dive Right In. His passion is teaching wrecks. And guess what? You've got the Great Lakes right there with more wrecks than any of us could dive in a lifetime. So more opportunities locally than you could shake a stick at. Master Scuba Diver Trainer is the next level. You can become an IDC staff instructor, which gives you a kind of an upper hand. It allows you not only to go back through what you did as an open water scuba instructor, but it teaches you more of the counseling methods, and you can assist a course director in teaching. So there's some cool things there that actually takes you to train at the pro level. So a very cool thing. And for a lot of people, it's kind of the instructor's refresher course. After you've been teaching a while, it's good to go on and do your IDC staff, because at that level, you kind of pick up on more of the in-depth and details of teaching, not only teaching students, but teaching staff. Then you go on master instructors, probably the most respected most respected pro level you can reach. And obviously the pinnacle is course director. And at that point, you can teach people to teach people. So how's that sound? Teach people to teach people scuba. Pretty cool position to have. And on that level, you have Patrick Hammer at Dive Right In. Patrick is a platinum course director, and enthusiastic doesn't quite using the word enthusiastic for Patrick understates it. That man has more drive and passion for teaching scuba, and can't wait to keep doing it. And he's been doing it for years. So he's a great example of what you can become. Why become an OWSI? I think a lot of us got into diving and realized how much we loved it. Well, what happens after that? Well, you can't help but talk about it. While you talk about it, you start sharing it with your friends. Another cool part is you can get paid for it. So how about that? Do something you love and get paid for it. You can do it anywhere in the world. So you can do it in Chicago. You can do it in the Midwest. You can do it in the Caribbean. You can do it in Florida, California, virtually all over. You expand your network of dive friends. Today, we have friends all over the world that we talk to about scuba, which also opens the door to, so when you travel, you'll have a network already there to dive with. So you have buddies everywhere. Be an ambassador for the aquatic world. That's not an idle statement. As an instructor, you get to stand up at a podium and be able to tell people about the benefits of taking care of the underwater world. So, and the last statement here is open the door to the most extraordinary life. As I pointed out earlier, I've been involved in scuba for over 30 years. I've been an instructor for over 30 years. I can't tell you that, the memories, the people, the places it's taken me, and obviously the opportunity to work in a wonderful industry for an incredible company. So to be at this after all these years and still think, I still love to share that moment of introducing somebody to scuba, and to be able to shake an instructor's hand the minute he's finished with his instructor exam. All of them just great moments in life. So look forward to seeing you guys and sharing some of those memories with you. The instructor development course it's typically, as I pointed out, it's about depending on how you take it, it's usually about an 8 to 10 day course total. Now, sometimes you can do it for those of you that work and have day jobs. It's something that they set up a program that maybe it's just weekends only. Maybe it's a combination of evenings and weekends, or maybe it's a straight through program where you take about a week and run through it. So there's a lot of different ways to approach it, and they can customize that onto your schedule, but there's usually some flexibility with it. It gives you the knowledge and skills, and then leads you down the pathway to at the end of the day, you can go to the exam and become. It's done by an independent examiner, and you're quizzed on knowledge and skills, dive theory. You'll do a classroom presentation, confined water, and an open water teaching presentation. And your organization and management skills will be put to the test. Obviously, diving skills, and at the end of it, you'll do a rescue scenario. So pretty cool. At the end of the day, figure out when and where you want to do it. I told you probably 8 to 10 days, depending on what program you take. And reach out to Patrick or Chris or anybody at Dive Right In, and they can give you some more details on it. Also, we'll have a question and answer session at the end of this. We'll have a breakout room, which you'll be able to ask questions. All right. At the end of that, look what happens. I think that's Patrick in the water with some of his candidates. And I think he's guiding somebody on a underwater navigation without a mask on. So how do you like that? As I brought up earlier, I think Dive Right In is a career development center, which means they can take you from that first breath of scuba all the way through a scuba instructor, and they'll have you set when you leave on a career path. So there's a widely recognized program, very few CDCs. It's the only CDC in the Midwest. So great destination for diving and becoming a pro. All right, use this at the end of the day. If you don't like the idea of being stuck in one place, you need a qualification that can travel with you. How about becoming a scuba instructor? We're accepted in over 180 countries. You can earn money and explore the planet. You can get trained in your local area. You can become a PADI dive master or instructor. You could be a dive shop owner or manager. You could become a boat captain, underwater photographer or videographer, underwater stunt double for televisions and movies, marine biologists, public safety divers, underwater conservationists, or an underwater model. So if those piqued your interest, you're in the right place. I'll go back to our numbers, over 6,600 PADI dive centers and resorts all over the world. We're in 186 countries. So we're out there everywhere you look. I think an important aspect of this is that whether or not you're looking for part-time or full-time, There's opportunity there. In this part of the world, most people are part-time scuba instructors, so they have day jobs. They go on about their lives, and it's something that they do on evenings and weekends. It's extremely rewarding, and who knows where it can lead you. There's international dive resorts, so all over the globe, there's places that if your love of diving takes you to Thailand or takes you to the Maldives or the Caribbean. Cruise ships are a great way to spend some time diving and get a lot of travel in. There's live aboard boats. What a luxury life that is, and teach and work in the industry. You can work retail within a domestic dive center or resort. And with time and experience, you could own your own business or work for PADI, which is, what a goal that was. Once again, if I'd had a crystal ball a few years ago and thought I'd be working for PADI someday, I would have never guessed it. So here I am living the dream and employed by PADI. So it's a pretty cool gig. All right, with that, I'm going to wrap it up. I'll say thank you to all of you for coming. I think we've got some drawings. Is that right, Tim?
We sure do, Steve.
All right. How'd I do for time? Not too bad.
Time is great.
All right.
All right, guys. So thanks for everybody that's went ahead and thrown their name in the raffle. Again, those are in the comments. You can just click them throughout any of these 30-minute sessions, pop in your information, and then you'll be good to go. And congrats, Rob, on the last win for that wetsuit. That was pretty cool. All right, guys. So let's get this pulled up. What are we raffling away first there, Steve?
How about an enriched air code?
All right. Enriched air code. James, good job on that win. All you had to do was just show up, watch, learn, have fun. That's what it's all about. We got another code to give away. Which one should we do next, Steve?
What? Do another enriched air. That one went well, right?
All right, let's do another enriched air. All right, Tyler Johnson. We'll be getting in touch with you guys and getting you set up with some codes here. And we got one more, the big one.
All right. How about a Dive Master Crew Pack?
All right, Dive Master Crew Pack. Starting your next job right here. Gary Conaway. Excellent, Gary. All right. Steve, thanks so much for the presentation. I'm taking down all the names, and we'll message everybody, and we'll get them all their new goodies of materials and get them in.
Thank you,
some
Tim.
programs.
Did you get me a link for a breakout?
Yeah. So, guys, Steve's going to be available if anybody wants to discuss anything PADI, whether you want to cross over, whether you want to start your path, down the pro level, or just work on some of your own skills. Steve's going to be available for us here. You'll see that pop up in the comments here momentarily. Just give me a moment here on that, Steve, okay?
Got it. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. All right, guys. Thanks again for watching the Time to Dive show. So, yeah, pretty awesome. We get some hiccups here and there with the technology, but we make it through. And it's great seeing everybody here throughout all the different platforms. Next up, we've got one of my favorite brands. We've got Divesoft. So let's get things rolling here. All right, Joe, how we doing today?
Hey, Tim, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfect.
Okay, great. Good. That's good. We were able to get everything to work. Hopefully I'm in the shot all right.
Yeah, you look great.
Good. All right. Well, yeah, it's been a great show so far. So you guys have had some really awesome presentations. And so, yeah, I'm ready to dive in.
Let's do it. I'll let you take it away, okay?
Okay, great. Well, it's good to be seeing everyone. If this is the first Time to Dive show that you've joined us on, my name is Joe, by the way, and welcome to our Divesoft digital booth. we're going to be, you can see I have a lot of products that we're going to be talking about. And so we're going to kind of just run through our general line of our equipment. And then we've actually updated a lot of some of our other products, and we've kind of made some new tweaks to some new things. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see a lot of your comments or questions that you have, but hopefully Tim will kind of shoot those over to me afterwards. So great. Well, first thing that we're going to talk about, you can see I have a big assortment of all our equipment here. But the first thing I want to talk about to you guys is our Freedom Dive computers. Our Freedom computer, it's a fantastic tool because it's able to grow with you as you grow in your technical diving. And I may move a little bit over just to get a little bit closer to you guys so you can kind of see everything really well. So we have our Freedom Dive computers, which it's firmware upgradable. You can buy into it at the advanced bottom timer level. And then if you're starting nitrox diving, as you progress in your diving, you can upgrade it into nitrox mode. And then if you start using trimix, you start getting into technical diving, you can also upgrade it into the trimix level all the way to a standalone CCR computer, which is really, really handy. It can also be used as an analyzer as well. We also sell an attachment that attaches to the computer, and it can work as a nitrox analyzer, and it can grow with you like we said before. It's made out of an aluminum body. It's got 2 push buttons, which is really great when cold water diving. You've got that feedback of actually pushing a button when you're wearing really thick gloves. So I always use it as my backup computer, even to my Liberty rebreather here. So, but that's, the upgradability is one of the best things about it. And also in the dive mode, which I kind of jumped it in, I'm not sure if you guys can really see it very clearly, but you have multiple screens that you can you can move about. You even have this, I like to kind of jokingly call it the old man screen, because it's just in big letters. It's really easy to see in really low visibility environments. And then it's just nice and clear. There's a lithium ion battery. It's rechargeable. Like I said before, firmware is upgradable. You can download your logs. We also even have a software, or it's not a software, it's a website called wetnotes.com, where you can actually upload your dives to WetNotes. And there you can see your dives, you can store your dives, and you can kind of go over the details of your dives there. So, but this is the Divesoft Freedom computer. And so let's move on to some of our other tools that we have up here. I'm going to have that just going through a dive. We have one of my favorite tools that I always use in the caves, and even when we're doing some drift diving on the wrecks here in South Florida. We have the primary reel. It's a side handle type reel and it has a locking screw on top, and then the line comes out. It can either come in 150 meters or 200 meters lines. I've made a separate video that's on YouTube about our primary reels, but it's a great tool. It's really tough. The handle is made of marine grade aluminum, and then it's also expandable. So you have a couple of screws here. You're able to take it apart. You can reset kind of that center piece, and you can be able to fit more line, which is really great for kind of making adjustments. I want to add more line to my reels, or if I want to add less line to my reels. So, but this is a Divesoft primary reel. We also have our safety spool, which is really, it's super slim. It fits in my Drysuit pockets. I'm able to keep it on my pockets on all my dives, and I don't even notice that I have it. It's made of super strong high tensile line that is able to work really great for deploying SMBs, or while I'm drifting, or in the finger hole is big enough that I can fit my fingers through with gloves on. But it's able to work out really well for me, and I carry it on all my dives because of that slim profile. All right, so now we're going to kind of get into our kind of our gas blending. We also have our tried and true, our silencer. I think every diver should have at least 2 of these in their Save a Dive kit. Really great tool. so I can bleed down the cylinders and it's not going to be, hurting my ears. It's not going to be super duper loud. And then we have our professional flow limiter here. This guy is an excellent tool that's really great for all of our analyzers. I always recommend it for our analyzers as well because I can screw the professional flow limiter into the cylinder valve and I'm able to quickly analyze my gases to my analyzer. So that's going to bring us to one of our new products from this year is the Divesoft Solo 02. So Solo, it's just like our, is it like our Solo analyzer from last year? No, it's not. It's simply just a nitrox analyzer. So what we did was we removed the helium, the helium sensor inside. So it's just an oxygen sensor in here. And it just works for nitrox analysis, which is, sometimes or for a while, that's all really what a lot of divers are using. Just if you're just nitrox diving or if you want to analyze oxygen, it works out really, really well. What's a little bit different about this guy? So we added a couple of new screens, a little bit of a different firmware. You can see here, I can see my analysis in big font. And I'm actually able to see my maximum operating depth. I'm able to see my PO2 right here. And then I go to a second screen and I can actually see what my PO2 and my maximum operating depths are at different depths. So it gives me a lot of different informations, depending on if I'm using this gas, if I want to know what my PO2 is at 1.6, or if I want to know what my PO2 is at 1.2. So that's really, really handy. I don't have to cycle through anything. I don't have to bust out my calculator or, do any calculations, which, makes it really fast, simple, great for analyzing and labeling my cylinders. So a lot of you guys, if you guys have used our Solo before in the past, we have the flow limiter that comes with it. But now we actually have, let's see, it's a little hard with the background, but we have a new flow limiter that makes it easier to make a good seal up against that cylinder face. So this guy comes with the Solo 02 and it screws right in and it makes analysis nice and easy and very fast. So, and surprise, surprise, just like our Freedom is upgradable, the Solo 02 is actually upgradable as well. You can see this guy's got the green lettering. We will actually, if you want to, you can upgrade the Solo 02 to the Solo Trimix Analyzer. So you'll send it to us and you can upgrade it so that then you can go right to our fantastic Solo Analyzer. This guy has our solid state helium sensor inside. I'm not sure if you guys can hear the clicking, but that's the helium analyzer working inside. I'll turn that quiet. There we go. And you can see that this guy is going to work firmware-wise. It's going to work a lot very similarly to our Sepblender Max, our analyzer HE02. So, but what's the difference between these two analyzers? This analyzer is it's in a palm plastic body. It's very, very lightweight. So it's designed for traveling. It comes in this lightweight case to make for travel easy. So it's really, really good for the diver that's out in the field, that's traveling a lot. They just want a Trimix analyzer that they know that the sensor's good and they know that it'll be able to, they'll analyze their own cylinders easily as possible. They don't have to depend on a dive shop or they don't have to depend on somebody else to have that analyzer. Firmware wise, it's the exact same as our other Trimix analyzers, just lightweight. Also uses a USB-C connector for charging. So sometimes I don't have my charger with me for whatnot, so I can use that common USB-C to charge the battery on my Solo. Here, just like the other analyzer, it displays my maximum operating depth. It displays my PO2. It also displays my equivalent narcotic depth, which is really important for Trimix diving, so that making sure that we're getting a really good mix and we're getting the best mix for the depth that we're going to be diving with. So, and we also have the time and date for our labeling, which is so. we're trying to make it as easy as possible for divers to get all the information that they need on their screen so that they can label their cylinders with everything that they need. So always want to be encouraging people to analyze their gas and label their cylinders as much as possible. So this is our Divesoft Solo Analyzer. And then third, what we're going to be what I have here, I'm going to talk about this entire kit. So this is the Analyzer HE02. This guy is part of our Set Blender Max kit. This is our new kit. We used to have black cases. Now we went to red. We like the Divesoft red. It looks a lot sharper. It, like you saw before in the Solo, we have the 3 different screens. And but what works really well is that we can use the analyzer for continual gas blending. For blending mixes, we can do our calculations on this analyzer as well as on the Solo as well. But this guy has an all aluminum body. It's heavy duty. It's has a little bit more weight to it. And then on the kit, it also comes with the voltmeter and an ohm reader that installs on the top of the analyzer. So you have this connection piece right here on top. And then we have our original simple flow limiter. And we have our connectors. So this is our gas tubes, our silicone gas tubes. They connect to the top of the analyzer. So it's important. So this is what will connect to the professional flow limiter and, for your cylinder, for your analysis. So all these pieces are designed to work together. So you kind of have a complete ecosystem for your gas analysis. Also, so inside you have the galvanic oxygen sensor of the analyzer. This guy, it's a little bit more difficult to change the sensor in here. There's 3 screws that are on top, and then you have 2 hex screws inside. You have to open it, and then you can remove the sensor. On the Solo, it's a little bit easier. On the Solo, you're able to remove the sensor with the single screw here. You have the lid, and the oxygen sensor just is nestled right in here. So you don't need 2 different tools like you do on the Set Blender Max. You just need 1 Phillips head screwdriver. So just to do a quick recap of the analyzers that we have here, we have our Analyzer HE02, our Set Blender Max. The Set Blender Max is this entire kit. And then we have our Solo Analyzer, which is the Palm Lightweight Trimix Analyzer. And then our new product for this year, on top of a couple of other new products that I'm going to show you guys, is our Solo O2, which is also upgradable to the Trimix Analyzer, Trimix Solo Analyzer. So this guy is just a nitrox analyzer. All it has is an oxygen sensor inside. It has the firmware for new screens that are just new tools for gas analysis. All right, and those are our 3 analyzers in our lineup. Next, what I'm going to talk about now is our bailout valve. So what is the bailout valve? So the bailout valve is for rebreathers. It's essentially a second stage attached to a mouthpiece here, so that in an emergency, if you're diving on your rebreather and you need to close the loop of the rebreather, you close the loop, and then you're on a second stage. So it's an Apex XT second stage. What's so great about the Divesoft BOV is that it can come with an integrated built-in automatic diluent valve, and you can have the connections for your manual addition valves for your oxygen and your diluent gas. So for those of you guys that are diving on different types of rebreathers, we actually have a variety of different sizes that can fit for different rebreathers. So for the full lineup, you can get a bailout valve that has the automatic diluent valve built into the mouthpiece. And you also have the levers that you can add gas, you can add oxygen, or you can add diluent gas right here at your mouth. It's an exceptional tool because sometimes we'll have other pieces, other buttons that are kind of laying around on top of our body. This guy allows it to be right at your mouth. You can actually reach it with one hand. And if you find your mouth, you can find your ad valves. And the BOV is an exceptional safety tool for getting to open circuit gas as quickly as possible. I really recommend it for all rebreathers, so that they should all be fitted with a bailout valve. So this is the Divesoft BOV. I've had mine since the beginning, and I dive it almost on every dive. The only unit that I don't dive it on is on my side mount unit. So on our website, we have all the different diameters and the different sizes that we have for these nipple pieces that can go through the corrugated hose for the different rebreathers, since different rebreathers use different sizes of corrugated hoses on the unit. So this is the Divesoft BOV. All right. Now, finally, kind of different than what we talked about last year, we're going to add on here is our Liberty rebreather. So for those of you that are thinking about kind of getting into advanced technical diving, we have our Liberty rebreather, and we're going to talk a little bit about it. In the past couple years, we've come up with a variety of different configurations for the Liberty rebreather. We still have the same head. It's kind of, the head is from here and up. What this head is, this is a fully electronic closed circuit rebreather that has two motherboards located inside the head. So inside the head, we have two control units. We have two oxygen solenoids, two helium sensors. We have the same solid state sensors that are located in our analyzers, two batteries, 4 oxygen cells, and 2 pressure sensors inside the head. A lot of the philosophy of the Liberty rebreather was built around two things: redundancy and work of breathing. So the unit was also designed to be able to be configured from all the way from this classic back mount unit to this side mount unit to our lightweight travel unit and to the new Liberty Heavy, which it's kind of an open concept platform that you can configure it in a variety of different ways. But with all those different configurations, it's really at heart the same rebreather because it never changes the electronics. So this unit right here is our back mount unit, or back mount counterlung unit. You can see it's designed for me to have a clear chest, and the counterlungs are actually on my back, but they're located very close to where my actual lungs are, so it really maximizes the work of breathing. Stainless steel backplate, and it also, our units come with the stainless steel stand. It can either be in stainless steel or it can be in titanium. Ooh, my throat's getting a little dry. Sorry, guys. So we talked about earlier that the bailout valve has a built-in automatic diluent valve inside. So what that does is that diluent valve makes sure that the volume in the loop that you're able to breathe from it. Here I have a T-piece membrane ADV. So this guy is another style of using a diluent valve inside the breathing loop. So this is my BOV right here. I know it's a little hard to see, but we have our new optical display adapter on here. So this is the the OTA. It basically works as a proper heads-up display. So it gives me all of my display information that I would see on my handsets. I see my partial pressure of oxygen, I see my cylinder pressures, and I also see my decompression limits. So the Liberty is really designed for divers wanting to really get the maximum, really reach the maximum limits of their diving. And also, it's not a rebreather that's too advanced at all. It's a unit that's able to work really, really well with the user at deep depths or even in shallow depths. we've done work here in like shallow rivers, and the unit performs very, very well. So we talked about the inside of the head. So now outside of the unit, all units, when they come with 2 handsets. So oftentimes we like to call these controllers. The controllers are actually located in the head of the unit. Those are going to be what you call the rebreather's brains. And these are just handsets that are just displays. They're actually very similar in size to the Freedom computer, but they're a little bit slimmer. But these are my 2 handsets. So here I can make a lot of my adjustments. And then I have my heads-up display. Before we had an LED heads-up display. Now we have the optical display apparatus that's adjustable, or the ODA. And you can see it works. So I actually have 4 displays on my rebreather to tell me if there's any problems. I also have a buddy light that's located on the top of the head that essentially will just tell my buddy if there's a problem or if everything's good. It gives me a bright green light. And so we even have a buddy display, a buddy light here on the back of the ODA itself. So the unit is designed to be fully capable and to have all of the safety features as you would on a truly redundant rebreather. Also, kind of one of my favorite things about the Liberty is how easy it is to build. We can see here we have the really robust stand, very, very steady. And then I have our first stages are actually mounted directly to the backplate themselves. So it's always going to be very easy to build. Everything's going to be the same way every time as I follow my checklist. All right. And that's kind of a little bit of view of the Liberty rebreather. And now we have the Liberty side mount rebreather. Now, so what makes this Liberty rebreather a little bit more unique than the other side mount rebreathers that are out on the market is that we have a fully independent system on here. Here I have my oxygen, I have my diluent, I have my 6-liter counter lungs, I have my ADV, and I have my manual add valves located right here at my mouth. And I still have my redundant computers located here at the head. I can use 2 handsets, or I can just use 1 handset if I choose to. And then something that I didn't mention was actually the kind of scrubber that's on this thing. So this scrubber is a standard scrubber. It's about 5.5 pounds. This unit can actually have a 7.7 pound scrubber. So that's the chemical scrubber that's doing the work of removing the carbon dioxide. And I can actually use this 7-pound scrubber with this side mount rebreather. It's just going to change a little bit of the buoyancy characteristics, but it's no problem at all. The unit is neutral in the water. And so this system is just designed to be true side mount with 2 bolt snaps in the mouthpiece. So I can remove it underwater. I can replace it underwater. It's completely independent. If I even choose to, I can remove it and I can hand it to a buddy and they can take it. So it's a completely independent system, which if you know anything about the history of side mount rebreathers, it's a really great thing to be able to do that finally. So, all right. Okay. So I think we're doing all right on time. If you guys have any other questions or any other details, we can talk a little bit more about the Solo O2.
Oops.
What do you think, Tim?
Everything's looking great. Let's do a little Q&A. Does anybody have any questions on anything Divesoft?
Anyone say hi to Dee?
Where do they pick up a Dee? That's what I want to know.
That's right. Yeah, everybody wants to hang out with Dee. But yeah, hopefully we're shooting this year or this summer to be coming out and visiting you guys out at Kankakee Quarry.
Oh, awesome! Doing another rebreather demo and awesome.
Yeah, we're going to be demoing our rebreathers. We're going to be showing off our Freedom computers and our analyzers, and we're going to have lots of products out there for you guys to get your hands on them and see how they work.
Awesome. Yeah, Kevin was just asking, do you guys still do demo dives at a pool like you did before COVID?
Yeah, we've actually in the past 2 years we've actually have done quite a lot of demos. The last demo we did was out in Las Vegas at DEMA last year. So, and then this year we're going to be doing a Northeast demo road trip, and so that'll be over the summer. And then for DEMA in Orlando this year, we'll probably have another demo either before or after DEMA itself. So we're always doing demos. So we love showing off our products, and we love getting people's hands-ons on the equipment.
Yeah, and so guys are already asking, when's the demo at Hague?
Yeah, I think once we kind of get that schedule, then we'll announce it, right, Tim?
All right, cool. Sounds good. I mean, we're in. You know that. We love having you guys out. We'll definitely be there to help out and test out the units ourselves too. So
exactly, great. Hopefully, it'll be a little bit warmer than it was last time.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good one from Craig. So you mentioned something that I didn't. Super cool idea, being able to take the Solo O2 and upgrade it. What do you guys have a price on that upgrade?
I'm not 100% sure. I know that was definitely the intention of the Solo O2, because it's just, you can see the body shape are quite similar, and so it's really just being able to install the panel that holds the solid state helium sensor inside. So once we get a price point on that, we'll definitely let you know, and you guys can announce it. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, another question about demos. Yeah, testing them in the pool. Are you guys doing that down there in Florida yet, or?
Yeah, I've been doing demos in the pool the last couple of years, and we actually have a demo set up at Blue Grotto at the end of this month. So
awesome. So if anybody's in Florida, go check them out.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just reach out to us on Facebook or social media. Just like what we've always been trying to, communicate with you guys online through our social media outlets.
All right, we got one more question here from Matt. Can you say again how long the emergency spool is?
The the emergency spool is actually 90 meters, so quite long. Let's see, I've got bungee on mine, so you can, it's kind of hard to tell, but it's a very, very thin line. So we're able to pack quite a lot on this narrow spool. So, but it's about 90 meters.
Awesome. Excellent. All right. So Joe, we appreciate you as always. We're going to have a breakout room for you guys. So if anybody wants to dive in depth more on the Liberty or any of the analyzers or anything, that's definitely the time to do so. But this is always my favorite time. I think it's yours too. You want to give something away?
Yeah, definitely. I think we got a raffle for you.
All right. What are we raffling off today?
We have the Solo O2.
All right. Someone is walking away with a new analyzer. Guys, thanks for everybody that's been watching. All right, Ted.
All right.
Congratulations. Ted. All right, we'll be reaching out to you and getting that Solo over to you.
All right, congrats, Ted.
Awesome, Joe. Well, thanks so much. I'll have the breakout room link here posted shortly, and we can get you in there and answer anybody's questions, okay?
Awesome. Sounds good. And thanks a lot to you, Tim, and thanks a lot to Dive Rite and Scuba for hosting this show.
Yep, we love doing it. We love seeing what everybody has new to offer, and I'll tell you, we're always learning, and I'm sure everybody that's watching is learning as well, so we appreciate you.
All right, thanks.
All right, guys. So thanks for watching the Time to Dive show. This is going on for several hours more. So if you've been watching since the morning, we appreciate you. We're doing a big giveaway today, $1,000 shopping spree. So for everybody that's entered into the raffle, all of those raffle entries are going to get tallied up at the end of the day and thrown into the really big raffle for that $1,000 giveaway. Tomorrow, we're doing the same thing all day. And then we're also giving away a trip to St. Croix. So hopefully you can be that winner and get out of the cold if you are, and go enjoy it. But I'm very excited for our next guest. We got Nick Hollis. And Nick, let's get you pulled up here, buddy. All right.
Hey, everybody.
How's it going?
Good. How about you, Tim?
Excellent. So what are we going to be talking about today? What are we learning from Oceanic and Hollis?
Today we're talking about Oceanic, a few new products, and really kind of focusing also on Oceanic's 50th anniversary. And I want to show you guys a number of new slides for that and talk about a whole bunch of giveaways we're doing this year and a whole bunch of really cool stuff. So
Awesome.
with that said, everyone, thanks for joining us. I am Nick Hollis, brand manager for Oceanic. Really appreciate you guys joining us today and tuning in. And we got a lot of exciting stuff to talk about, a bunch of cool giveaways. And I hope you guys stick around because at the end, we're going to cover the prizes and a QR code to enter that sweepstakes drawing. So with that, let's get started. And first up is a quick video running through the history of Oceanic back to 1950. So I'm going to try and switch screens here. See if I can do that. There we go. Okay. And that video should be coming up here shortly. There we go. And Tim, let me know if you can't hear the audio here. Okay. Well, I hope you guys were able to get some audio there. So I know sometimes with these videos it doesn't really come through, but to celebrate our 50 years as dive pioneers, that was the kickoff video. You know, we showed you guys that. And this campaign is going to be featured throughout the years. We roll out new products and market directly to you guys through packaging, web, social media, and of course, a lot of really cool products that we're launching and some really awesome giveaways. But first, going way back to even before Oceanic was started, our founder, my dad, Bob Hollis, was a photographic innovator, building underwater strobes and camera housings back into the 1960s before Oceanic. And just after founding Oceanic in 1972, Bob helped organize the first saturation dive on the Andrea Doria with the goal to recover the purser safe. Here's a couple of pictures from that first trip that they did. They were living on the wreck for up to 6 days at a time and really pushing the boundaries at that time. His passion for innovation and exploration is what really started Oceanic. And although Oceanic started with innovative and well-known photographic equipment, breathing apparatus quickly followed with products like the Omega, shown in the middle picture there, and then dive instrumentation with the Datamax on the right side. And we've had a lot of firsts: the dry snorkel, digital computers, wireless heads-up masks, and quite a few more, as you saw from the video. This is a slide showing our halfway to 50 for our 25th anniversary. By this time, Oceanic had become a global leader in the recreational dive marketplace, with offices in US, Asia, Europe, and Australia. And this history really allows us to draw from some powerful and fun imagery and what is going to be part of our campaign for this year. And starting off with that, as you can see on the left side or on the right side, there's a picture of our packaging. That was probably back in the early 70s. And we've taken that wave logo and really incorporated that into some of the new products we're going to see in a second here. So as I mentioned, this campaign is featured in several new products. We're going to talk about those in a second here. That includes a new Geo Air computer, a limited edition Delta 50 regulator, a Shadow 50 mask. I'm sure you guys have seen the Shadow before. We have a new version of that coming out here pretty soon. And also a retro swag collection. We have a trucker hat as well as some tube socks. Definitely a 70s throwback there. All of these are going to be part of the campaign, and we're going to talk about a giveaway for these as well as a free trip opportunity on the Master Liveaboard fleet, and we'll get into that more in a little bit here. First, starting off with the Geo Air computer. As you guys probably already have seen, our Geo 4. This is very much a similar type of display and housing configuration to the Geo 4, except now we have air integration. So a lot of DNA from Geo 4 carried into this. This is an everyday wear product. It doesn't need to be charged, which makes it very convenient for daily wear, even on those longer dive trips. Like all the 4.0 products, it can connect to DiverLog Plus, which is our app. And there's a picture of that on the right side there. It makes it really easy to customize your pre-dive settings and update and download your dive logs very easily to your iPhone or mobile device. The Geo Air can be purchased as a wrist only or a bundle with the transmitter. So we're offering two different configurations there. And packaging for this is a little bit unique because this year we're including a retro sleeve and the QR code to be able to get those entry points for the sweepstakes we're going to talk about. And this one is slated to launch in July, actually. Next up, we have our Delta 50. And really starting with that, I want to show you guys some of the history of the Delta. We've had a lot of different configurations. It's been a flagship in the Oceanic lineup for close to 30 years now. And here you can see those 5 versions, starting with the Delta 1 on the left side, each with a very similar balanced diaphragm, first stage, adjustable second stage design with that metal valve. And it's been a trusted design for many years and features also our free Parts for Life program. But this year, we're launching something a little bit more special. For the anniversary, we have 3 new unique models in 3 different colors. So we have the Oceanic Blue, we have Coral Pink, and also Medallion Gold. These are limited runs, so we're doing 1,000 pieces of the blue and 500 of each of the pink and gold. We announced these last month to all of our dealers, and so far they've been moving fairly quickly, so we expect this to be a good mover. Included with the Delta 50, you're going to get a nice reusable packaging there. It's our anniversary reg bag, as well as a story pamphlet. All these are numbered and very, very much a limited opportunity product for this year. And also a free trip entry for the sweepstakes we're going to talk about. Up next, we have the Shadow 50. The goal with this product was to take our most iconic mask, the Shadow mask, as you guys have probably been, either purchased or been aware of. It's been a very popular mask over the years, and bring in elements of the past with our new retro logo and colorways, and also introduce a new HD lens feature to reduce glare and enhance in-water color correction. This product is limited to about 3,000 pieces, and so far it's gotten a lot of attention, and we think it's going to be a good seller as well. And again, this is part of the entry for that free trip also. And here's a few looks at the Shadow 50. After we finish up with the slides, I'll show you guys more of this mask on video. And also we have our 50th swag. As I mentioned, we have our tube socks and our trucker hats. And this is part of our giveaways and also available on the website now for those that want to go ahead and purchase your own. You can do that. And kicking off the campaign, this campaign is actually live now. It launched last week. And on this landing page, you'll find information about the campaign, that brand video you just saw, how to locate a dealer, and how to place an order for that 50th anniversary gear. So definitely check that out. And getting into the sweepstakes a little bit, I've talked about this a few times already. The grand prize for the sweepstakes is a free trip to Palau, paid for by Oceanic. And it is with the master fleet. And to qualify, one can purchase any of the Oceanic life support products, including those that we just looked at, for 10 points. You can register a product you purchased for 5 points on our website. You can visit a dealer for another 5 points. And also for a no purchase necessary chance, you can just go to the website and sign up for 1 entry point. So there's lots of different chances to win. Just make sure it's all done before December 31st to enter. But that isn't it. We have a few more things that we're doing. And if you don't win the grand prize, there are some other prizes too. So our second prize for the sweepstakes is one of those Delta 50s. It comes in those 3 different colors. So you can just, if you win that second prize, you can choose which color you'd like to go with. We're also featuring monthly prizes for the Shadow 50 mask and weekly giveaways for our swag bag. On the right corner of the screen there, I've dropped in the QR code, which you should be able to scan with your phone, and I'll leave this here for those that want to go ahead and scan that. Normally, this is reserved as an in-store opportunity only for those that walk into a shop inquiring about the sweepstakes, but definitely get your phone out, scan that, and you'll get a free chance to win and get those 5 points. Give you guys just a minute there before I move on. And that is it for the slideshow. But I wanted to give you guys a quick look at all the new products we just talked about. So I'm going to switch back to my other display here. I think, Tim, you just did that. So thanks for doing that. There we go. And the first thing we're going to look at is the shadow mask. Let's see here. Am I on right now? I'm not sure.
You're all good, man. Everything looks great.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No,
The
you're
first
good.
one has the Shadow 50. So again, as we talked about, here's the Shadow. Very reminiscent of the current model that we have. On the back, we have our new mask strap with the retro logo and this orange colorway as well. Really bringing back some of the colors from the past. On the front, we have our HD tint, as I've talked about. So very, very similar to our current Shadow with a whole bunch of new features. And of course, that logo there on the side. Very comfortable, frameless design, low profile. Really, really, it fits a wide range of faces, and definitely worth checking this out, especially if you already have the Shadow. This would be a nice addition. And looking at the Geo Air, here's a look at the new watch, the Geo Air. It has a new strap design on there, really soft silicone, high stretch, really nice for everyday wear. This also comes with the bundle option, as I mentioned, so you could buy the watch only, or you could buy it with the transmitter as part of a bundle package. The price on the watch only is going to be $549, and with the transmitter, it's $729. So a really nice price point for the watch with the transmitter, with the air integration there. We're taking a look at. Next, we're going to look at the Delta 50. As I mentioned, we got some really cool packaging for that product. Here's a look at the new box. It's reusable, and inside, I got one of the Delta 50s for you guys. So opening that up, you can see how that looks inside the box there. And taking it out, you just get a better look at the Delta. So that blue colorway, or gold or pink, whichever one you decide to go with, is actually a PVD process. It doesn't scratch off. It's a very, very rugged plate that we've used for that finish. And it's also on the first stage. So you can see that blue plating there as well. And there's the Delta 50. So same second stage design. It's adjustable. Has our metal balance valve inside the second stage. Has the dive pre-dive switch. All the same features you've seen before. Just with that limited edition plate there on the first and second stage. So there's the Delta 50. And of course, we can't forget about the swag. Here's our Oceanic trucker hat with that new logo we're using this year. This is a one-size-fits-all hat. Again, these are on the website currently, so you can go and check those out. Or you can purchase from Dive Right In. And then, of course, the tube socks. I don't have them on today, but they are a long tube sock, and it's a one-size-fits-all. So we're taking a look at those as well. And that's about it for Oceanic. But I'd love to get into some questions you guys have and also giveaway.
Yeah. All right, guys. So we did have a few questions as you were going through. So let me scroll back up here. Don asked if you can pair the Geo Air with one of the older Oceanic transmitters.
You can. So all the transmitters that we use, they all work the same way with any of the wireless products that we sell. If you have an older transmitter that we've sold previously, it works the same way. So they are interchangeable. Yep.
All right. Let's see here. A lot of people liking the new colors on the Delta 50.
Cool.
And on the Shadow Mask.
Yeah, we're excited about those, definitely.
All right. Where is Oceanic's headquarters these days?
So we're located in Salt Lake City, Utah. We moved to Utah about 5 years ago. Now we're part of the Hewish Outdoors group. Previous to that, we were located in California, but we're enjoying the Salt Lake City location and lifestyle now.
Awesome. All right, so Megan's asking, when are the 50th anniversary products available?
Good question. So the first one we're going to launch is the Delta 50. That's going to be in July. The first run of those in July. I think the second run closer to the end of the year. Around the same time, we're going to have the Geo Air launching. It should be towards the end of July. And then the Shadow Mask, we expect the first units of that to ship probably towards the middle part of August.
Awesome. Yeah, I know we got to order in for all those nice colored regs. So once they come in, you know everybody will be hearing about it. But if you want to pre-order yours, go ahead, get in line. I know there's only a select few coming out, right? In terms of quantities.
Yeah, they're limited. I think the first 1,000, we're doing 1,000 blue, 500 gold, and 500 pink. A good amount of those were brought in by you guys. So if you're tuning in, definitely check out Dive Right In Scuba. You can't pre-order this on the Oceanic website. It has to be through Dive Right In or one of our dealers. If you guys didn't have a chance to scan the code that I was showing previously to get those 5 points, all you have to do is stop by Dive Right In and scan their in-store QR to get your 5 points, or go to the website and get signed up right there.
Awesome. All right, so another question on the Geo Air with the transmitter. Yeah, so the Aries transmitter will work with it as well, Michael. So that's the great thing. You know, you guys are not forcing everybody to just buy another product. We're able to, retroactively use some of those. So that's great. Jennifer's got a question on the Shadow Mask. Does it have the ability to add cheaters?
It does, and I think most masks out there, there are companies that offer little cheater readers. You can adhere to the glass. We've seen a lot of people do that. Actually, one of our ambassadors, Jill Heinrich, she dives the Shadow, and I think that she has those in hers as well. I'm not sure what company she's used to do that, but you can find those folks online.
Yeah, exactly. And I know there's a few aftermarket products if you just want a simple, plus 1.5, plus 2, plus 2.5, the stick-ons, the glue-ons. And then there are those guys that are doing it a little bit more professionally. So,
right.
Are the masks limited edition as well?
They are, yeah. So we're doing. I think we limited the masks to 2,000 or 3,000. That mask happens to sell pretty quickly, and I expect those to sell through pretty quick. So if you guys are interested, definitely get your order with Dive Right In. We hope to launch again towards the beginning of August. If it's sooner than that, then we'll get them out sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so looks like we're running thin on questions here. So, you guys have come out with the new 50th anniversary line. Tell me a little bit about like your staples, so what is your go-to BCD, for example?
One of our most popular BCs that we sell is definitely the Excursion. It's up here behind me on the wall. Fully featured. It has a lot of different options and pockets, has a 10-pound QLR system, features the BioFlex material for the bladder. It fits a wide variety of sizes, but that definitely is our most popular. It's a back inflate, and back inflates these days tend to be a more popular design compared to jacket. Next to that, we have our Ocean Sport. And sorry, the video is a little bit hard to see, but the Ocean Sport's there next to it. That's our newest BC, and a lot different than the Excursion. It's more of an entry-level price point, retail $329, but it's targeted towards the entry-level market, rental, training, open water. It is on the website as well. As far as computers go, our staple, we have quite a few, but some more popular ones include the Geo 4. And I'm wearing the Geo Air right now, but I wear my Geo 4 almost every day, and it's with me on every dive trip. Next to that is the Pro Plus X or Pro Plus 4. What's nice about these guys is the larger display. I'll try and turn this on for you here, but between the Pro Plus X and Pro Plus 4, the display size is pretty close to the same, but with the Pro Plus X, you get color. As you guys can see there, the nice color display. And with the Pro Plus 4, it's a similar display size, but it's a segmented LCD. So 2 different price points to take a look at there, but a lot of features. And those are definitely some staples for Oceanic computers. For fins, we have our Manta Ray up here on the side of the wall. That's been a flagship fin for quite some time. Really popular. Retails around $189, and lots of power, lots of thrust, and still very lightweight.
Excellent. Yeah, and what else do we got here? Any other questions?
I see one is the shadow mask on the website, and yes, it is. And the shadow comes in a whole variety of different colors currently. So if you don't want to wait to try and win or maybe purchase the shadow mask, you can always purchase one from Dive Right In. We have black, clear, or ice. We have aqua, pink, yellow, blue. There's a whole bunch.
So Don's asking, any idea when the Pro Plus X will be available?
So the Pro Plus X is available now. We have been back ordered for the last couple of weeks, and I think the next shipments are probably due to ship in about 30 days, roughly.
Okay, yep. They're coming.
They're coming.
Just in time for the season. That is a good question. Michael, Kevin had a good question. Were the Delta 50 number limits 500 each for din and yoke?
It's actually 500 total. For at least the gold and the pink, we're doing 500 total. For blue, we're doing 1,000. And I want to say the mix between yoke and din was about 20% din. So figure for the blue being 1,000, you have about 200 din.
Yeah.
So they are a bit more limited.
Pre-order it now. They're going to go quick.
Yep. I see another question there. Best fin for a small frame person. That really depends. I think it depends on your configuration and what sort of diving or kicking preference you have. I've found that most people, I would say most smaller frame people, really love the Excel fin. The Excel is very lightweight. It's short. It's great for travel. You can do a variety of kicking styles with it. It definitely is more preferred for those, I'd say, frog kicks or more thrust style kicks. But it's a great fin. And being smaller framed, I would definitely take a look at that. The Viper's also another good fin to look at as well.
Excellent question. So someone had mentioned about Hollis fins. So the great thing here is we're going to be talking about Hollis in just a little bit. So let's see. What, it's about half an hour away. So feel free to come back and
I try to keep the
watching
camera
us.
focused more this direction for this bit. You could just block that one out right there.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So somebody missed the raffle link. So again, if you missed the QR code for the entry for the sweepstakes, you can always go to the Oceanic website to sign up. You can only get 1 point by doing that. If you want those 5 points, what you want to do is just stop by Dive Right In. They have a flyer with that QR, and you can get that there. You can also purchase a product and get another 5 points. There's lots of ways to enter, and we're not limiting it to just stopping into to the shop, but that is a way to get more points, definitely.
All right. Any last question, guys, on anything Oceanic?
Oh, the QR was obscured. I can probably share my screen one more time if you'd like.
Sure.
Yeah, let's see. Beginning. Okay. Well, you guys talked us into it, so we're going to do it.
All right.
Okay. And let's see if I can go right to that slide. Just a sec. So I'm just going to scroll through for you guys. And there we go. So there on the bottom right, if you guys missed it, that is the QR to enter. And make sure when you guys pull that up on your phone, you take note of the store code. You're going to have to type in store 50. That is the code to use to get your 5 points for the prizes, for the drawing. We'll give you guys another minute there for that one. And 3, 2, 1, there we go. Cool.
All right, excellent. Okay, so we're going to do a little giveaway here. What do you think, Nick?
I'm thinking we'll do 2 swag packs. We got the swag to give away. That is now in the building, and I'd love to give some to you guys. So
awesome. Let's get it queued up here. All right, Jared. Congratulations.
Congrats.
Thanks for everybody that put their name in the raffle and that's continuing to watch. Let's get rid of that. All right. Good deal. Nick, thanks so much. Thanks so much for taking the time out of your busy day. We're going to see you in half an hour or so to check out some Hollis equipment. Let you get your room ready for Hollis.
All right. Thank you, Tim. And thank you guys for joining us. Really appreciate you tuning in today. And I'll see you again in 30 minutes.
Sounds great.
All right.
All right, guys, if you're just tuning in, thanks for watching the Time to Dive show. Today, going all the way until 6:30, we're going to have different presentations every half hour. We're going to have raffle giveaways. You just have to find a link in the comment box, pop in your name and email so we know who to send the prizes out to. At the end of the day today, we're going to do a $1,000 raffle giveaway, so you can spend it on any dive gear you want. We all know after seeing all of this, you want to spend some money. We're also doing a bunch of sales and stuff, so if you guys check out diverightinscuba.com, top banner, click on the sales page, you'll be able to see a whole bunch of offerings there. On top of all of that, tomorrow, whole nother day of 16 presentations, more raffles, and we're going to finish up the day with a grand prize trip to St. Croix. So you definitely don't want to miss out on that. I'm real excited for our next presentation. It is our one of our favorite manufacturers, Excess Scuba. Russ, how you guys doing here? Let me get you queued up.
Hey, good to see you, Tim. How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing well, right? Yeah, we're doing well. So, Tim, we're excited to join you. For those who don't know me, my name is Russ. I'm the Director of Sales here at XS Scuba. And with me today, I have Tom Phillip, who's our Director of Product Development. And we're excited. XS Scuba is having a great 2022, and we have new products that we're here to show you today. And it's just going to be an exciting year. There's been a lot of innovation amongst all the challenges that have been out there. So we're going to get started and jump right in showing you our new Kana suit, which we're very excited about. And I'll let Tom talk about that and champion it.
Great. Thank you, Russ. You know, it's been a while since XS Scuba has done anything with wetsuits. The models we have were getting kind of old and tired and ready for a revamp. And so we're excited for 2022 to launch a new line of men's and women's suits under the name of Kana, K-A-N-A. And you'll see behind us here on the mannequins, women's and a men's. And the Kanas come in a 3.2 millimeter and they come in a 5 millimeter. And the nice thing about the Kanas is they were tailored in such a way to capture the diver in the snorkeling or swimming position, you know, hands at the side. And so they were cut with the diver in mind, which really eliminates bunching up and chafing and any loose areas. So they're made, designed from the bottom up for a scuba diver or a snorkeler. The other thing is we use patterns that minimize the seams. We think fewer seams are better because seams are a potential leak spot as the suit ages. So the fewer seams, the warmer you'll be. So with Kana in the women's and the men's, there's a 3.2, and that is done with a flat stitch. Okay, and then there's a 5 mil designed to be warmer, thicker neoprene, but that's a glued and a blind stitch. Okay. These are the 5 mils that you're seeing right here. So I'd like to show you some of the features that make them unique and stand out. First of all, made out of super stretch neoprene, so they're really soft, really easy to don and to take off afterwards. Super Tex knee pads for the abrasion area. But there's several things going on the back here. So we have custom leashes that match cosmetically. Okay. There's a finger loop at the bottom of the zipper. So when you're donning it by yourself, you know, you always have trouble pulling the zip up on a one-piece back zip jumpsuit. But by putting your finger in the finger loop and holding the base downward, it makes it easy to pull the leash and the zipper upward. A typical wear spot on a suit as it ages is the bottom of the zipper. It takes a lot of stress. So we put a reinforcement patch there to really give some durability to this bottom area of the zipper. But one of the features I like is on the collar, the adjustable collar, you've got a tab of hook here. You know, Velcro is hook and loop. So here's the hook. And often when you're putting a suit on and off, this hook becomes problematic. And the fact that it will snag on the neoprene and cause a lot of pilling and abrasion. So what we've done on this collar right here is we've added a panel of loop. So the hook can fold over and attach to the loop and takes it out of the equation while you're getting the suit on and off. And that will really protect the suit. Then when it's time to fasten it, you just separate it, then reach over and mates up to the opposite piece over there. Okay. So that's the women's Kana and the men's Kana. 3.2 millimeter, 3 millimeter torso, 2 millimeter sleeves, and then a solid 5 millimeter.
Very exciting. We've gotten a lot of good feedback on these suits, and you know, while we were designing them, we took feedback too, and just to really identify what was important to the diver. And so it's really a purpose-built design, and it's been receiving a lot of good feedback. They're getting ready to land here, and our first shipment's going to be going out, and they're going to be in your stores shortly, so be sure to check them out. The next item we'd like to talk about is actually a new Ocean Waves color that we've added. The Ocean Waves, this is our best-selling Ocean Waves. I'm going to let Tom kind of elaborate on our Ocean Waves brand.
So yeah, there is a brand at XS Scuba called Ocean Waves. It is a snorkeling brand, more value-oriented product, and it mass fins snorkels. And the most popular, best-selling product in the Ocean Waves brand is what's called a Superview mask. Okay, and Superview masks, you see them here, have what's called C-sharp lenses. C-sharp lenses provide a high definition effect. It allows a lot of light to come through the glass, more so than standard glass does. And what they'll do is sharpen the edges on the subjects you're looking at and make them appear very high def. C-sharp lenses also have a nice feature in that they repel UV and glare, which makes viewing a whole lot easier. So this one, the black silicone, has been the line for a while. And because of that, many are very familiar with this. And when they see C-sharp, they associate orange lenses, as you see here. An interesting thing is launching it now in the white, with white silicone, the exact same coating, C-sharp coating, appears to be a blue tint. So these two masks have the identical coating, the identical benefits to them as far as blocking UV and glare and providing the high def effect. It's just when you put it in the black silicone, it appears orange, and opposite on the color wheel, when you put it in white silicone, then it appears blue. But just know that you're getting the same C-sharp benefits. They are made of super soft hypogenic silicone. They have ratcheting buckles on them. They have nice wide straps in the back so that the strap doesn't migrate up and down on your head. All tempered glass. And so the white silicone is just going to add some more choices for you when it comes to C-sharp masks.
Great. Yet another product we're very excited about. Well, why don't we actually toggle over to our second camera here and let's get a little close up on some of the next products. This is a fan favorite of ours, and it's been in the market now for a little over a year. The quick launch marker is something that we put a lot of design into, and so we just want to touch on it yet again as this is just an amazing product, especially for new divers who are just learning how to use an SMB. So I'll let Tom add a few comments on this.
One of the challenges with any SMB is when you get to the end of your dive, you're doing a safety stop or a deco stop. It's trying to maintain neutral buoyancy and pull an SMB, unclip it off your body, and then reach in a pocket or unclip a spool, join the two together and deploy it, all while maintaining neutral buoyancy. It's challenged more than just one novice diver. I mean, it's tricky to do. So what we looked at is how can we integrate the spool line and the SMB together, and that's what came up with Quick Launch. So when it's attached to your body during the dive, it's all one piece, like just as you see it right now. But when it becomes time to deploy it, first you'll unfurl the SMB portion and let that play out. And then by unclipping the pocket, inside you'll find a flared spool with 100 feet of line on it, and it's already attached to the SMB. So now it's just a matter of adding air and deploying the spool. So you no longer have to find two separate objects and clip them together. It's all integrated and pre-connected. Now you can add air to the quick launch marker a number of ways. You can orally inflate it right through this stem here, or you can detach your LP hose from your BC inflator, and you can attach an LP hose to this and add air with the LP hose. Or probably the most popular method is it has an open bottom where you can insert an octopus, hit the purge button, and you can inflate it using your octopus. Now inside there's a one-way baffle, so as you put air into it from your octopus, it fills the SMB, but when it goes to the surface and tips over, the air does not come out. It's a one-way valve that lets the air in. And then when it's time to finally put it away and stow it, there's a dump valve where you can dump the air out of it as you roll it up. It comes in 3 colors. It's very high visibility orange, very high visibility yellow, and now you're looking at the pink. But to add to that high visibility, we add Solus tape too, which is going to show it from great distances in the sun or at night hitting it with a light. They're all marked with diver below. They are 6 feet long. They are 12-inch circumference. So nice large size. They're not going to topple over in the wind as some smaller S&Bs do. So this is the quick launch. Okay, next we're going to show a new freediving mask. As you know, the freediving is a segment of our industry that continues to grow. And we've come up with a new mask we're very excited about because it encapsulates all the newest technology. First thing that Russ is noticing that you won't be able to on camera, and that is it's super ultra light. And the reason it's so ultra light is that it uses polycarbonate lenses as opposed to tempered glass. Now, polycarbonate lenses, besides being lightweight, they can be treated for scratch resistance. They're UV 400, and they're also treated for anti-fog. But the best part about polycarbonate is it's impact resistant. You don't have to worry about shattering if you drop it or impact it in any way. So you can see the mask is very low volume. Something that makes this mask unique is that the angled lenses in the corners, you've got two planes of polycarbonate here that join together in kind of an invisible seam. And this gives you incredible peripheral vision. You already get nice peripheral vision because the lens is so close to your eyeball, your eyelashes are almost touching it. And when you get the lens that close to your eye, then you get a nice wide field of view. But adding these angled lenses in the outer corners even increase that further. We call this mask the Mikros, and it's available in 3 colors. It's a navy blue, as Russ is showing here. There is a black and there is a white. A nice feature of the Mikros is it folds down flat. Very, very compact. So if you want to store it in a pocket, carry a spare, or leave it in a pocket till you get out on site, the compact storage is beneficial. It has swivel buckles. They're easily detached. There's just a push button detachment. Snap it back in, rotate it, they ratchet. Another nice feature is there's a soft patch of silicone on each side of the nose pocket. And that soft patch of silicone makes it really easy to equalize your ears. Again, this is called Mikros. The most popular snorkel that gets paired with it is what's called our Flow snorkel. And it's available in the same 3 colors, black, white, and navy blue. And it's a simple J snorkel made of silicone, no contraptions, no closures on top. It's just a simple J snorkel, very contoured to the head. And that's what makes it a nice pairing with the Mikros mask. All right. Next, we want to take a look at our regulator. This is called the Inspire. We have carried the Inspire for 5 years now. It's time proven. It has done very, very well. But for 2022, we're excited to add some enhancements to it, revise it, and make it better than it was before. So we're already happy with the performance up to this point, and now it's going to get even better. So we'll start with the first stage. You're viewing a yoke version, but it's also available in a din, yoke or din. For 2022, we made the actual body smaller diameter and smaller length, so it's a little more compact by about 6%. The first stage has a swivel turret on top where the low pressure ports are located. There's 4 there. There's 2 high pressure ports, so you can do a transmitter for the computer and an analog backup if you so desire. We've changed the angle of the high pressure ports this year, spread them out a little further. Where they used to be angled forward, now they come out at 90 degrees. We've heard that from our customer that is a preferential location. We've beefed up the yoke knob and the yoke assembly, making it easier to grip, especially with thick gloves on, and easier to handle. Nice thing about Inspires, they come standard with a MeFlex hose out of Italy. You're probably familiar with Miflex hoses. They are very super lightweight and pliable, and they take away a lot of that jaw fatigue, that tugging and pulling on your second stage that can often occur with rubber hoses. Miflex was kind enough to build us a custom hose for this model. You can see the blue spirals running through the carbon hose. It just complements the overall look of the Inspire. For the second stage this year, we made some new enhancements. We have a brand new front cover, very, very durable, and it has a limited throw purge button on it. This is a nice feature where the old one had a soft cover where you can really dig your thumb down deep into it. It's better to restrict the travel of the purge button, especially when you're diving in cold water. And while this is not a cold water certified regulator, it's still good not to have too much free flow when you're purging it. Now the Comfy Bite mouthpiece with the bridge on it comes standard with the second stage. A lot of you are familiar with this mouthpiece. The bridge resides across your upper palate and takes a lot of the pressure off your jaw so you can relax your jaw and not have to clench. We have a new adjustment knob on the side of it, and inside the adjustment knob we've added some new a new feature for a technician where they can do some external adjustment to the second stage, which makes it really nice hidden underneath the cap there. It's got a Venturi lever on it. So the knob changes spring tension, makes it easier or harder to breathe. The Venturi lever changes the direction of the air, so it's not so susceptible to free flow when the regulator's out of your mouth. Okay. So whole new look, new features, nice enhancements to what was already an excellent regulator. And so we call this the Inspire.
I see a comment on the screen about if you can buy the mouthpiece separate from the regulator. Absolutely. We have a full range of Comfy Bite mouthpieces, even for smaller mouths. So those are available as an add-on purchase to add to your existing regulator.
Yeah, available black, clear, and in junior sizes too. Transitioning from regulators right into breathable mouthpiece. This is our Multi-Max breathable inflator. This goes on the end of the spiral hose on your BC. And we call it Multi-Max because it's multiple functions and maximum performance. And compared to most breathable inflators in the industry, this is a little on the smaller, compact side, which is really nice. It has nice large buttons that you can use with gloves on. The buttons are distinguished, different sizes, so you can use it blindly in low visibility, but you've got the larger oil inflate button in gray and then the smaller power inflate button in blue. This one's configured to attach to a corrugated hose with an inner diameter of 3/4 inch, but switching out an adapter, you can easily adapt the Multi-Max to go to a 1 inch by adding a different oral boss to it right there. Sorry, different hose boss is what I meant to say. So yeah, 1 inch, so it's got some versatility there. Most of your typical wings that go on plate and wing setups will have corrugated hoses with 1 inch diameter. Most of your recreational VCs have hoses with internal diameter of 3/4 inch. So either one will work here. This also comes with a Miflex hose out of Italy. Same sort of hose as we just saw in Inspire, custom made for us with a blue spiral running through a carbon hose. But to me, the best part of the Multi-Max is its performance and its reliability. We have seen so many of these breathable inflators out in the field that after they sit idle for a few months, you go to use them and they free flow and hiss and leak. And the Multi-Max does not do that. The Multi-Max is extremely reliable. Technicians love it because it's one of the easiest ones to work on and adjust. It's got external adjustments on it, which just makes it favorite among technicians and of users. So that is the Multi-Max.
One thing to add here, Tom, one of my favorite features, and it's a small one because I could remember when I was first learning how to dive, was dealing with this hose. And you go to do your drill where you pull this on and off. I just love how this stays in a locked position. So when you put it on, all you got to do is push it on. There's no messing with the knurl here. So it's a great one.
Great. Okay, we'll move on. This isn't much in the way of innovation, but we show it because it remains a very, very popular product. One of our most popular. In fact, for this year, it comes out in a new flavor. We have a new dive flag version of it. And this is a protective mask wrap. Okay, doesn't seem like a big deal, but we'll walk you through it here. The nice thing about a protective mask wrap is that you can leave your snorkel attached to your mask. You know, if you're keeping your mask in a box, you can't do that. So here, leave the snorkel attached. I'm sure you've noticed the cost of masks have gone up over the years. And if you start adding coatings, you start adding corrective lenses, people have a small fortune invested in their mask. So it's time to protect it. You don't want to get scratches on it. So our protective mask wrap has a nice cushy velour inside of it, like a micro plush interior that's going to protect your lenses. And it also comes standard with a bottle of defog, spit defog, which is very effective. So that stores in an outside pocket. So it's always been available with a black front on it, but what's new for 2022 is that we've got it in a dive flag version. Okay. You have time for another one, Russ?
Sure.
Okay. Let's take a look at the Coralight. It seems as though the lights in the dive industry keep racing to the high end of latest technology and pricing. The prices just go up, up, and up as lights get more technologically advanced with aircraft aluminum bodies and the latest pre-LED chip in them and rechargeable batteries and USB rechargeable. And that's great, but not everyone can afford those high-end lights. And we felt like what the industry really needed was something more in the economical range. To rein it back in. We don't all need to have $400 or $500 lights when we go diving. Sometimes you just want a light for daytime use and you don't want to make a major investment in it. And so this is where the Coralight really shines, pardon the pun. But the Coralight is not rechargeable. It works on 3 AA's. It is made of ABS plastic and not aluminum. But if Russ spins off the top, you'll see that it's double O-ring sealed. Which is very nice. There's your batteries. And another nice feature is that the switch does not penetrate the case. It's a magnetic switch. And so there's really no leak path at all for the switch. The only opening is the front, and again, that's double O-ring sealed. Another nice feature about Coralight is the switch has a locking mechanism on it. How many times have you gotten to your dive site and found out the light had inadvertently turned on in your dive bag? And so with the integrated locking mechanism here, it keeps it from turning on when you don't want it. The Coralight also comes standard with an adjustable wrist lanyard. Good there?
Yep.
All right, and then now you're right there, Russ, is next product we want to show is new for 2022. In fact, we may want to switch cameras on this one and hold it up. We have a collection of mesh duffel bags called the Costal collection. And this is the newest, the Costal CD or collapsible duffel. And what you see here is a padded regulator bag. This is something you carry on the airplane. It's got a lot of padding, so you can put your Inspire regulator inside there, your Multi-Max, your Octopus, your computer, and carry it on. Nice thing about carrying those heavy items on with you is it takes weight out of your checked bag. because it's always hard to keep that check bag under 50 pounds. So you got a padded regulator bag. But here's a typical scenario when you travel. You typically have a large wheeled duffel bag that you check. You take it to 50 pounds, you load it with your dive gear, you check it, you get the gear all the way to your hotel room, and it works great. But what happens the next morning when it's time to board the dive boat at your destination? You don't want to take the big wheeled duffel onto the dive boat, right? And that's where this one comes in. Not only is it a padded regulator bag, but this will unzip with the back zipper. Hold the bottom. And then it will expand into a full-size mesh duffel. 30 inches long, and hold all your gear. And take this one out on the boat with you. And when you get back, you can put it right in the rinse tank. You can rinse and dry the equipment in here. So it's got a nice padded handle on top. Again, valuable items are all padded inside the carry-on regulator bag. And that's the Costal CD collapsible duffel.
Great. Well, we're excited about all these new products for 2022. We're excited about the direction XS Scuba is going. We've seen a lot more of our products in the stores. We're excited to get them out there to you guys, and it's overall we're looking forward to a great year. Tim, I think we're nearing up the end, so should we give some stuff away?
All right, I agree. Let's do it. Guys, great presentation. We love XS Scuba. Very excited for the new products. Let's get it pulled up here. What do we give away?
I saw people asking about that Mikro mask, so why don't we give away 2 of those?
All right, awesome.
Really? Congratulations to Brian Kent.
Congratulations, Brian.
Brian, let us know what color you want. As we said, they are available in 3 colors, so we'll certainly get another one of your preference.
All right, let's give one more away here. Tom Weber.
Good job,
Excellent.
Tom. Thanks for joining in.
Yeah, and guys, thanks so much for the presentation. I am going to give one more giveaway today. So we had a last-minute message from the Tales of Scuba Steve. He is making books for kids, and all the proceeds are going to really programs to help benefit the ecosystem. So let's go ahead and throw in one of his books here for kids. And Hoop, I know you got kids as well, so we'll be sending a book off your way.
Hey, Tim, if we got time, why don't we do one more? I saw a lot of interest on the mass wrap, so let's give one of those away.
All right, I'm always in. Let's do it.
All right, Shelly.
Let us know if you want the black or the dye flag version on that.
All right, guys, thanks so much for presenting all the new XS Scuba gear. If anybody is interested in XS Scuba's tech line, I hope I'm kind of wording that rightly for you guys. Highland, one of my favorite brands. We are going to be showing off Highland this afternoon, 6 o'clock Central Time. So make sure to check out Russ and the team tonight.
We'll be back.
We'll be back. We'll be very excited to show you Highland. There's a lot of innovation there, I should say.
Excellent. Thanks, guys.
All right, take care, Tim.
All right, guys. Thanks again for watching the Time to Dive show. You know, this is where we're doing a whole day's worth of presentations today, every 30 minutes, switching it up with a new vendor. We're doing little giveaways. We appreciate everybody that's watching and putting in their name in the raffle. I was just talking to Mark here, who's helping me out on the back side of things. There's over 1,000 names for tonight's raffle for the $1,000 giveaway, so that's super exciting. Again, every time you throw your name in for any one of these, you get entered in for that $1,000 shopping spree today and tomorrow, along with the grand prize trip to St. Croix. So keep throwing your name in there, keep watching, keep listening, and hopefully you can pick up some new things and get excited about the next year of diving. Excess Scuba was really generous for us. Anybody that's watching the show that wants anything from Excess Scuba, you can shop on diveriteinscuba.com. Throw in the coupon code. It is, I apologize. It is XS Show. So XS Show. I'll post it again in the comments. But if you're interested in any of the new products, come shop with us at Dive Right In Scuba. The next presenter, you may recognize him, is Nick Hollis. And I'm getting him queued up right now. Nick, how's it going, buddy?
It's good. It's good. Thanks for having me back.
So now we're seeing your right side.
That's right. Camera's been shifted towards the Hollis section. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I know I'm excited. I love Hollis dive gear. Let's hear all about what you have going on for this year.
Definitely. Well, thank you everyone for joining us again, and welcome to the Time to Dive show. I'm Nick Hollis. If you guys didn't tune in for the Oceanic presentation, this is all about Hollis today. So we got a few exciting things to talk about. And with that, I'm going to switch my screen and show you guys a few slides first. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. And just to start off, this is just kind of a recap on some of the things that we've launched over the last 12 months. Last year, really big year for Hollis with launch of the new backplate wing systems, coming off momentum of the Katana 2 harness. Backplates and wings was one category that we hadn't updated for quite some time. Our LX wings, you guys are probably familiar with, were well received for many years. But over the last several, we've seen some room for improvement, both in the wing and the plate category, and also addressing the need for a turnkey system for you guys as well. And just to recap on what some of those changes are, we've improved first our aluminum and stainless backplate target weights. We've increased the stainless to 6.5 pounds and reduced our aluminum weight to 1.5 pounds. Benefit there, obviously, if you're diving in cold water versus warm water, you want some ideal target weights, and we think that those have definitely achieved it. We've also replaced our LX weight system with the LX2, that pocket shown in the middle there. That features a 12-pound zippered pouch with a partition on the inside, and that partition keeps weights from shifting around during the dive nicely. So if you're only diving warm water with 3-pound lead weights versus all 10 or 12, you can partition those off towards the front or back of the pocket, however you prefer, to keep them from shifting around during the dive, which is nice. Also, our backplate features a new 2-piece back pad, which pivots out of the way when you're assembling the system. So if you're putting your backplate on a set of doubles, or you're trying to assemble it, passing those cam bands through the backplate or your single tank adapter, with the back pad on, it doesn't need to come off. You just pivot it up and out of the way, and it makes it really nice and easy to assemble. Taking a look at our new wing line, this range replaced all the LX wings that we had previously. And we also have some different configurations. So on the left, we have the ST22. It's an excellent travel option, reducing weight and profile for warm water dives. When you're really trying to get streamlined and low profile, when you don't need a lot of additional lift, that's a great option. On the right side, we have our ST35. That's better as a go anywhere, I call it, type of wing. You could dive warm water, you could dive cold water. Really can do pretty much anything single tank oriented. Next on the right of that is the DT50. Those two wings shown on the right side of the page are designed for doubles. Obviously, the profile is quite a bit larger, but the DT50 specifically was designed for larger cylinders, steel cylinders in cold water and when diving dry. Notice this design includes a single inflator only versus the version on the right called the DT45. That was designed for more of an opposite environment. So it's still technical, still diving with doubles, but in warmer water using aluminum cylinders, diving in a wetsuit where you need that redundant buoyancy. And you'll note the dual inflator off the top of the wing. We've redesigned that compared to our old dual series wings to be a little bit more, I would just say, comfortable in the water. And next up, this obviously is the most important feature. is the fact that all these components are built into pre-assembled systems. We have our ST, which is our more minimalist system, uses our solo harness, uses either an ST22 or ST35 wing, depending on your choice. Next to that is the ST Elite. The only difference between those two is the harness. The ST Elite features our fully adjustable Elite 2 harness, whereas you have the Solo on the ST. So definitely some differences between those two systems. If you're familiar with a traditional BCD moving into backplate and wing, the ST Elite is a great option because it features a lot of the same adjustment that you came from on your BCD. But both of those are great options. The DT system, obviously this is a system designed for doubles. It includes our solo harness, our steel plate, and DT50 wing. This has been the most popular configuration for doubles, but we realize there are folks out there that may prefer to dive doubles with aluminum back plates or with a different type of harness. And obviously you can custom build that to your liking. If you want one of those instead, you can pick and choose which parts you want to build that system up and kind of build your own. And here's a quick video. Actually, I'm going to skip this video. We learned on the last one that videos don't work so well. That was kind of going through the assembly of the harnesses. So for those of you that have bought harness and backplate systems that are having a hard time understanding how they go together, you've opted not to buy the complete system. If you go to our website, we have how-to videos on each of the harnesses and how to assemble those. Go ahead and check that out on hollis.com. And the next product I'm really excited about, as we're launching it next week, it is the Neotek 4.3. So this is a product we've just released, piggyback off a lot of the success the 8.7 has had, both incredibly unique as a technical neoprene solution. As I mentioned, the 8.7, incredibly popular because it's a technical design and is unique. It has the attached to it, it has attached pockets, and it has a design making it incredibly warm in colder waters. But we've had a lot of requests for, customers in Florida, the Caribbean, Mexico, or just warmer waters in general, who are, if they haven't already bought a suit like this, they're piecing their own suit together for those warm water dives. And during the final R&D phase, we did a lot of testing in places like Mexico. Our ambassador Melody's there on the left, diving in the cenotes, and then also in different locations. And we found that it was a great fit for a wide variety of divers, both male and female, and also a great solution for those warm water dives. And not to spend too much time on this, but I want to show you guys some of the features of the suit. There's a few things that stick out, and mainly, to point out, we kept the same design as the 8.7. There were things about that suit that were really successful and really comfortable. We kept that really easy to open and close G-lock zipper. We kept our exclusive thermoskin inner liner to keep it nice and warm. The pockets, the hood, all those things are the same. It just has a thinner neoprene material, making it a much higher stretch and a more preferable suit for warm water dives. Also, the material uses a eco-friendly neoprene. So any of the production waste is recycled and reused on production of the suit, which is a much nicer solution as we move forward to keeping things more eco-friendly. And that's it for the slideshow. I actually want to show you guys more of these products. If I can get back to my main screen here. There we go. To show you guys just a recap on some of the systems and components. Here's a look at the new backplate. As I mentioned, this new plate design is very similar in overall size to our previous, but we went a little bit heavier. It uses a 4 mil thick stainless steel, and it's a brushed stainless, unlike our previous model that was more of a polish. So this will look this way for a long time after lots of use. It's not going to show scratches as easily. This is reverse compatible, so if you have an older Hollis or other type of backplate wing system, this will accommodate most harnesses out in the market today, single tank adapters that are out there. Just make sure the wing pattern, if it's not a Hollis wing, matches with this. But of course, all the Hollis wings, they will match these center cam band slots to assemble without an STA, which is nice. This, of course, again, comes in both aluminum and stainless. So that's That's the new backplate. And looking at the 4.3, so I've our model here in the back. You can see him nicely standing back there is wearing the 4.3, which is kind of hard to see. But I have a suit here to show you guys. On the inside, we have our thermoskin inner liner, which again keeps the suit incredibly warm. It uses that G-lock zipper, which is really easy to open and close. So it's not a dry zipper. And the way that we get away with that is by having an inner dam and an inner bib, which you put over your head before you put the hood on to keep the suit nice and warm from flushing water through the suit. The sides of the legs also have pockets attached, just like our 8.7. That's been a nice feature that people have preferred to store their, cutting device, their spool, their reel, their backup light. You can throw whatever you want inside that pocket. It's nice and big on both sides. And something else I kind of wanted to show again is just our kind of a recap of the wings. As you can see behind me up there, that's the DT50. But here I'm holding the ST35. And we get a lot of questions about what makes this wing different. And really it's the profile. So starting at the top of the wing, you can see how it tapers up and gets almost two-dimensional at the top. At the bottom, it's much larger. We also have a lot more lift at the bottom of the wing versus the top. And the benefit there is it keeps you, face up at the surface, but also promotes better horizontal trim when you're in the water column, making it much easier to dive with that backplate wing system with that sort of profile. So as I mentioned, all these wings they're already available. They're on the Dive Right In website. Be sure to check those out, as well as the systems. What's nice about that is if you're thinking about getting into backplates and wings, you're not really sure, you could, either assemble it or what the preferred feature or accessories will be. Those systems really take all the guesswork out, and those 3 different models also come in different options, whether it's a travel or whether it's a standard local option as well. So I'll put that back up there again. Go. A few other things I wanted to show you guys. For those that haven't seen it, this is our M1 mask. The M1 has been an incredibly popular mask for quite some time. I want to say this has been on the marketplace now for close to 14 years, 13, 14 years. Very comfortable, frameless design, super soft silicone, it's low profile, and fits a wide variety of faces. This mask also features an ultra clear glass, which is very nice to look through compared to standard tempered glass. Gets rid of that green hue that you may see, but it's just really, really clear, which is nice. So that's the M1. Thank you, Kevin. I think you probably already have that one. Yep. Another mask that we have that's incredibly popular for another reason is called the M3. So this is the M3. This comes in both a white frame as well as a black frame option. And the benefit here, it's also low profile, also features these nice pivoting buckles. But for those that want optical lenses, they can be purchased for this and popped right in. We have 10 or 12 different diopters you can purchase for the M3. So that's something to look at if you do wear glasses or require optical lens solution. And another, I would just say stable for Hollis is our F1 fin. This is the F1 LT. And the LT is a little bit lighter. The material is a little bit more buoyant. But overall, the fin itself is about 3 inches shorter than our standard F1. Standard F1 weighs, each fin weighs about 3.5 pounds. It is a heavy fin. This weighs close to it. It's about 3 pounds per blade. So if you're diving in a Drysuit or larger, doubles or side mount, this has been a very popular fin to push around that additional equipment. This is obviously the white color. We have gray, we have yellow in the F1 LT, and then we have black for just the standard F1. And I see a question there from Kevin. Is the M3 available with just readers? No, it's not. We only have negative diopters for the for the M3, but readers can be added. We had that question in the Oceanic presentation. There's a lot of companies that offer readers, and I would just check online, or maybe if Tim has a solution for that as well. So we'd love to get in any questions you guys may have about Hollis, and then of course a giveaway.
All right, so I did take some questions down here. Someone was asking, let's get it pulled up. How similar, how similar in size and materials are Hollis wetsuits to Bear?
They are similar. I would say most of the Bear suits use more of a softer super stretch neoprene. We went to a similar grade of neoprene several months ago for the 8.7 and also for the 4.3. But there are panels in both of our Neotek suits that are more compression resistant. And we did that because a lot of our customers are diving longer, deeper dives, repetitive dives throughout the day. And we felt like that was a better solution to avoid that compression you may get with that softer neoprene. It still is a very comfortable suit to put on and to use, but the compression resistant neoprene, it does offer more warmth for those longer repetitive deep dives. So that's the only difference between the two. Bear has some great suits to look at as well, but this is definitely a different beast with the Neotek.
Awesome. And question on the Hollis F1 and F1 LT. What's the difference?
Again, the main difference between those two is in the overall length. You'll notice that the F1 LT there, it has a shape to the end of the blade that's a little bit unique compared to the F1, and that's because about 3 inches have been reduced in overall length of the LT compared to the standard F1. The material on the F1 LT is also slightly more buoyant, so it is a more lightweight and more buoyant fin. But it is still a heavier technical fin compared to other, I would just say, lighter weight travel fins. Each of the blades for the F1 or F1 LT weigh between 3 and 3.5 pounds. So it is quite a heavy fin compared to other fins out there.
Yeah, so somebody that's diving Drysuit that needs that negative buoyancy a little bit in the feet would benefit from the heavier fin. Someone that's diving warmer water by you or
Right.
Florida. Yeah, so covering it all. All right, so Rob's got a question here. What's the best way to attach a single tank adapter to an SMS 75 if I don't want to go side mount?
So it's quite easy, actually. The SMS 75 has both a harness and wing combination that has grommet locations at 11 inches on center. So you can mount an STA to it, or you could just run cam bands through the cam slots. Each harness is supplied with two cam bands, two cam bands. And you could run those through the back of the harness and mount a single tank that way as well. So a lot of options there. However, as you can see on the Katana, that's side mount only. I know you didn't ask that question, but somebody else mentioned Katana. You can't mount a single tank to that on the back. Obviously, you can mount a single tank and side mount. But that harness right there, as I kind of started out saying, has been incredibly popular for a lot of different types of configurations in side mount, whether side mount aluminum 80s, steel tanks, side mount rebreathers. That's been a very popular product for the last 2 years.
Excellent. All right, so ST and DT versus the HD 200. What's the main difference?
Yeah, good question. DT, in comparison or contrast, it is a much different type of harness, mainly because the HD 200 is single tank only, and DT is really a double tank system only. The HD would closer compare to the ST systems, because ST is our single tank version. And the main differences there is that one, with the ST or ST Travel, you have a backplate and wing combination, whereas with the HD 200, you don't. There are some obvious benefits with backplates as far as adjustability and streamlining and the ability to customize your system, whereas with the HD, you really don't have that possibility. And for those that like the HD, it offers a lot of options, but for those that are considering getting into other training, advanced training, possibly doubles later, a backplate system provides that flexibility, whereas the HD 200 will not. So,
yeah, and we got a question on the ST35. Is the ST35 with steel backplate a good option for a Drysuit diver with a single steel tank carrying about 30 pounds of weight with a jacket?
Absolutely. And the biggest benefit of the steel backplate, and especially ours being 6.5 pounds, is that you may not need 30 pounds of weight anymore. The steel backplate, great for Drysuit diving in cold water. It gets more weight off your waist, and 35 pounds of lift generally is enough for almost any environment you go diving in when you're properly weighted, especially in cold water. So it's one that I would recommend for that environment for sure.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, it's one of the questions I get asked all the time is, I'm diving with 30 pounds of weight. Is 35 pounds of lift enough? You ever heard this one as well?
All the time. All the time. Yeah.
So, it's a little bit of a misconception that it's like, well, if I have 30 pounds of weight, I'm going to need a ton of lift. And that's really not the case. We're trying to achieve neutral buoyancy, in our weighting. So definitely 35 pounds of lift is great for anybody, that's diving cold to warm. And if you're just diving, warm water, we'll get the smaller travel system. So
yeah, and a lot of folks kind of forget that, going with the backplate system, traditional BCDs have a lot of inherent buoyancy in the materials, the padding, which requires even more lead on your waist to get down. With a backplate system, there's almost no inherent buoyancy at all. You have webbing, you have a wing, which has no buoyancy. Obviously the backplate, in this case weighs 6.5 pounds. So you can likely reduce a lot of the weight you would normally use and still have plenty of lift on the surface and during the dive.
yeah, exactly.
I see one there from Peter. Which system would you recommend for travel? For traveling divers, there's two variants of both the ST and the ST Elite. It's called the ST Travel or the ST Elite Travel. And those are both on the Dive Right In page as well as the Hollis.com site. The benefit there is it's super lightweight. I think the entire system probably weighs 5 pounds or less. The backplate itself is 1.5 pounds. And great for travel, great for even local diving. Obviously more lead required if you're going to do that. But the 22-pound wing is similar to the 35-pound behind me, but it's even more narrow and more and shorter and super streamlined. It's a great wing for traveling divers.
Yeah, and if you're not interested in backplate and wings, we've got another real nice Hollis BC, the LTS, which you can still pick up, and I know we got those here ready for you as well.
Yep. The LTS has been a great one. I mean, for those of you that travel exclusively, that want to even cut additional weight out of your bag, the LTS is a great solution. Has 5-pound pockets already on it, lots of different sizes to choose from, and yeah, definitely check that out.
Yeah. So we had another rebreather on earlier. Do you want to just go into a real quick, Prism 2 discussion, just so people know, hey, it's available, it's here?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have the Prism here to show you guys, but Hollis Rebreathers is our company that's been set up just for the Prism 2 rebreather for parts and service and sales of the unit. That's also based here in Salt Lake City. And Prism's been a great seller for several years now and received very well for a lot of reasons, mainly because it has a lot of support from our dealers like Dive Right In for the parts availability, which is basically a same-day shipment from us to those guys and to you. We do all the service through Dive Right In as well as our factory here in Salt Lake City. And we do all that locally. We want to make sure you guys, if you get a unit from us, that you have quick turnaround for parts, for service, and all that. But the unit itself has been amazingly well received. It's very, very simple. We want to make sure that those of you that get into rebreather diving are diving with a very simple and reliable product. And the Prism's always been that same design and been received well because of that. So if you guys have any questions about the P2, I'm happy to answer any of those you may have.
Yeah. As those are rolling in, we got a few that just came up here. All right, so for a new scuba diver, fresh in seawater, what one specific piece of your equipment would you recommend that I have?
Wow. There's quite a few. For a new diver, some of the personal pieces of equipment I think a lot of our customers go for mask, fins, depending on their budget, getting into regulators and life support equipment. But for one piece of gear that I would always recommend is a good fitting mask. I think the best way to make sure that your mask fits you is to, of course, stop by your Dive Right In Scuba location and try on all the masks that they have. But we've been pretty lucky that this mask right here, the M1, fits a wide variety of faces, and it's very comfortable. So I would suggest that as a starting point.
Yeah. And if you've already got your own mask, fin, snorkel, because that's what you needed for class, I mean, where I take people, is the BCD. So, and I'm sure you guys see it just as much. We're having, 9 out of 10 new BCD purchases are really backplate and wings. And it's really because you're being able to eliminate all that bulk from that rental jacket. You're able to really put the weight where you need it, slim things down, customize it, make it modular, change things as you grow. So that would be my recommendation if you've already got a mask, but the M1's a great choice too.
Yeah, that's a good point. Definitely.
And we got one question here. Oh, this is I'm interested as well. Will you ever have a Hollis custom-made Drysuit available?
That's a good question. So the DX300 suit that we have is it's a stock size suit only. And it comes in, I think, 9 different sizes. And within those 9, we've been able to fit a wide variety of people. I would say rarely are we recommending a custom for anybody. But there are folks that require custom suits. And for those, most often I push them towards the direction of the Bear brand under Hewish Outdoors. Bear has a very wide variety of custom made to order suits and sizes. And I would, if you don't fall within our size range for the DX suit, that's the one I'd suggest.
Yeah, and I hear Bear's coming tomorrow to the virtual dive show.
Yep, Scott will be on tomorrow, and he'll be able to answer some of those questions for you about the custom suits.
Awesome. Nick, it's always a pleasure. It was great hearing about all the new equipment that you have and letting everybody hear about it. It's time for my favorite part. Let's give something away here.
Absolutely. I was going to give away a hat or something else, but I think because we talked about the Neotek and there's been a lot of questions about that, we're going to give away a Neotek 4.3.
Awesome. All right.
Yep.
Max Ehrenberg.
Awesome. Congratulations, Max.
Well, Max, we will be reaching out to you to get your size, and we'll get that over to you. For all the other folks that were commenting about the Neotek, feel free to check it out on the site. We're excited. They just landed here in the States, so we should be seeing our shipment here very, very shortly, and we'll be able to get it to you guys. So,
Yep. Thank you guys for having me on again, and thanks for tuning in. Tim, appreciate the time as always, and you guys have a good rest of the day.
No problem. Thank you. Have a good one, Nick.
All right, you too. See ya.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching the Time to Dive show. It's been a great show thus far. We've got a few more hours, actually quite a few more hours here of excellent presentations coming your way. For every one of you that haven't already heard me say this every half hour, sign up for the raffle. You're getting entered into the $1,000 big prize giveaway at the end of the show. We're also going to go ahead and raffle away a big trip tomorrow, free dive trip. All right, we are waiting on our next presenter still, so just bear with us. I'm really excited about this. So I'm really excited about this. So this is a 3-part presentation for you. So it's going to be awesome. It's from our friends at Brownies, Spare Air, and Blue Systems. So I'm going to get them on right now for us.
We're here. Okay.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Back up just a second.
You guys are live. I don't think they can hear us just yet, so bear with us. They're going to take us through a full walkthrough of their whole facility. It's just... You're good.
Yeah. Back up. Back up. Oh, awesome!
Let me know when you are ready to go. Yeah.
It's lagging.
Can you hear me? Are we ready to rock?
You're ready to go whenever you're ready.
Are we ready to rock?
You're ready to go. It's the only thing about doing it on the phone. Bear with us, guys. Oh, let's see what's going on here. I think they froze up here. Let's give them a moment to exit out and come back in. Yeah, guys, we're lagging as well. All right, I just texted them. They're going to head out and head right back in. While we're waiting for him, we can definitely do the link for the raffle. I'm jealous of the 4.3 Neotek, I gotta tell you.
I'm so excited.
Hey, I can see you.
Yeah? Can you see me?
We're good to go.
Turn what around? I'm getting thumbs up, but I'm not sure.
You're good.
Turn the camera. It's on.
You're
It's
good.
on you, I think.
Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Yeah? All right.
Yes.
I think we are live to go. Yes?
Yes.
Tim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, guys. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and... No, I'm not.
We can see you.
Can you see me now?
Yes, I can see you.
Can you see me, Tim?
Yes, I can see you.
Here, I was worried about me the whole time. Emily, how's it looking?
Very blurry.
Very blurry. Do we need to come back into the building, you guys? Perhaps we're just too far from the Wi-Fi.
I think so.
No, that's okay. Nothing's happening yet. Do we just need more Wi-Fi, guys? Anybody? Is anybody talking to Tim?
It's not even updated on my laptop.
You guys are up and running.
No. Let's go towards the showroom. Perhaps we're just not getting the Wi-Fi that we need out here. Anybody?
Like I'm seeing it like 30 seconds after.
We're going to let them get back to their Wi-Fi here. So they've got a full booth set up as well. So I bet you they're walking to the booth. And they're coming back in.
Oh, maybe that's it. Guys, let's just go ahead inside. Maybe we're just going to forego the factory tour altogether.
Hey,
Come on
how's it
inside,
going?
guys. Hey. Oh, can you see me now?
I can see you. I can hear you.
Boy, I'm so bummed. We have such an awesome factory tour planned on out there. But for some reason, I guess being out in the factory, it's such secret spy stuff that the internet is keeping us from showing it all to you.
No problem.
All right, so are we on now?
You're on.
Awesome. Awesome. Why don't you go right over there? Well, guys, sorry for the little delay there. We were going to take you through an awesome factory tour, but we're just going to have to jump right in, I guess, from here, which is just fine. Anyway, welcome to Brownies Marine Group. Hi, Tim. We are coming to you live from Pompano Beach, Florida. Brownies Marine Group is a publicly traded company with a lot of highly specialized companies under our belt. Today, specifically, we're going to talk about Brownies Third Lung. We're going to talk about spare air, bright weights, and we're going to introduce to you our new company, Blue. So let's go ahead and just jump in and get started. Brownies Third Lung. Again, my name is Stacy Wall. I am the Director of Operations here, and this is our factory where we are actually manufacturing the Brownies Third Lung systems right here in sunny South Florida. We manufacture tankless diving. What is tankless diving? Well, the obvious answer is it is diving without the need to carry a scuba tank on your back. But how exactly do we break that down? Simple philosophy, really. Fresh air is drawn from the surface and brought in right through our cap on the top. It goes down through a fresh air intake where our compressor is going to then push the air further on down. The air goes down through a common down line, either a 40-foot or a 60-foot, where it is going to divide into individual 20-foot diver hoses, low pressure regulators, and this is the best part, guys. All you are wearing on your back is a small weight integrated cumber belt that's going to click in the hose on your back, and the regulator is going to come around and you're going to breathe. That is the premise of tankless diving. Fresh air from the surface, drawn through a compressor, going through a common down line, dividing into multiple diver hoses, going to your 20-foot individual diver hoses, regulators, and weight belts. So you can be right next to each other, diving, checking out the same spots, or you guys can spread out and get up to 40 feet apart from each other. Now, we have several different kinds of diving systems. We really manufacture something for everybody. We have floating systems. We have commercial diving systems. We have 110, 220 powered systems. We have systems that float and are land and that can do both. We make them for everybody. What kind of power do they come in? Well, we have 110, 220, battery powered, gasoline powered, and we can dive up to 3 hours on any of these. Our electric systems, unlimited power, unlimited diving time. What's that you say? What is our most popular system, Sebastian? That's a very good question. Right now, with lithium ion being as popular as it is and safe, we have gone battery powered. We are always on the top of the ingenuity. So right here before you is our Sea Lion diving system. It is a 24-volt lithium ion battery powered. Check that out for a battery. But this system will take up to 3 divers to 33 feet for 3 hours. There is no system in the world, and I can say that, and it is absolutely true, that has this type of ingenuity. 3 divers, 3 hours to around 30 feet of depth. And the fun part of all of this, and with all of our floating systems, is all of our gear packs up into a gear bag, and then we just take a lid and put it on top to keep it protected, and that's it. All of the equipment for up to 4 divers in general is broken down into a gear bag and into a unit. So who is using these systems? Well, down here we have a lot of fun in the Keys, and we go lobster diving, scallop diving, just have fun in general. Who else? Who else will use the Brownies Third Lung system? Look at something like this, commercial divers. Commercial divers that are fixing, inspecting boats, that are fixing hull maintenance, cleaning, maintenance. The electric systems, pool cleaning, pool maintenance, small aquariums. These systems can be used for a variety of different things. So Brownies Third Lung, we have been around since 1969, and we are, without a doubt, the leader in the tankless diving systems. All right, do I have any questions so far? Okay.
33 feet for one diver?
33 feet, well, it really depends upon the unit. For example, our smallest electric system will take 1 diver to around 33 feet. The next size electric system can take 2 divers to 33 feet. Our Sea Lion can take 3 divers to 33 feet. It can take 2 divers to around 65 feet. We have dual head direct drive systems that take 3 divers to around 45 feet. So it really depends on which system and the capacity as to what type of performance it's going to give you. Good with that question? All right, awesome. Well, moving right along into our family of product gears, and something we were starting to talk about outside, but I think we may have gotten cut off. Brownies Marine Group as a whole is a publicly traded company with a lot of specialty dive companies underneath their belt. Brownies Third Lung has been around for over 50 years and was the beginning of that. Then we've had a lot of companies join us. One that has joined us is our family out in Huntington Beach. Shout out to our friends out in Spare Air. Spare Air, everybody knows it as the diver's parachute. But did you know that Spare Air was actually brought upon by necessity? Mr. Larry Williamson went on a 140-foot dive out in California looking to catch lobster. Found himself in an out-of-air drill. Looked around, his dive buddy was too far to go, so straight up is where he needed to go, and that's where he went. He did make it to the top, and that's a good story, but he does remember as he was going up to the top saying to himself, if I only had one more breath of air. And then he did get to the top and he passed out, and they were able to rescue him, but he made it his mission to design a redundant life support system. And that's what he did, and that later on became the Spare Air system and what we all know of today. The most popular products right now for the Spare Air, you have your 3 cubic foot bottle, which is going to give you approximately 57 breaths. And we have the 6 cubic foot bottle. Come on, hands up. The 3 gives you 57, the 6 cubic foot. Emily in the back. Yes, you're right, 114 breaths of air, all right. So that is about, it is always going to depend on your breathing rate, the diver's lung capacity, and the activity that you are performing. But they are designed to get you out of an emergency, out of air situation when up is where you need to go. They come as packages. All of your Spare Air systems are going to have a filling gauge on the side that will allow you to either fill your scuba Spare Airs off of a larger scuba tank. So you would use an adapter as such to continuously fill your bottles off of a scuba tank. Or if you're going into a dive store or have a tank fill compressor, there is another adapter that will just fill directly from a tank fill compressor. So your 3 cubic foot and your 6 cubic foot. These come as packages. So in your diver's reserve parachute package here, you're going to have your system. You're going to have a sleeve. This sleeve serves to keep it protected. You can also use the straps on it to attach to your BCD or to any part of your body. It's got your dust cap to keep it nice and clean and safe when you're not using it. The spare air, the sleeve. It is also going to come with the tank-to-tank adapter. It's all packaged up into a nice box. Also comes with your lanyard, clips onto the system, clips onto the body. So if it is dropped while you are pulling it out, you can reel that right back in. All right. Also optional, well, on the systems, there's a little gauge that will pop out when your system is full. That is your indicator, visual indicator that your system is full. Another accessory you can add would be a little dial gauge, a little bit easier to see right there. Super nice. And as the Brownies Third Lung and Spare Air are all under the same family, we have gone ahead and incorporated our weight integrated cumber belt that you wear with the Brownies Third Lung system. And we've tied on a sleeve to the back so that with this system now, while utilizing the Brownies Third Lung, in case of emergency, I will simply reach back, grab my system, put it straight into my mouth, and up I will go. So Spare Air is used all over the world by divers. Who else uses a Spare Air system? Let's open up the box a little bit. Spare Air systems around here I know are used by some of our public safety. We're surrounded by canals and everything all around us, so that's being used for that. I have purchased Spare Air in 2 different occasions in my life. One, when I was a diver, obviously, to carry with me. And then last year, I spent a good amount of time at a trade show with my friend Paul from Winslow, the big life rafts. And I kept hearing him say over and over how the U.S. Coast Guard states 86% of accidents that include losing your vessel are due to fire. 86%. So the second time I bought Spare Air systems, I actually bought myself a 4-pack, and I keep them on the boat now, down in the berth where my family is sleeping. So in case of emergencies and we need to get out, I have air to breathe, fresh air going out of and jumping into the water for. So think outside the box on your Spare Air systems, and anytime you think of a reserve, you better think of Spare Air. Okay. Any questions on Spare Air?
Yes.
Yes.
What is the weight of the system?
The weight of the system, it's really light. Exactly, you know what? Christine, Submersible Systems in California, shout that out to me, the weight of the systems. I would say, if I were to guesstimate, it's just about 2 pounds here, empty, but I will get back to you with that exact information. I appreciate the question.
And another question, are these allowed at high HAIGH?
High altitude, can you bring them on the airplane maybe? Well, if that was the question, I can answer you and say, yes, you can travel with your Spare Air systems. What you will need to do is make sure you let all the air out of it. The top unscrews right off, and you do need to carry it with you on the airplane, not check it in. So you will carry it with you. All right, for right now, we're going to move right along to our Bright Weights system, which is the newest member of the family. Bright Weights is a new system for us. I mean, honestly, whether you are on tank diving or tankless diving, everybody understands that you need weight, you need ballast. And as an instructor myself, getting yourself perfectly neutral is a challenge, and it's something we really need to concentrate on with our open water divers so that they can enjoy the dive and not the struggle of going up and down. Bright Weights basically is a split ballast configuration that you will achieve by spreading your weight throughout your body, specifically neutralizing the areas that float, like our booties on our feet, our chest, our tank that's starting to lose air. So we're going to take our weights, and we've got our standard weights that go around our waist and around our ankles, but Bright Weights really brings it into these 1.1 pound, 500 gram coated lead weights that are going to allow you to adjust your ballast 1 pound at a time. whether it is the slugs on your belt and you're going to put them exactly where you want them on your hips, whether it's going to be around your ankles. If you have a weight integrated BCD, we have these integration straps that will easily slip into your pockets while keeping all of your weights together. For your trim pockets on the back, you can stick these right in the back for your trim pockets. And one of the most popular things that have come out of Bright Weights is this tank harness. It is 3.3 pounds on each side, a cylinder harness that goes around the body, or excuse me, around the tank. It is, again, moving that neutral air pockets right here and adding your weight to your back. Also serves as a multi-purpose where you can carry your tank, and also serves so your tank is not rolling around. It is a tank holster with weights. So when you're looking for a way to keep your ballast even keeled, so you want to swim like a fish, then this is the way to go. Bright Weights also has a commercial line of systems. I am very passionate about working out with a 7-pound vest. Also comes in 14 pounds, 7 and 14 pounds. We do have some instructor straps like here, where if you just need to swim up to your diver and add a few pounds to them, we can do that. So Bright Weights, you got to check them out. A coated lead system that will trim your ballast so you are swimming like a fish. Oh, I'm so excited. Look who showed up today to wish us hello. Blake Carmichael, who's going to give us a little talk about Blue. Hey, Blake, how are you, sir?
All right.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Well, thank you. A little Wi-Fi. We can overcome adversity, that is for sure. Might not make it back to the factory, but we're going to give it a try again.
Yeah, we'll stick in the showroom. We'll get Wi-Fi.
Awesome.
Products right here.
Okay, sounds good. My pleasure. Here you go. Start. Absolutely. Pass the mic. And might want to have one of these as well, because you got some really good questions in there sometimes.
All right, guys. So, yep. My name is Blake. I'm the CEO here at Blue. And our mission here at Blue is to develop the world's most user-friendly dive systems. So these are lightweight, portable, battery-powered single diver systems that are pretty much miniature brownies. So the idea is to get it to be as simple as snorkeling, but still offer the experience of a scuba dive. So we have two products here. We have Nemo and Nomad. Nemo was launched in October of 2019. It's a 10-foot maximum depth. It weighs 10 pounds and it runs for about 1 hour to an hour and a half on this little battery right here. Then we have Nomad here. Nomad is our 30-foot system that we launched last October. So this one weighs still only about 15 pounds. Runs for up to about an hour. It's operating at a higher pressure, so the battery is a little bit bigger on Nomad. Weighs 15 pounds. Both units are actually airplane travel friendly. So if we get back to kind of the initial vision when we started Blue about 5 years ago, we actually started this based on the vision of developing a unit that could fit on your back and you could travel with it to the beach. So for example, hopping on the plane, flying out to Hawaii, and then maybe even walking through a mountain down to a remote beach where you can dive right off the beach without even having to stop at a scuba shop to rent gear. So what's really nice about that is super portable. You can dive right off the beach and not worry about scuba tanks. You can also bring some spare batteries out with you. So if you'd like to keep diving, swap a new battery in. So both of these units float. They float right behind you. You're wearing a harness, as you can kind of see in the picture over here. And then as you tow it around, it's going to pump air when you start to inhale. And then as you exhale, it's going to turn the pump off to conserve battery life. That's all based on our Smart Reg, which is a patented technology that we developed. And we actually build everything right here in-house. So if we didn't have a little Wi-Fi issue going on, we could run back there. Maybe we'll give it a shot here. As a quick example, we do everything down to winding our own motor coils. So you can see this here just as an example of everything we manufacture. So the reason for that is we design these products on our 3D printers here from scratch. We like to maintain complete control over that design. So as we receive more customer feedback, we can develop the products, among other benefits. But we often get some strange looks of like, why don't you just outsource everything? But we really like the engineering and the manufacturing aspect to ensure quality to the customer. So let's see what else we want to talk about here. Is there any questions just yet?
We got one question. How do the battery terminals handle salt water?
Yeah, so the whole unit can be completely submerged. Question was, how can the batteries handle the salt water? So the only way to seal is when you plug in the connector here. So it's got an O-ring, annular O-ring that connects here. So you get a good click from the connector. Then the unit will power up. That'll be fully corrosion proof and protected from salt water. So this whole unit is actually in the water, and it's drawing air from the top of the snorkel tube. So as it's floating in the water, it may look like it's not stable for waves, but it'll actually bob back and forth at a very low center of gravity. And then for additional buoyancy and stability or visibility, we have this dry bag float, which is kind of optional. So it's also great for beach diving. You can store dry items inside and take it right off the beach. So you can see in the picture here, I've got the Nomad floating, strapped into my harness. I've got my Bright Weights weight belt on, spare air in case of any sort of emergency. However, as the unit gets low on battery, you will get a battery alert. So with about 5 to 10 minutes left, you will get an alert in the reg, a little pulsation. That'll let you know that it's time to conclude the dive. So here's a look at the backpack that I was talking about. So this was the whole vision. Just fit everything into a backpack this small where you can throw it on the plane with you, travel around the world, and perhaps even put it on a paddleboard. So we'll see if we can walk out here to the production line real quick and say hi to the team. How's our Wi-Fi looking?
It's looking all right.
All right. Yeah, so here's a look at the production line out here. So we have Daryl here winding up some motor coils. And as we come around, you can kind of see where we build Nemos. So these are all the Nemo side. Nemo's pump is built to be optimized at the 10-foot range. So the pump is operating at a low pressure. So for 10 feet, you only really need 4.5 PSI to pump air down. So that's what Nemo's going to operate. And it's going to adjust based on what depth you're at. So it'll consume less energy for less depth. Going into Nomad, we had to really push the pump up to get to 30 feet. We need 3 times the pressure, increase flow rate. We had to go back to the drawing board. And so this is the side of the line. So say hi to Josh here. All right, Josh. We got Trevin, Nick, and Dave. Dave's winding some Nomad coils here. So our statement here is battery-powered diving is here. It's a super convenient way to get underwater. We go back to our core mission real quick. There's 3 key components of Blue. First is to design some really cool products that people love to use. So far, we're doing a pretty good job with that. We have Nemo, Nomad, and we're getting a lot of good YouTube reviews, good reviews on our website. And so second key component is to find a way to introduce new people to the underwater world. And what we're doing with that is introducing a guided tour program where you can go out and actually dive our products alongside an authorized Blue dive guide. So he'll pick you out on a Nemo. This is perfect for somebody who's snorkeled, may want to go the next step, but not quite scuba. So it's a great way to get them in the water. Also, as an experienced diver, if you want to just try the product before buying it, you can come out to one of those guided tour locations. So we're launching the first one of those in Lauderdale by the Sea right now. We're really excited to spread that around the world. Third key component of our mission here at Blue is to actually give back. And by that I mean motivate people to protect and conserve the underwater world that we love to explore with these products. So the way we're doing that, we're a part of 1% for the Planet. 1% of our sales get donated back into ocean conservation organizations. And then in the long term, our main goal is to integrate sensors into every product that will log data. And then at the end of your dive, upload that data to an online database where researchers can come in, check it out from around the world, whatever project they need to use it for, it's there for them. So GPS track, and that all gets logged. So that's in the distant future, but we're really excited about the future. We have a lot of really good things going on. And yeah, anytime we get a good review, we read it out to the team here. So thank you for all the good reviews so far. All right, thanks for joining us at BMG here, and hope to see you underwater soon.
Sounds great. Thanks so much, guys. We're going to do a real quick giveaway before our next presentation here, so bear with us. All right. So someone's walking away with a spare air. Let's see who it is. Eric, congratulations. We will get that out to you and reach out to you and get you taken care of here. All right, guys. Thanks for watching the Time to Dive show. We have a great next presentation coming up here. OMS with Pete Naraki. Getting him queued up right now.
All right.
All right, Pete, how are we doing today?
Doing good, doing good. So all set, it's excited. So good to see you folks back again. And it's a real pleasure for you to see me as we did this last year also. So we'll be discussing OMS, and hopefully the screen share will work, because we'll do something that everybody enjoys at work is death by PowerPoint, but we'll be doing it quick. All right, and let's just do the entire screen.
Oh. We'll get Pete back in here in just a second. All right, so while we're waiting for Pete, just as a reminder, every 30 minutes we got a new presenter coming on, showing off their new gear. Go ahead and pop your name in the raffle. We're giving $1,000 away tonight. We're also doing another $1,000 giveaway tomorrow, along with our trip to St. Croix. Check out our page, diverightinscuba.com. We got sales going all weekend long. So all the cool stuff you see here, we can help you and you know, get you some new dive gear and keep things rolling there. All right, Pete's trying one more time here. All right, let's see if this works. And nothing just yet. All right, there it is. All right, Pete, so we see your screen, but we can't hear you or see you. We'll have him come back in here. I see some comments about the raffle links. Yeah, guys, once the presentation gets up and rolling, we'll go ahead and post that for everybody. Someone had posted a question in course developed that you can take and safely learn how to use that whole tankless system. Hey, Pete's back. All right, we're pulling him up right now.
I hate your system. I'm going on just to let you know. So, we'll skip doing the PowerPoint. They've all been through this. So I'll be talking about some air cells and harnesses. I wanted to go through it quick, but we'll start off with the fun stuff. So let's take a look with air cells. All right. Well, this is a component system. We have fundamentally 4 different harnesses to work with, and we have a variety of air cells that will go on there. So the whole idea behind the OMS line is not us telling you how to dive. It's all about you telling us what you need to set up and how to work. All right. With the colors, and yeah, they're really bright, but the different sizing, and we'll start off more like the travel wings. We have 2 different sizes on the travel wings. We have them in 27-pound lift, and we also have them in 32-pound lift. Now, don't get hung up on the lift so much, because the 32-pounder is a few inches shorter than the 27. The 27 has a longer profile on the wing, and when it folds up around the tank, which we have nicknamed taco wing in the industry, it stays tight and close to your body. This is also a wing that is a donut style wing. So as you're starting to descend, as opposed, and we'll talk about a horseshoe wing in a moment, as you descend, the air will move around the wing. So if you wind up going slightly head down, the air goes up to the back, and if you shift right or left, it will move easily, as opposed to a horseshoe wing that also forces you to almost go into a partially vertical position to get the air to run up on the top. Now, OMS has changed over a number of years, and the one thing that I really like is when they put on the new fittings, you don't need a bunch of tools in order to get to it, and now everything is ultrasonically welded to the inner bag. It's using, compared to what they used to use, it uses a larger thread size, so it's a whole lot easier for you to put it together. And if you're the type of person that likes to take the wing apart in order to clean it, you can do so without tools. Even I can put it back together again. And the thread size is the same up on the top. A feature built into the wing is a rapid exhaust, which is actually should just be called a trim valve. So you pull on it, stainless steel cable, and you can burp the air out of it. Now, the outside of the wing is 1,000 denier nylon. It's Cordura. And on the inside is a heavy-duty bag. And there is a zipper, because you all want to go inside and see what's on the inside of your wing. So we'll take my wing apart so you don't have to take yours apart. Well, heavy-duty material, but here's the difference that they did. Originally, when they were building this style wing, the inner bag, to reinforce it, because you just can't have the flat nylon. It won't work over time. It's no longer color fast. They put a polyurethane coating on the inside. Now, some manufacturers actually spray the coating on. What OMS does, they sent the entire bulk of material out, and they have it laminated on. So it's more consistent. It resists tearing. And these wings, I've seen people go on boats, and it's like, yeah, I've had this wing for 10 years. And I'm like, well, pony up, cheapskate. It's time for a new one, because your red wing is starting to turn white because you've left it out in the sun for 2 weeks. So the one thing that does beat up any wing made by anybody, nylon doesn't like ultraviolet light. It hates chlorine. Salt water actually doesn't work all that well when we're working with it. So, but let me give you a little hint. We do this a lot with public safety divers. If you pre-wet all your equipment before you get into the pool, or before you even get into the water, it'll actually last longer, because you fill in all the gaps inside the nylon thread. So that'll extend the life of the dye that it's working with at that point. So the red will stay redder. And different colors, well, we actually have 8 different colors. We used to have solid red. We discontinued that. Now everything has this nice 2-inch panel in black along the side. And we have it in hot pink, for those of you who like that. And another feature that we built into the wing, you can see the 32-pounder is a little wider. I prefer this when diving my Drysuit with a single tank. But there is also a set of anti-roll bars built into all the wings at this point, the 32-pound wing or the 27, and we'll talk about the newest wing that came out just recently. So it sort of acts like an STA, single tank adapter, for people that are using the an aluminum 80. Now, once you get into something heavier, like a steel 100, steel 94, you may actually prefer to use a single tank adapter. And we've added some extra features on the wing. And of course, my stuff gets completely taken apart by other people. But the new ones now, to keep from scratching your tank, if you're just running the cam bands through it, we actually have a Velcro strip that goes over this to keep the stainless steel grommets from rubbing on the tank and messing up your $400 or $500 scuba tank. So like I said, they walked away with mine, so you can't trust anybody at this company. So colors, you can get it. Believe it or not, we have them in lizard green. I see a comment on that. A lot of people love those. Lizard green, orange, black, navy, Miami blue, red with the red trim, pink as you just saw, and that's pretty much it. And oddly enough, the new black is orange. But with all those colors that we bring in, still the #1 selling color happens to be black. So you have your options when it comes to the different colors. Now, OMS over time has had to make changes because everything has to evolve, just like the Model T. The second year, the Model T actually came out with windshield wipers, and then it came out with headlights. Well, we don't have to go that far, but there are those of you who do remember this wing, the one with the bungees on the outside. And by the way, the nickname for this wing, and I'm from the Northeast, as you can tell by my accent, I'm not a local boy. I'm actually in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. This used to be nicknamed the bondage wing. Well, the problem with this particular wing, over time, it's actually dropped off out of popularity. This is a 30-year-old design, and it is also what's called a horseshoe wing. Now, we needed to make some changes on that, not for the fact of making changes, but making a change that actually makes sense for the consumer and for the shop, because people like to get multiple uses out of one product. So now we have what's called the Deep Ocean 2.0. With this particular wing, you still have the features of the little anti-roll bars that'll be built into it, but these are cut a little wider because we're figuring somebody's going to use a wing this size, and when we ship them, they're 46 pounds of lift. You can go onto the inside and actually undo the bungees, allow them to stretch out, and now it's a 60-pound lift wing. We call this a hybrid wing. So you can do multiple things with the same wing, and the color patterns are exactly the same that you can get with this. And we sell a lot of these to public safety divers. So of course the firemen want red and the policemen want blue, and all the consumers want black. Although the orange and the green is still popular, or the red or any other color is still popular with other people out there. But on this wing, and the one thing everybody likes, the top dump. Well, the original top dump, the string ended right about here and nobody could reach it. So now we put a much longer string on it, and you can cut it to any size you want to work with. We'll get into this when we also start talking about the harnesses. This particular wing, since it's that crossover onto tech, does not come with the rapid exhaust, but you can add one if you so desire with the stainless steel cable. It's sold as one complete kit to put everything together. Now, you'll notice there's 2 dump valves on here. Remember, everything we make is CE approved. And when this wing was actually built, it was built for the Norwegian Navy. Norwegian Fire Brigade wanted this particular unit. You can't get them here, but they would unscrew this side, and they would actually screw in a small pony bottle, because one of their SOPs is you have to have a completely redundant way of inflating the wing. Not just by the power inflator, but another way of inflating it. No, you can't get it here because the cylinders aren't DOT approved. The one thing they are working at, because at the immediate moment in the line, we don't have a redundant wing in the system. So they are working on making the Deep Ocean 2 will also be a redundant wing. That's going to come out for 2023. If you want wings that are specific to doubles, we also have the Performance Double Wing. And these come in 2 sizes, 45 pounds and 60 pounds. And what I'm looking for here, because it's got it on its sizing, this, believe it or not, is a 45-pound lift wing. It's only designed to work with a set of doubles. It will basically fold very nicely around the set of doubles, so it's not going to create a lot of drag. The 60-pounder is a little bigger, obviously, but not substantially larger. So at this point in the line, we fundamentally have 3 different wings: the 27-pound Performance Mono, the 32-pound Performance Mono. We also have the Deep Ocean 2.0 and the Performance Double Wing. Now, the Performance Doubles come in black and red in stock. The other colors have to be ordered, and there is a delay on that. So the one question always comes up: availability. We are getting our next shipment in the next 4 weeks, actually less. And we try to bring in every possible size and color of everything, so we have it available to ship to everybody that's out there. So, which means on occasion I can finally get what I want. So now we're going into harnesses because you need something to put on it. And no, we don't sell the pink hangers, in case that's your next question. So this is the IQ Light Pack. With the IQ Light, it comes in extra small, small, medium large, and extra large. The unit is designed for travel, very lightweight, weighs about 4 pounds. You could fold it, get it into your luggage easily. And originally when we made them, it was just a standard harness. The change that we did was we actually put the trim weight pockets in the back, and they'll hold 2 pounds of lead on every size. We reduced the size of the trim weight pocket from 5 pounds to 2 pounds because these are not ditchable and people were overloading the unit. Now, if you want to use one of these and you come back and it's like, well, I want to add a plate. You prefer to wear a plate with your wing because you're diving up in Lake Michigan. You can actually slide a stainless steel or aluminum plate to the inside of the wing, and you don't have to depend on the Velcro to hold it together because the holes of the wing and the harness actually line up, so you can put a single tank adapter through here, or you can work with a set of book screws to lock it in. The cam straps will slide through the slots in the top and in the bottom. It is designed for 2 cam straps to work with. Another feature we did too, as opposed to the original IQ Light, this strap for your waist can actually be changed now because we have a metal to nylon contact, which eventually will wear through, depending on how you pull it, how you work with it. And then if it does wear out, you can just replace the strap itself. You don't have to try to replace the entire unit or have something stitched on and battle with it at this point. You can also, if you want to, add a cummerbund to the unit. If you prefer not to have just a nylon waist, you can add a cummerbund to the unit. So you have versatility. The big thing we try to do is much modularity as possible. Every wing we make fits on every harness that we make. All right, and it's standard to also have the Velcro strap on here, which, by the way, if you don't like these, you can pop it off, or you can move it up and down so it'll fit in the right position. You can actually move it over onto your right shoulder if you prefer that. So the question that does come up, can you buy an extra one? I'm working on it. So we're going to try to get them to start bringing those in for 2023, so it'll fit onto any 2-inch webbing at that point. Now, harnesses that work specifically with, yeah, that would have been disastrous. Just a simple 2-inch webbing. We have what's called the Smart Stream system. And by the way, all the harnesses do come with a crack strap. And with these, we can basically tighten them up. So when you're working with it, this will actually open up. So it's easy to get into. Pull it in position, lock it down. Or if you want to get it out a little bit easier, just pull it forward. And now you can get yourself out of the system. This is a one-size-fits-all. And once again, with modularity, you can actually add a pad to it to make it a little bit more comfortable. You just don't want to wind up using just a 2-inch webbing. You can add weight pockets to the unit. We have 6-pound weight pockets, and we also have 20-pound weight pockets, 20 pounds on each side if you so desire to work with that. And it comes in aluminum or stainless steel. Now, we talked about adding the trim pockets. When you're wearing singles, we actually have a pad that slides over the plate. And once again, you can add the trim pockets on here. It will not work with a set of doubles. There's just too much mass going on and trying to get that bolt kit. You'd actually have to adjust the bolt kit to fit these, but it will work very well with singles. So you have that ability. And it's cut to work with either one of our plates. We use the same pattern for the plates. Then we come into This is my favorite harness. This particular harness. This is the Comfort Harness 3. Once again, it's an adjustable harness. You can see we have the heavy-duty Cobra clips to work with. They are completely designed for saltwater use. Stainless steel springs, stainless steel construction, and the other feature with these is you can adjust the size anywhere from basically extra small right through extra large, go and pull it out further and go into extra large. And this uses a very heavy duty neoprene, so it's very, very comfortable to work with at this point. And once again, any particular size. I happen to like this harness because I can adjust it any way I want. When I'm diving my Sidewinder, and I know I'll have somebody that go, yay, Sidewinder, I actually put extra O-rings to route my hoses for my controller down on one side, so you have versatility to take the whole thing apart and rework it. So you have the ability to work this a whole lot of different ways. And then last but not least, we have a public safety harness. And the public safety harness is also adjustable. One size fits all, but this is, I actually sell this for light commercial diving also. And you can see, very heavy duty. When I wear this thing, I usually have to take lead off. It weighs a ton. The plate is specific to this. You can see you can adjust the sizing for the individual, pretty much from a small right up through a double extra large. It's got padded shoulders. We have the Cobra buckles on the shoulders, and we actually have the Cobra buckles are on the waist as soon as I find one. So these adjust by simply pulling them in, tightening them up, and they hold very, very securely. So they're designed not to slip off easily. And on this we have, this is the 20-pound pocket. Now with these, it comes with the rings on the right and the left side. It's simply a pull to open it up. And on the inside, it is a compartmentalized setup. So you can keep, if you're diving it with lighter weights, you can keep the weights toward the back so that you'll stay more up and down when you're diving with a back-mounted unit, or fill the weights in the rest of the way, or slide them over and just fill it in at any way you want. These are removable. You simply pop the O-ring off and then pull the unit out from the inside if you don't want to have an extra O-ring on there. And it stays reasonably rigid, but if you prefer a flop ring, you pull the O-ring off and now the wing will fold down, the 2-inch webbing, and it's made out of aluminum. And if the next question I always get, are they welded? Yes, they're actually welded on the bottom so that they won't pop out easily. Now, DUI also came up with a different weighting system that you can add, and you're familiar, most of you would be familiar with our weight and trim system. We have what's called the Weight and Trim 3. You can get the pockets separately. Now, with these, with the other ones, they only came 20 pound. We have them in 10 pound and 20 pound. But when you need to ditch the weight, you just pull the pin out, and then you can head the weight up. With the other system, once you pull and I always call it the weed whacker cord, once you pull it out, the weight pocket simply falls off. There's no way of handing it up. So with these, you have the weight in there. You can hand it up to the tender or to the dive master to get out of the water. In order to put it together, it's actually a lock and key system. You simply align it and then slide, if you're not too spastic, you slide it in, and that locks it in. And for training, or sometimes they like it, you can actually set these up so that the pin is now facing slightly out, so it's easy to find, and you can grab this with while you're wearing a pair of dry gloves. So that works out, and they are available where you don't have to have it on a harness. You can order just the pockets separately and put it on any 2-inch webbing that you want to work with. So you have once again, another modular system to work with. They are cut relatively large. I actually wear a medium. I'm 195 pounds, 5'10". Medium fits me perfect. For the bigger guys, we do have them in extra large. You can get a guy 6'6", 300 pounds will fit in that harness relatively easily at that point. So, do we have any questions or comments that we're looking for? Okay, yes, thank you, Jennifer. We did do a lot of thought when we started working on the harness. So we're trying to, basically, when we make a change in the product line, we really want to make a change that makes sense. The one thing that I like about my job is I get to beta test all this stuff, you know, and then I call, you know, I talk to Germany on a Zoom call, and it's like, what you think? Well, it sucks because it doesn't work. You know, when they first put out the Deep Ocean 2.0, they asked for a dive report. I said, yeah, no problem. Here's the picture I'm starting it off with. All the fittings fit underneath my regulators, so I can't get to anything. It's like, oh, we need to move those out. So we're not just working with an engineer that says, yeah, this is the way it works, and this is the way you're going to dive it. And we're like, yeah, well, it doesn't work that way, so you have to make a change. You know, and a lot of what I do is gear consultation for people, and sometimes I have somebody that's shorter in stature, and it's like, well, they only need a 27-pound wing. It's like, well, why? Well, because they only weigh 120 pounds. It's like, yes, but they're 5'4" tall. The 32-pound wing is cut shorter. Don't get locked up. It's only 5 pounds difference. It's a different shape of the wing to get the fit. You're basically controlling a bubble in the wing. Too much gas, and now you're not able to keep that trim because you're constantly fighting where it is. You want to stay in that sweet spot in between, which, by the way, is your ability on all the wings is to move them up and down. It's a little bit of trial and error. And it does change from being in a swimming pool to being in a dry suit. So get used to working a little bit, and you'll have a little bit more fun there with it. So it's all about what size you need on here. Now, of course, I don't have my PowerPoint, but if you have a question after this, you can email me. It's really hard. It's pete@dui-online.com. I used to give out my phone number, but there's always someone who calls at 3 o'clock in the morning and the phone's off, so haha, it doesn't work. So we go from there. And now Tim's always got, what are we giving away for free? Because Tim isn't going to give anything away for free. We're going to give something away for free. So, and no, you're not getting a harness because someone's always complaining it's the wrong size. So what we have for you is the OMS reel, the 400-foot reel. So if you're on a 500-foot long ship, you need 2 reels, okay? But it's a very easy reel to work with. It just unlocks. You pull it out, and then you lock it, and it's nice and firm, and it doesn't fall apart. And I've done it with dry gloves. And it has a, we'll call it a Goodman handle, but it's adjustable because, ladies, we didn't forget you, or guys, if you have a smaller hand, you can make it smaller. It's got a nice heavy-duty pad, neoprene backing, and you can make it larger, like mine is, to fit my dry glove underneath. So we have that in 400-foot length.
Let's do it.
Right on time.
Yeah, of course. All right, let's give away that smart reel.
All right, Reese.
All right, Reese. Excellent. Pete, you're always the best, man. 30 minutes just flew by. I gotta tell you.
I have a good time with this. You know, and one thing we do at DUI, well, I got 1 minute. You know, if you're interested for a presentation for your club or your group, and I'm not talking about gear, I can help you with a variety of presentations from CCR through the history of diving, through a lot of different stuff. I have a good time doing that. So we can work that out. And I don't even charge for it because I always hit the company up for money. So there you go. So unless there's a specific question I can answer.
No, I think
no plates. And I'll address that quickly. When they make up plates, they're actually done out of 1 sheet of stainless steel. It's done on a jig, and there's a whole story there, but we don't have time. But we have to make, it comes out to 80 plates for the full size, and we get 110 out of the other. The problem is nobody buys them. As much as you think people would be popular with that, we just don't see the sales, and that's what killed it. So get 109 other friends, and I'm sure we can find a way of making up a play.
Awesome. Yeah, pretty much everything else you were hitting them right as they were coming through. So excellent. Guys, thanks so much. Pete, thanks for coming out and showing off OMS. You do it better than anybody else. If you guys have any questions, email Pete, email us. We'll be able to help you out. We got a nice little promo going on for OMS. OMS show is our coupon code. Save some money on some new colorful wings, smart reels, all kinds of stuff. Pete, again, thank you so much.
All right, guys, dive safe. Be careful. Take care.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for watching the Virtual Time to Dive show. We still got a few more hours left here of great presentations. As you know, every half hour we're doing a little raffle. We're also giving away a $1,000 shopping spree and that big dive trip after tomorrow's presentations. So come back tomorrow, watch some more great gear tips and tricks, and learn from definitely legends in the industry. Next up, we've got Dive Rite. And bear with me here as I get them all queued up. All right.
Are we live now?
How's it going, John?
Good. How are you, sir?
Good.
Thanks
Talking about legends.
Time to Dive show.
Say it again.
I said thanks for having us out today.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here. We're looking forward to it.
Yeah. So today we're going to kind of change gears compared to last year, and we're actually going to talk about our regulators and our different regulator packages and all the different available options that we have with everything that we carry.
Awesome. Well, we're all ears, man. We're ready for you.
Awesome. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to chime in whenever you like. We've got a lot of time to talk about these things, so definitely if you've got something you want to chime in or ask a question, please let us know. So I'm going to start off with our RG 5400, which is a diaphragm first stage, which we actually have two different applications for this guy. The first one would be our entry-level O2 regulator, which, as you can see, this has got a green hand wheel on it. And we actually pair that up with our XT2 adjustable balance second stage. We actually add the green ring on there, so you can tell that it's actually, a dedicated O2 regulator instead of a standard, back gas or whatever you might be diving. This is rated for 20 feet, and actually a great entry level and great price point for those people getting into technical diving. Same regulator, we actually also sell this as a Drysuit inflator reg, which comes with a Drysuit inflator hose, and also an OPV. That way, if you've got any issues with your IP creeping. So that's two different applications for this first stage there. Moving on to our flagship first stage, we actually have the XT1, which comes in either a den or a yoke application. This one here actually has 5 low pressure ports, 4 on the side on the actual rotating turret, and then we have a 5th port sitting right up top there, and then 2 different high pressure ports on each side of the reg, which that guy is paired up with the XT2, but it would have a black ring on it. And this is the first one where we've got packages out the wazoo. So with this guy here, we can put a package together where it's an open water reg set, which we'll kind of go over that a little bit more here in a second. We also have it where you can pair it up with doubles. We have it for a pony bottle or a stage bottle, bailout for your CCR, doubles regs, and side mount. And one of the great things about all of our packages is that you can customize it as a consumer. You can customize it, whether you want rubber hoses, we can offer that. We offer braided hoses. You also have the option when you order it through Dive Right In to actually get different lengths of hoses with it. You might want a shorter hose because you've got a smaller body, or you might want a longer hose because you're a little bit bigger person. So that's actually a neat little option. So with this guy here, with your side mount, you would have 2 of the XT1s. With your doubles, you would have 2 of the XT1s. You would also have 2 of the XT2s. Neat little option with the XT2 as far as side mount and other applications is the fact that this rig here is actually, you can actually swap it from left to right. So for a side mount application, or maybe for bailout, or a stage, or possibly even in the past, we've actually worked with dive hard. We might have a diver that actually doesn't have a right arm or doesn't have a right lemon, to where we've actually modified the package to where all the regs come from the left-hand side, giving them the option to actually have more mobility and more access to their second stages. Both, this reg also comes in either din or yoke. I might have already mentioned that. It is environmentally sealed, which works great for cold water diving. Our special guest who will be joining us in a little bit, Jared's dad, they recently went to Plura and were diving in water. I think it was 34 degrees and had no issues at all. So this is a great performance and cold water regulator. Next, I'm going to talk, this is our FT1, which is also a high performance regulator, which is also environmentally sealed. The big difference between it and the XT1 is that it actually has a fixed turret, and you've got 2 low pressure ports and a high pressure port on one side, and 2 more low pressure ports and a high pressure port on the other side. The internals are identical. The performance is identical. It also comes in either a din. This one's actually a yoke application, so it comes in either din or yoke. Same thing as far as being custom. I mean, you can do this with an advanced open water package with all rubber hoses. You can do this in an advanced open water package with braided hoses. This also comes, we have our entry-level open water leg package as well. And it actually can be paired up with the XT2, or it can be paired up with our new XT4, which we just released here recently, which we're actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Justin, but I believe we're actually giving 2 of these away today. Is that correct?
We are.
Awesome. So with the XT, I'll talk a little bit about the XT2 here. So
XT4.
I'm sorry, XT4. This one actually also balanced, adjustable, also being able, the ability to actually switch it from left to right. And it's actually available with all of our packages as well. So whether you're doing, again, open water, advanced open water, stage, deco, side mount, doubles, pony bottle, we can pair the XT2 up, I'm sorry, the XT4 with either the XT1 or the FT1 regulator. With that being said, I'm actually, if you can adjust the camera there, I wanted to show everybody, Justin here, we actually have one of the, this is the side mount package we've got set up with.
Is that a doubles
I'm sorry,
package?
doubles, it's actually a doubles package, yes it is. So it's our doubles package with XT1s. This particular setup actually has braided hoses. It does have the standard length, so the standard is a 22-inch hose and then a 7-foot hose. This one here has the XT2s on it. It also does come with your high pressure hose, your gauge, and while we're over here, this is actually one of our Transplate harnesses attached to our heavy plate, which is 6 pounds.
Open the harness up over so they can see the backplate.
Yeah.
Something new as well this year is our new design backplates for the 6-pound backplate and the 2-pound backplate.
Correct, and this actually has the, I guess it was last year, but we just redesigned the Transplate and the Transpac harnesses as well. So this is the 6-pound plate attached to the classic XT, which has got 60 pounds of lift. It comes with a standard 2-inch harness, 1.5-inch crotch strap. And then over to the other side, pan over here, we actually have our XT. Move my water here, so I don't spill it over.
It's waterproof.
It is waterproof. So this is our advanced open water package, which this one is also using our braided hoses. The neat thing about this guy, which most people don't even know that we offer this, is our advanced open water regulator package, which is kind of a mix between a recreational setup and maybe a setup of technical doubles, where your backup is actually on a 22-inch hose around your neck on a necklace. Your primary is actually on a 40-inch hose with an angled adapter that actually comes under your arm and into your mouth. And if you ever need to actually donate gas, a diver that's actually out of gas is looking for whatever that's in your mouth. Unlike a conventional recreational setup where you're going to hand off your octo that's going to be either probably floating behind you or clipped off to your body. This will actually be in your mouth. You would actually donate that to the out of air or low air diver, and then you would switch to your backup, which would still be the same high performance regulator, but this is just an XT2 on a shorter hose around your neck. With this guy here, you've got the XT1 performance first stage. It also does come with a braided high pressure hose, gauge, and boot. And we do have the option to add a console, so you actually can keep track of your depth if you're not diving a computer yet. I'm going to move some of this stuff out of the way so we can look at the new Transpac as well. So this is our new Transpac XT, which we redesigned the shoulders on it. I'll open this up. It does have a comfort pad, so if you're diving a t-shirt or a thinner wetsuit or a rash guard or whatever, really comfortable when it's diving. The package does come standard with 20-pound pockets. This particular one is actually paired up with our Voyager wing, which has 35 pounds of lift. This is actually the EXP material, and this is in one of our new colors, the OD green or the olive drab green. And it comes standard with our 20-pound quick release weight pockets.
Looks like they got kicked out. John will be right back in. All right. So is anyone else picking up an XT4 after watching that? Because I know they're on my wish list now. That new backplate is pretty slick too. He didn't even really talk about the side mount bungees at all, but if any of you guys have been using one of the other systems out there that allow you to, this, you just run the bungees right in. I am getting them back in right now. Hey guys, all right, you're back.
Are we back online?
You're back online.
Awesome. So far, do we have any questions, or do I get to keep talking?
You can keep talking. Guys, as John's chatting here, throw in your questions and we'll have a bunch of Q&A for him here, okay?
Awesome. So I've kind of talked about our packages, but the XT2, the XT4 second stages are also available by themselves. So if you're kind of putting your own package together and don't want to take advice from, you know, some serious divers, you can obviously do that on your own. Same thing with the FT1. It's also available for sale individually. This is actually used on our chest mount rebreather, which Jared's dad's going to be talking about here in just a little bit. The FT1 is used.
Bring in the special guest.
Special guest, yeah. And then we also have the XT1 available as individual as well, because sometimes, again, people are using them for different applications. Several of the rebreathers out there use either the FT1 or the XT1 as part of their package to deliver the oxygen and the diluent on their system. With that being said, I'm going to move this out of the way, and I'm going to let Jared's dad jump in here for a little bit and talk about the chest mount rebreather. And then I'm going to then bring in a couple more VC, or at least another VC, and probably another backup light or two.
Hello, I'm Lamar with Dive Rite, and there have been a lot of questions about our new chest-mounted rebreather, the Optima CM, which has been affectionately nicknamed the Choptima. Anyway, it's a complete rebreather, electronically controlled, either using a petrol controller or a nerd's heads-up display, and totally self-contained with the O2 bottle. The purpose behind it is to be able to get to add into any of your regular configuration. If you're diving doubles, you can clip it in. If you're diving side mount, you can clip it in. And you use your back gas or side mount gas as your diluent and your bailout gas. And then that would plug in right here on it to feed it. So it's a more compact system when it comes to diving a rebreather. Clips into your body by the 2 clips there, and then the 2 on the waist right here, and the O2 is on board. And people have gotten very creative in how they want to put this together with the O2 bottle either being on board, off board, and then how they interface it with either side mount or their back mount configurations. Very popular to be running this with a set of LP50s to have enough bailout gas and diluent gas to run it. So standard with a DSV, no ADV or bob built into it. The ADV is off board over here, but the reason there's no bob built into it is because the hoses are coming up from the bottom. They're adding an extra hose to run to a bob and such would add some weight and make it a little heavy in the mouth and wanting to pull on it. So we kept it as lightweight as possible by doing a very streamlined, easy to service, easy to check DSV. So we take care of some of the weight. And people from all sizes dive it. So anyway, that's our new Choptima. One of the things I would like to add that we've been doing here for what John's been talking about, we've been trying to go with the going green and cutting back on plastic with all of our packaging. With that being said, we have all of our packaged regulators come in a dual purpose bag that you can transport it in, use it as a dry bag, and it's even a cooler. It's set up to be a cooler with a one-way valve. You can vacuum it down and take your water or whatever beverages you want when you're traveling.
I would have started with the beer cooler first.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, you know, we were trying to go green, so this comes with a bag that you can use whenever you buy one of the packages. If you're buying just a regulator or first stage or second stage, you won't get it, but buying a full package, it comes with a bag. And at the same time, our Transpac, our Transpac harnesses, whenever they come complete with a wing or our Hydrolite BC, they also come with a reusable bag that you can use to put your dive gear in when traveling. Here again, just one of our things we do to try to go green and cut down on our use of plastic stuff. So you'll see these various things coming out in our project and our products. The same way with the lights and such, you'll see them come in reusable cases rather than plastic boxes. We're trying everywhere we can to cut down on some of that. So I'm going to turn it back over to John, who has a lot more to say.
One more quick question for you, Lamar. Can you explain the process of changing from a Choptima to a back mount unit and vice versa? If somebody has a back mount unit and they want a Choptima, we've got a couple people asking.
Okay. Well, the real thing with changing from back mount to chest mount on this is they're two totally different animals, but the brains and the most expensive part of it, which is the head and the scrubber, can easily go. This unit right here can be used on either unit. So with that, you can take this canister off, which is the head and electronics, and put it on a back mount unit, and the electronics will work for it, and you can switch it out right here and then switch it back. But the thing is, it has to be one of the newer units. If you've got one of the older back mount units, it won't retrofit because it's all about, we had to redo the plumbing for where the O2 connection is. And with that, the unit can go either way. So you can have both units. You can get a back mount unit and get a conversion kit for side mount, or the other way around. If you've got a chest mount and want to use it on a back mount setup, then you can do that as well.
What type of BCs can you dive with that?
Um,
chest mount.
The chest mount is an add-on. The whole purpose and the development process behind it, for me, when I was coming up with this idea and such, was to, from the technical side of diving, is to cut down the number of bottles I had to carry. So I wanted to look at it for when diving open circuit. It might be, especially with cave diving, carry doubles, and because of the distance, put on 2 stage bottles. Well, I didn't want to carry those stage bottles, so the rebreather took the place of those stage bottles. So it's actually set up to clip into your rig. Most people, all you have to do is either add 2 clips up high, or use a neck strap that we can provide for it to hang it, and then clip it into a couple of D-rings on the waist. So it's really not about the BC you're going to clip it into. It's about the harness. You can't just clip it into a jacket BC. You've got to be diving a harness style system for either your normal side mount setups or for your back mount, or one of your single tank setups using our Transpac, Hydrolite, or anything like that that gives you quick, easy access to front mounted and chest mounted D-rings.
So you could be a recreational diver and start diving the Choptima if you had a harness.
Yes.
Well, with training, of course.
Yes, as long as, and with training after your advanced nitrox and deco procedures.
Wow.
But it's an easy access into it. And for me, this is one of those things where it's an easy add-on. So it's not as intimidating as having to change your entire platform to get into a rebreather. You have the proper decorational set using a harness style system, then you can easily get into a rebreather diving this style of rebreather.
And it's fully electronic, correct?
Fully electronic using Shearwater petrol or Nerd.
Wow, okay.
Awesome. Well, you mentioned the Hydrolite, so we'll kick it back to John, and John will show us all about the Hydrolite. Thanks, Lamar.
So Lamar mentioned the Hydrolite, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the Transpac again and also the doubles. But the Hydrolite is our newest travel BC. It actually replaced the travel pack. One of the things that we've updated on this as compared to the travel pack is the fact that we've increased the lift on this, allowing it to fit, I guess, a larger range of divers, anywhere from the petite women up to larger men. This also, unlike the travel pack, comes standard with our 12-pound weight pockets. It actually have a quick release system on them, so you can actually dump your weights. That's always super important for the open water divers and sometimes technical divers as well. So it's got one of those on each side. It's actually got paddings there on the 2-inch webbing. Standard with a 1.5-inch pleasure cross strap. I'm sorry, not pleasure strap. It is in the gray and the blue. You have the option to either get a rapid dump or an elbow on it. It does come with 2 2-inch straps in the back. One of them is actually a cam strap. The other one was just a stability strap, but keeping this super stable while you're in the water. I actually, when we first were testing this, I took this out spearfishing, took it out in the ocean, actually did some, I guess, lake diving as well. And this thing is just as stable as our Transpac, but in a much lighter configuration. With 30 pounds of lift, this is actually great for your warm water diving. So either your aluminum 80, your aluminum 63, or possibly if you've got your weights set up correctly, maybe like a high pressure 100 or a low pressure 85. It is ballistic nylon, so it's going to give you a lifetime worth of diving on it. I want to talk a little bit, Justin, about the Transpac here for a second. So same ballistic EXP, but with this, so I mentioned this is actually the OD green, but it actually comes in, I guess, 5 different colors. So we have the olive drab. It actually comes in black, trimmed out in gray. It actually comes in black, trimmed out in red. Comes in black, trimmed out in blue. And then for Jared's dad, we've also come out with one that's black, that's trimmed out in pink. So that's super popular. Unlike the Hydrolite, it actually has 2 2-inch cam straps. So it gives you a little bit more stability, but it gives you a little bit more options as far as diving tanks. I mean, you can go anywhere from a small aluminum 63 all the way up to as long as you've got the adequate lift, this will actually accommodate up to like a low pressure 108 if you're going to be doing some longer dives. The neat thing about the Transpac also is that it is modular, so you can actually grow with it as a diver. So when I first started diving, I started off with the Transpac with a single tank wing. Shortly after that, someone convinced me that I needed to kind of get into some technical diving, and I ended up side mounting with my Transpac an aluminum 40. Still the same BC, didn't have to upgrade anything, but I was actually, because it's a modular system, I was actually able to add a butt plate and a bungee to it and actually side mount a aluminum 40. Well, shortly after that, I ended up getting into some cave diving training, and I took that same harness and added a side mount wing. So now I have a Nomad XT with my Nomad or my Transpac XT, still keeping the same harness, but now I've actually got a completely separate VC that actually I could side mount with, which was great because the fact that I now have got basically almost like Legos. It's 2-in-1 or 3-in-1. I mean, you honestly with the Transpac, you could dive singles with it. You could do side mounts. The Transpac also works with doubles as well, so you could take this same exact harness and rather than having, if you didn't need the 6 pounds from the stainless steel backplate, or if you didn't need the 2 pounds from the light backplate, you could actually dive a Transpac with it, and it would work great with doubles as long as you're not doing, these water heater tanks that these guys dive, like the low pressure 120s or whatever it might be. But a very versatile harness for sure.
As long as you're using the
stabilizing
plates to go with it.
So very versatile overall. The material I wanted to mention on the classic XT is actually super fabric, which is basically beaded Kevlar on here, which comes with a lifetime warranty against puncture and abrasion. So it made to stand up to your wreck diving up north with Tim, you guys up there in the Great Lakes. It's great for those people that dive off the Jersey Shore. Anyone that's diving down in South Florida or the Keys, it works great for all of our side mount diver guys because the fact we use it on our side mount systems as well. So just because of the extra durability, it makes a long lasting BC for anyone that's a little bit rougher on their gear.
Awesome. Let's see if we have any questions.
All right, so one of the questions was, any plans to make the Hydrolite in black?
I'll step in on that one. At this point, no. The Hydrolite was designed to be an open water travel BC. It comes in at weighing under 6 pounds, and we have thought about doing various colors in it, but we've decided for this point to keep it in this color scheme right now. That's not to say it might not happen in the future, but right now we have no plans for it. Unless somebody wants to order 100, then we'd be more than happy to make them in black.
Awesome.
It makes it easier for either the consumer and or the shop to also be able to tell the difference between, say, a Hydrolite and a Transpac, because the fact that this BC is only available in this color, and then the Transpac and either the travel or the Voyager wing is only available with the black and gray or black and red, or Jared's dad's stuff, the black and pink. So it just kind of gives us a little bit of being able to diversify between the different BCs that we offer.
Great answer. So there's another question here. It falls into the same circumstance. Can you make it a long plate? Same thing, right? It's you have to have enough quantity, enough people interested in it in order to really warrant the product. Is that correct?
I can answer. I can answer
a long plate. What are you talking about with a long plate? Back plate, a hard plate, or a soft plate?
Yeah. So he's a really tall gentleman, and he's diving a stainless steel plate.
Yes, I know we've had a couple of requests for that, but not enough to put them into production. Production on plates like that we have to do quite a few of them, and we haven't had enough demand in order to actually go that route for the longer plates. Our current plate is 15 inches, which will suit most people. I know there's a few of them out there when they get over 6'5" that could use something a little bit longer. We even went that way with the Transpac at one point, making a long plate just to test the market. And within a year, we didn't even sell enough to keep it in the system and just went back to the standard plate for that. But the Transpac is actually 17 inches, where a standard back plate is 15. So somebody really tall might be better off going with a Transpac where they'll have a couple more inches of back support.
Excellent answer. Well, thank you. Guys, always such a great presentation from you. Professional level all the way around. Lamar, John, thank you so much. You want to do a little giveaway on that new XT4?
Let's do it.
All right.
I'll leave it with you.
Okay.
Who's the lucky winner? It's spinning, it's spinning, it's spinning, it's spinning.
All right. Nicole Hines, one of our local divers here in the area. So very cool, Nicole. We'll get that out to you. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for coming and doing the presentation. Yeah, it was great having you. We are going to go ahead and get ready for the next presentation. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Tim.
All right, guys. All right, guys, thanks for watching. Lamar, Dive Rite team, Justin, all those guys, they did such a great job. And next up, we've got Chris from Aqualung. So we're queuing him up right now. Just as a reminder, so we're going to do raffle giveaways every 30 minutes. So you'll see the link posted in the chat. Just click the link, put your name in there. You get entered for the $1,000 giveaway and the dive trip tomorrow. Chris, how we doing? Looks sunny.
Good. How are you? Can you hear me?
Excellent. I can hear you great. You look great. See a whole bunch of dive gear and
well, it's because I'm wearing spandex and actually pushing my waist in right here so that I look, thinner. It's dark color, look thinner,
Awesome. All right, Chris. Well, I'm going to let you take it away, okay?
First of all, I'd like to thank you guys for the opportunity to come on here and talk to you about Aqualung and Apex, our brands. First presentation I'll be doing is Aqualung. And if you guys aren't familiar with the brand Aqualung, Aqualung was started many, many years ago by Jacques Cousteau and the double hose regulator, the inventor of the regulator, him along with an engineer from the company Air Liquide. And over the years, it's changed multiple times into, we did everything from surfing to spearfishing. I know that we do Omer now, but we just did spearfishing with U.S. divers back in the day. And the brand, this might even bring it up. If you're familiar with the brand, gives you an idea. That's an old box from 1952. The regulator was priced at $15. I don't think we have too many $15 regulators today, but it just gives you an idea, a little bit of our history and where we started from and where we are today. Today, we're actually multiple brands. Like I said, we have Aqualung, which is more of our recreational mainstream product line. And we also have another technical line called Apex, in which I'll hook up with you guys later and talk to you about some of the cool things that are coming out. What I wanted to do is just kind of briefly just go over a few of the different items. I'm actually the representative for Aqualung in the Northwest. I just got back from Seattle yesterday, and we'll show you some products, but I know the temperature. I know you guys are all over the country, but if you're, I have some different wetsuits, different BCDs to show you. Airplane above. But I think I'm first going to start off with what we have in fins and just sort of gradually work our way up into some of our hard goods, such as regs, etc. First of all, we introduced last year before last, we introduced a Storm Fin. And the Storm Fin is a really great travel fin. It's small, it's compact, it's made out of monprene. It was designed to put a 2mm sock in it. And what's nice about that is if you guys, everybody that travels doesn't want to carry their big heavy fins, this is a great alternative to purchase at a good price, priced well. And it comes in 8 different sizes. It comes in a plethora of colors. This is the new petrol color that we have introduced this year. Actually, the color we introduced this year. The fin was introduced the previous years. Great travel fin, easy to pack, lightweight, and you have a great time. Trust me, if it can push me with my pony keg around my waist here through the water at Cozumel, it most certainly is going to be able to push you through the water. Okay, this is a small size, so we go all the way up to double extra large, which is size 13 to 15. Like I said, using this with a 2mm sock. what we found out was, after introducing the Storm fin, was there was a lot of people out there that want to take the fin but want to use their wetsuit booty as opposed to using just a neoprene sock. So what we did is we introduced a new fin this year, and it's called the Storm Max. And the Storm Max, once again, comes in a plethora of colors. It's larger foot pocket, a little bit more stability in the base here, giving you a little bit more stiffness to it in case you wanted to use it locally as a backup pin or travel. You can take it as well, but it's actually designed to be worn with a boot. Like I said, this was adequate for me for traveling into Cozumel just recently, about 6 months ago, and this is our new one, which can be used locally, but it's sort of a fin that's designed for people that do travel and don't want to use their normal wetsuit boot. Because, you know, you walk up and down these beaches, you want to have that hard sole from your wetsuit boot. So you want to make sure you protect your feet. As you do so, when you get to the snorkeling spot where you just jump in the water, you can jump in, or scuba dive, you can jump in and get in there with this fin. Okay? Storm, travel fin, Storm Max, kind of a hybrid travel slash scuba fin, local fin. Okay? All right. Mistral Regulator, in case you guys were wondering. No, this is not the raffle prize. So, guys at DRIS, we're not raffling this. All right, so what I want to show you guys right now is a new product that we introduced this year, and it'll be a Dive Right in the next month, within the next month. It's basically a great mid-range regulator that is adaptable to cold weather as well as warm weather. It's called the Helix Pro. The Helix Pro is a really kind of a lightweight second stage regulator that has a Supreme cover on it for cold water, anything that goes less than 50 degrees. We do have one as well called the Helix, which is designed for just being everything that's over 50 degrees. But this one will be kind of the best all around. I call it a hybrid regulator because it's something you can dive cold water, extremely popular in the Northwest. And I'm sure up in the Chicago area, the predecessor did really, really well, which was the Core Supreme. Helix Pro is a balanced first stage and a pneumatically balanced second stage. Basically what that means is that the deeper, as you go down deeper in the water, you get down to 30 to 40 to 50 feet or so, basically the air is actually adjusting the pressure coming through this hose so that when you go to breathe, it's nice and smooth, okay? And so we have what's called, this one here is a balanced first stage and a balanced second stage. All right, and it also adapts as far as small, compact, lightweight, etc. Helix Pro. Okay, and then we have a matching octopus, coordinating octopus with it. It's called the Helix Octopus, the Pro version. That basically goes with it as well. Standard hose length, as well as the alternative air source. In the case you bought, unless you bought the air source, which is integrated into the BCD, then that would be an option for you. Okay. All right. What I want to talk to you guys about next is a product that we introduced last year. It was called it's our new dive computer, and it's called the i330R. It's a really entry-level dive computer that does all the functions. It's full nitrox. It has every feature you possibly could want. Basically, it's color screen. It's rechargeable. It comes with a NATO strap, and I'll move this in closer to you guys so you can actually see the screen. Okay. i330R. The i330R is nice because it's, like I said, it's compact, small, fits on the wrist, chargeable, and also is Bluetooth and works in connection so that when you get done with your dives, all you're going to have to do is just transfer the information right over to your phone, your iPad, etc. It automatically does all that, and then basically keeps your logs for long durations so that you have that for future reference. All right. We just came out this year with the two gauge version, and the 2 gauge version is got the pressure gauge on here, and it has the dive computer on top. Price point wise, this is under $400 for this, which is just the wrist version here. 30 hours of burn time on the rechargeable battery at 100% brightness, and it uses what's called an IP7 screen, LED type screen, and it's really, really intuitive as far as as you move through the features of it. You can either adjust it and make all the settings on here, or you can actually go to your phone and do all the settings on the phone and just transfer it directly over. That's Bluetooth 5.1, as I discussed earlier. Okay. i330R. What's nice about the 2-gauge console version is you got to recharge it. So it comes with a quick disconnect. And then the quick disconnect, you can take this up, charge it, put it back, leave this on your regulator, and then come back to the boat. Go ahead and just reconnect it, turn it back in, and you're ready to go. All right. Just looking at my my screenshots there. Okay, what I want to do now is I'm going to go ahead and move this out of the way, and I'm going to walk over to show you some of our new products. Actually, I'll carry it over I'll take the ladies BCD first. So one of our franchise entry-level BCDs is the Pro HD. And the Pro HD BCD is a price point with feature-rich product. And this year we've revamped it a bit and changed the colors and changed the name, etc. This is called the Pro HD Women version. And basically this is the light coral, comes in another color as well, comes in a gray color as an option. So you have both options, gray with a little bit of pink on it. The unit itself, it's a full jacket style BCD, basically 10 pounds of releasable weight on each side of the lobes here. And on the back, what's nice is that you have the integrated backpack, okay, which is unique to Aqualung. Our integrated backpacks are actually sewn into the harness. It's actually a 2-part BCD, if you can see. You have, how good a picture that is coming through, but it's a 2-part BCD. You actually have a harness with the backpack sewn directly onto the harness. And then you have, on the outside of it, you have basically the cell or the air cell that goes around your body, wraps around your body. What's nice about that is that when you're walking to and from the dive site or back and forth, you're swimming in the water, as you turn your body, the tank stays with you because your tank is secured to the back plate, which is then secured to the actual harness portion of the BCD. Okay, that's unique to all over the Aqualung BCDs. Of course, as you move up in price points, that's added onto it. Quick dumps, you have your quick dump here up on your right side, quick dump on your lower left, or lower right. Okay, looking at the screen there. It's your lower right, basically quick dump. So if you're swimming in a position like this and you're swimming along the reef and you want to let a little bit of air out without readjusting your position, just reach around like that, just pull the pull dump right there. And you have a quick dump on the shoulder here. Just by pulling on the inflator, you have a quick dump here on the shoulder. And like I said, price point wise, this is a great price point. And it's got all the necessary hard points that you can put your slates on, a light on when you take your advanced class, etc. And then you have D-rings down here as well. If you have a bag that you carry around for trash, etc., or camera, they clip right onto it. So there's plenty of hard points on the BCD. The uniqueness of the weight system here is that this BCD uses what's called a Sherlock mechanism. It's a mechanism that's designed specifically for diving and BCDs. It's not like taking other parts and just kind of putting it together for you just have to snap clip it and just adding different clips. This one was designed and molded specifically for BCs. And what's nice about this is that you have, like I said, 10 pounds of releasable weight on each side. And we also, you can see the mechanism, the track that goes in as it slides back in. It makes it a lot easier to slide back in. And one feature that we've added back onto the BCD is on the inside here, lobe here, there's a D-ring there you can hold as you're sliding it back because you have a lot of weight typically in there. And before you get ready for your dive, you just hold that, snap it back into place, and you're ready to go. So you're saying to yourself, well, there's 10 pounds of releasable weight on each side. That's only 20 pounds. What happens if I need more? Well, that's okay, because on the back of the BCD, you have what's called trim pockets on each side, and you can put up to 5 pounds of weight on each side. And so that basically trims you out. So when you're on the surface, you're not being pushed forward, you're not being pulled backwards. You basically want to put about 80% of your weight into the front two pockets and about 20% of the weight into the back, depending on that. So when you buy your weights, make sure you buy them in increments that's going to go ahead to be able to adjust that. Obviously, it's something you want to try out and before you go on your vacations. But it's a great lightweight BCD, but comes with a lifetime manufacturer's warranty, which is nice, and that's something unique to our Aqualung brand. This is the women's color. Men's color is gray. If you look on the website, on the Essential Dive Right In website, you'll notice that the Essential package is a price point package that comes with a high-end quality BCD. It comes with the 2-gauge color screen dive computer, Octopus, and our Titan regulator, something I'm not showing here because it's an existing product, all together for a really, really great price. And so it's one of our most popular selling aspects on their site. Okay. Equipment, kit it out, kits. All right, let's move on to the next product. I'm going to show you this product because this is something that came up this last week in Seattle. And I know that a lot of people watching this right now come from different parts of the country. The water temperature up there is 50 degrees. We had one of the dive store owners indicated to me he's been diving our Iceland Comfort. I'm under the impression that they're diving Drysuits, which I know they dive Drysuits up there, but he's telling me that the Comfort, the Iceland Comfort, is a semi-dry wetsuit that we have. Of course, this is the women's version, women's color. We also have an alternative color, more conservative color as well. Men's version, we have just one color, which is all black with a little bit of gray on the shoulders. But basically, you can see that it's all seamed out as far as glue. So it basically protects not only the seams, but also protects water coming in through the seams. Okay. In addition to that, it's got a back zip. It's called a tie zip. It's basically it's a semi-dry zipper that comes across the back of the suit itself. And so it's an entry, a rear entry suit. So you basically open it up. And for you new divers out there, you open it up, put it on like a wetsuit, and then you'll end up pulling the front over the top of your head, and then it seals down at your neck. Okay. Seals at the end of the wrists, as well as the ankles as well. And one thing, when you put the suit on itself, you can either you could put there's all different methods to put it on, but one thing you can either take the back, fold it back, etc., as well as the ankles. The same in the ankle area.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah. Hey.
Hey, I'm just jumping in. So some of the guys are saying they're having a few problems with the feed. I've got it working on the Dive Right In Scuba Orland Park page. It's also working on YouTube right now. I just checked both of those. So if you guys are having issues still, it could just be a connection thing right this second. You can jump in on either one of those feeds as well, and it seems to be working.
Okay. All right. So how much time do I have?
Oh, you're doing great. You got another 12 minutes, partner.
Okay. Okay. No problem. No problem. Okay. So the other thing with the Iceland Comfort suit, it's got a convenient pocket down here on the side. Okay. Got a zipper pocket down here on the side. It has an external bungee pocket, kind of a mesh pocket that's you can put some external stuff on there. But the main thing is you got a zippered pocket here that you can drop in, I'll backup light, etc., whatever you might need for diving in your different destinations. Iceland Comfort. Okay. I haven't left yet. I'm coming back. So something else that's unique, obviously, Aqualung being a more recreational, more kind of the larger piece of the pie when it comes to divers around the world. One thing is we do make divers comfortable in different parts. We have products in all categories in different parts of the world. I mean, we have Apex, which is our tech line. We make tech dry suits, etc., in that aspect of it. But we also make neoprene dry suits in our line for Aqualung. And basically, this is our neoprene dry suit. You can see it's called the Blizzard Pro. Okay, and basically the Blizzard Pro dry suit. All neoprene, crushed neoprene on the main portion of the body, and then abrasion patches and glues, etc., on there. And then we do have the wrist seals and the neck seals. And I stand corrected. This is the Blizzard. The Blizzard. So this is a lower price point neoprene dry suit. We also make one called the Blizzard Pro, which is the identical dry suit, but it actually has replaceable wrists and neck seals. That's another option for your region as well. Okay. Blizzard Pro. Blizzard and Blizzard Pro. How many people here are ready to travel? We just relaunched our Aquaflex wetsuit line, and we have a 3, 5, and 7 men's and women's. It's extremely stretchable material, sells exceptionally well, fits well, and we have multiple sizes beyond just the basic small, medium, large, and extra large. We have medium, tall, medium, extra large, etc. as you go through. And the Aquaflex suit, that's it. Entry level suit. That's it. It's got a barrier. It's got a seal barrier, which is here. And that's important when you're looking for a wetsuit. You want to make sure that, I mean, for the new divers that are out there, you want to make sure that you have something that's going to go ahead and keep the water from seeping in to wherever the zipper's at. Very much like I showed you on the Iceland Pro, where it actually has a barrier behind the dry zipper. This is a standard zipper, YKK zipper that comes up, but basically it seals down by pressure. There's on each side of the zipper, it actually seals down. The seal is outwards, so that it actually seals directly with the panel that comes across to keep the water flow from going through the suit. More water flowing through the suit, the colder you're going to get. But if you're traveling, this is a really great suit. Like I said, this is the one I'm holding right now is a 7 mil, but they have a 5 and a 3 as well. We offer in all 3 different variations. And I invite you to come by the store or look online, look on our DRIS website, and we'll see the options that are available.
All right, Chris. Hey, if it's okay with you, partner. So we had Facebook kind of go down on a few of the feeds. So I say we do our quick giveaway here, and then John, who's sitting by getting ready for the next presentation, I'm going to shut it down, and then I'm going to start it right back up. Okay. So John, you can jump into that one. It's going to be the same link. Yeah. Sorry about the technical difficulties. That's what happens when you do stuff live and on the internet. So.
Well, let me know if you want me to record something separately.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've got it all recorded here, so I'll be able to do a nice 22-minute segment, and the presentation has been excellent.
My kids are making faces at me behind the screen there.
Nice. Yeah, it wasn't anything Chris did. All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and give away a nice new Aqualung regulator. So let me get this queued up here.
Let's see who the winner is. Let's see who the winner is.
All right, Matt Harrington, congratulations. All right, guys. So if all you guys watching from home here, we're going to go ahead and shut this down, and I'm going to relaunch it on all of our different channels here. So it'll be back up and running here in just a few minutes. Chris, thanks for coming out and doing such an excellent presentation. We're going to see you in just a few minutes here with Apex.
Yeah,
So,
Apex, absolutely. All right,
awesome. All right, guys.
Cheers.